team who have picked.
Dude, what happened to my internet?
And Deadlock
It's back, I think.
hasn't
I think
won
we're good.
A single map in EMEA this year. Who wants to go first?
I go first.
Okay.
Right, I gotta reset the YouTube stuff.
I think 3 must be correct. I think.
Dude, that's the first time my internet's messed up here.
What am I thinking? What am I thinking? I think number 2 is a lie.
Okay, number 2 is a lie.
I think
Josh?
number 2 is a lie.
I'm leaning on 3. I'm trying to remember if Vitality.
One's a
won
lie,
the
right?
line
Because
game
of
or if I think FUT played Deadlock.
You
on
have to choose.
Sunset.
one is a lie because of
I
Navi.
know that Deadlock was played on Sunset.
Come
by
on, you can
FUT,
do
but
this,
they-
Josh. It's all right.
Did, but
lose.
remember how they changed things up when
They're
they
not
lose
the
with
only
their comp?
team that has played Deadlock.
They did not play it again yesterday.
Trying to figure out who else.
Why am
played
I helping?
Phoenix.
Come
What am I
on,
doing?
come on.
I'm just gonna go with 3 just because you went
Okay.
with 2.
No, that's
2,
you're wrong.
3,
I think we're
and
both
you
wrong.
are both wrong.
Yay, go
Because the
us.
Viper.
Wait.
Yeah, you want to think about that one?
Well, no. I just completely ignored
no.
one, to be honest.
Hear me out, hear me out. This was a little bit
That just
tricky,
seems
right?
right, I don't
Because we
know.
might think Bind, Breeze, Icebox, like there's our.
Okay, there we go,
staples
Chad.
for
Everything's set
Viper.
up now. How are we all doing? What's up,
In
everyone?
the case of
Ran, like,
Navi, yeah, they decided to
Cypher
run
and
the,
Brim.
no, that wasn't loaded. We saw the solo Astra on Breeze, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, they just decided to run things a little bit differently. Okay,
It's not our fault that the teams are wrong.
Honestly?
with their
Yeah, right, the
compositions.
teams are
Like,
wrong,
I
not
don't
us,
know, I
okay.
feel right.
Wait, why's the white line there even though I did that? Sure.
Let's go maps then.
maps.
Have to be like
Okay.
that.
Split is the only map that has been played by every
How excited on a
single
scale of
team
1 to
during
10 am I
the
to see
regular season.
Fnatic
Again,
lose to that
EMEA,
to the
right?
FUT Lotus
Icebox
comp?
has been
Dude, they
the
can't
most
lose
played
to that
map
comp
in
twice.
VCT EMEA Stage 1. And during the regular
I kind of
season,
hope they do,
Boy
so I can
was the
flame
team
Mini
who
forever,
played the
but they can't.
least maps.
It should be impossible.
Josh, I'm gonna, you're gonna go first.
I'm gonna say number 2. I don't think Icebox has been the most played map. I feel like it's more like Sunset or Lotus.
What am I predicting today?
Even Split.
I think I'm
Like those
predicting
maps have been
FUT.
played more than Icebox.
Okay, so you
But
think that
hang
number
on,
2.
let me read one again. just
Yeah, I
so
mean,
don't
I'm
forget.
predicting FUT.
By every single team during the regular season. Oh man.
Come on, Josh, you're here.
Okay, we finally. Holy
Yeah, I
hell.
was here.
The reset wrecks me.
There could have
Was he
been one.
here?
Sorry, do you wanna?
I would have gone with 2. I also feel like I answered the question before he did because the camera was on. me,
FNS is
but
the
the
biggest
rest
hater of that comp. Yeah, dude. I mean, it just shouldn't work.
Don't think.
I can't believe
My
Fnatic lost to it.
recollection is
It's
We
embarrassing.
haven't seen much Icebox. We were very surprised to see Icebox yesterday. Granted, I have not watched every
I
single
swear these
group
teams
stage,
are
but I'm
these
not
teams are so scared sometimes of
I'm gonna say
Just-
just a lie. Yeah,
Two's
sure.
the lie.
playing
And again,
different.
Guys, you are both wrong.
I
people
love
playing
that
against
because-
comps.
Is actually number 3
not the one.
during the regular season. Actually,
Hello, Yinsu, how we doing?
Gentleman's
Oh, okay,
was the
or bye,
team
Yinsu.
played the least maps because every single one of their
Dennis,
scores
thank you for the raid.
was
Appreciate it.
2-0 or 0-2.
It's rough out there.
I was in my sleep, not too bad.
You know, people watching at home, how are you doing? Are you doing good? Are you getting some right? Let's play the MVP one. Maybe this could be
Last
the
one.
Just
one
being
that
mean?
decides.
That Koi had a lot of
Hey,
0-2s though.
Yinsu,
That's what I was thinking
I-
about.
I'll be honest,
Gonna
Yinsu.
get some maps.
Even if you, if I would,
For our MVP,
I would expect
Navi
you
has
to
played
come up with the
most
anti-strat
different
to
agents
beat
in
FUT's
the
comp,
regular season.
and I would even give them
FNC
double
has
pistol.
the
They had all of
highest
Fnatic.
KD in
You were in
playoffs,
Mini's
and
slot,
Mr. Fallen
and you came up with
has
a
the highest
game
ADR,
plan.
lowest first death
I would
per
give
round in
FUT double
playoffs.
pistol, and I would still back you to beat that comp.
3 is wrong.
3 is wrong.
3 is
Okay.
wrong.
I'm trying to think about Yampi.
That's what I'm
He's
saying.
played-
That's why. I'm not being mean to you. I'm giving you more credit than Mini,
Actually, not
When-
narrators
when you-
from-
and you rate Mini highly.
Well, he's played
He's
As you
played
should.
played Gecko. Yeah, I'm gonna say one's a lie because I feel like even the duels
take
like
back my
Mini Boo
answer?
and stuff like that has played like, yeah.
Okay, so number 1
I'm
and
saying one.
number
I'm saying
3.
one. 'Cause I
I'm
lied.
being
Well,
mean
I
to
don't
both teams. No, I'm
discuss
being
it, and I-
being mean
okay,
to Mini.
Now you know what? I'm gonna die on my hill. I've
Guys,
already climbed it.
We
I
have to
got
split it
it.
at one of us has to win, so we have to split it up.
I absolutely love you because
What the hell? Dude, Yitsu, you keep bringing it up on broadcast. Let it be, man. Let it be.
Because you should remember that Leo is the one that never freaking dies. He's the one that stays alive, and
Yeah,
right now has the
sounds to be a bit
highest
better now as well.
KD. Good to see that, Mr.
Even
Fallen.
though they're in the
And Jumpy
lowers?
played a lot of agents, like Viper, Breach, even through some chamber. Like Jumpy has been doing everything. But you know, I hope that you guys at home had a better score. But you know, no winner here. It's good.
I'm 100% convinced that everyone at home did as bad as we did. We're all in this together. We're all a team. Would you have gotten it right?
I mean, I did them.
Yeah, but like obviously the research.
Oh yeah.
Leo,
I did the
Zeiss,
research
KD.
and,
I mean, maybe.
Probably I
Has
would have
been
had the same doubts
he's
that
been
you have.
fragging heavy.
I mean,
Filled with
besides the
doubts.
one with the maps, because I did remember the Gentlemates thing. I just
Really put us on the hot seat.
yeah, but I would have gotten.
Does
probably
Gen G
the
have a
MVP.
chance tomorrow? For sure, they were looking a lot better
Well,
today.
Okay, we didn't do so great. I hope the teams we see on stage today will do a little better than what we just performed.
We can hope so.
Yeah, brain sports, not our thing.
Wow, dude, I was
So,
given a compliment
yeah,
out here. Why is
obviously
everyone
now
taking this
we
the
are
wrong
in
way?
The lower bracket final, and that means we're now playing a best of 5. That is a different ball game if you compared it to best of 3. Which of the two teams will have the resilience and the mental fortitude to pull through?
I mean, I think it's complicated, right? Because when we think about, for example, Fnatic, they have a lot of experience, and we're talking about this roster staying together after everything that they went through last year. Meaning,
They were in the
that
top
some of
UK.
those
Yeah, I saw that. That was
best of
pretty cool.
fives meant
That was
them
actually really cool.
winning trophies, getting those titles for EMEA, right? So
It's
they
alright.
have a
I
lot
saw,
of
dude, I saw
experience when we
Kadro's
talk
numbers.
about
That guy
resilience and
hits
having a
insane
lot of homework
numbers.
to do, but actually do it all in the
That
end.
guy's
Fnatic
basically
has to
the
be on
League of
top.
Legends
On the side of
Tarek,
FUT,
right?
On the
He
other
was
hand,
looking
the
like
last
it.
best of 5 that they played was another lower
I
bracket
think
final,
Fnatic can
and they
beat
didn't
FUT.
manage
Oh,
to
this is a
stop
close
single
game.
map against
This is
Fnatic.
like a
So speaking of
50-50.
kind of like the ebbs and flows.
Because everyone from
trajectory, I
Fnatic
think
individually
Fnatic one
is
of those
getting
teams
back to
where they have
form.
really big expectations coming into the year.
And
Kickoff,
FUT
they
should be
fail
losing
expectations. They
Lotus.
have time off during Madrid.
That's the map.
Where they can really refocus for split 1. They come in 3-3, narrowly.
You know why he's
clinched
nice?
playoffs
He's,
because of the
he's
tiebreaker
nice about
situation.
Fnatic.
Now they're here
That's
in the
true.
lowers, and it's
Dude,
kind of
I
like
mean,
you
I've
never
always
really
been
know
nice.
what
I'm
version
just
of Fnatic
saying
you're gonna
that
get, and they have such high
I would
expectations
expect
that
most
you're
people to
hoping
be
that
able
they're gonna do
to
better. Whereas FUT,
beat that
they
FUT
get
comp.
CNET in, and they have a really not great kickoff, but this season they've looked so good. They were 4-1 in maps, in matches, and
Doesn't
their
Kadro
only
flame?
loss was like a 1-2.
Hey, doesn't Kadro like
loss to
super
Vitality.
flame
So
people?
they're looking really good with an upward trajectory, and the only time that they really don't look good was like, for example, yesterday when CNET was, or 2 days ago when CNET wasn't really able to get anything going. I think that's going to be
Not
something
Fnatic,
we
yeah,
need to
but
work
I
on
imagine
sure
they
that
pay him
he's able
handsomely
to
for
play
that.
his best. And if that's the case, then I feel like this could be one of the times that FUT is able to come on top.
Can
of
you
a
can
big
you
team.
argue here though for Fnatic's case that they may or may not have had a tougher strength of schedule?
If anything, we should be going in for me the fact that I
That-
flame
I mean,
liquid sometimes.
I feel like FUT's strength
That's
of
the
schedule.
that's the real one.
FUT's schedule is harder, I feel, than Fnatic's. I don't know. Like, I'm trying to think.
That's why we should be flaming me.
It's like one of those things where it's like, well, you've got what Heretics, Navi, and FUT against you, but then on the other side, like Fnatic had the Koi, Giants, Gentlemates, like.
Yeah, I think
You
it's
can't
even.
make that argument.
yeah. It's even though, but I think that the entirety of the year is going to be about surprises. They're not going to end up coming. Everybody has to adapt to the schedule. I do think that on that regard,
No hard
Fnatic
schedule,
has been
just
the
just
team
what,
in
5
EMEA has had
games
the most
in a row?
stressful schedule 2 years in a row now, right? But you know, after missing out on Madrid, I think that if they didn't get that experience then and they needed some.
I'm
rest,
looking at
well,
I'm
now
looking
they
at the
got that.
coach.
You said this
The more and more
make it
I see like these kind, you know, when it gets to
Yeah.
crunch time where it's like there's 5 games in a row. When I look at all the coaches and they look like zombies, man, that does not make me want to go back to coaching. That is, Zacian, you could tell Zacian Eng have put in so much time, bro. Looking like zombies out there.
Different, completely
bad
new.
for 'em.
Sometimes it works out, sometimes not so much, but it did result in us seeing them coming out with a lot
Yeah,
of
but
different looks.
the format
Yeah,
might suck,
exactly.
but
I
next year,
kinda-
chat, next
I
year.
have mixed feelings about this, right? For changing the compositions a lot, I love
The
that.
expectations
First of
are
all,
incredibly
Fnatic
high
to
for next
explore
year,
something
and
different because I think it's
we're
looked
gonna
very
get a
good and
little
it
bit of an
shows
insight
the
after
growth
Shanghai
and
with the
also
map pool.
adaptation to this year.
Start putting
On the
some
side
good
of
maps
FUT,
in here.
Again,
We
mixed
could have an
feelings.
unreal
Yes,
year.
we change the compositions a lot, and most of the times, then when they lose with the composition, they're like, okay, this is done for. We cannot stretch the scum any longer. Let's just grab a new one.
Caveat to that though is that since I guess like
But if
those-
you started
if it's
coaching,
just
imagine
this
how
split that
hyped
we're
the
talking about,
return
when we're
stream would
talking
be.
about the comp
Dude, I
trees
wouldn't
for
be
FUT,
streaming
it's only
much.
really like Killjoy to
You
Sage
realize when I
on
coach, I
Icebox, Raze to
feel
Sage
bad
on
when I
Vine,
do other stuff.
Breach the Deadlock on Sunset. That's it.
I only
So
started
it's
gymming
not really
after I
that
was
deep.
coaching as well. I felt bad using that
We
extra
find out
hour
deep
to
it
not
is. The teams
work on
are
the
getting
team.
ready for their walk-ons. Let's
I'm
see what they have in
a
store
I'm a
for us
workaholic. It's
today.
not good. Stream while you're on stage. That could be the one. Backstage. Did it feel weird stopping coaching, not being as busy? Yeah, it was incredible. Turn up the stream audio slightly? Yeah, should be a bit better now.
Of course, FUT coming in here with confidence once again. The last time those two teams faced off against one another was in
Narmak
week
182,
4 of
thank you so much for the prime.
stages. FUT won that bout
Hey, give me these maps.
2-0, and
Minus
they
sunset,
were
minus
very
chat. What the
solid
FUT ban?
thus far in the playoffs as well. So I'm pretty sure they're feeling good about this match.
Yeah, we need to think it's going to be different, of course, because of the map vetoes that we're seeing right now. Fnatic, they're going to stick to that sunset. And
Hey, shout out to the boys.
No more Lotus.
Shout out to
I
the
think one of
boys.
the things that FUT need are
Respect.
maps where CNET can excel
Okay,
on,
it's
so
an
that's
open
like
best. It's an open best of
Icebox,
5 now.
Breeze,
There's no
maybe
free
Bind
maps.
in there. And well, they're gonna see all
It
of
ran
these
its
maps that
course.
they need for him to excel on. And when I say excel, I mean they need to have like a good game plan where he's able to move around and take a lot of isolated duels. That's where he's going to be able to perform his best.
Yeah, exactly. And thinking about Icebox as the first map, you know, a map that has been so important for Fnatic in the past, especially after what happened with FUT yesterday and how they had a very, very easy time against KC when they brought out as I said, the Sova
No
and
point
the
watching
Reyna.
anymore.
Probably Fnatic
This is the
want to
thing, though.
see
They got
again,
that win
this
on
is
it.
the kind of map that we're
Got that win on
definitely
it.
going to see internationally.
M Rebby,
And,
thank you so
they
much
need
as
to
well.
check
Andy
if it's
Power,
actually
is Andy
ready.
still? Oh, Andy's probably
If
still not here.
this is the map
Probably
where they
working
play
right now.
the simplistic
Andy, thank
comp,
you so much,
they
man.
might
Appreciate
have
the prime
already
as well. If
agreed
you're still
on
here,
what
love
they
your
want
work.
to do against them.
For Fnatic's side, I think one of the things they need to focus on is making sure that they have a really good game plan going into this. When they look like they know exactly what's happening from the other team, they can execute everything well. But when they don't have like a really good idea, so for example, when they play against Na'Vi and they're running Cypher on Bind and they're running into his trap wires and all these things, he can't get anything going. Dirk is not going to look good. And Durka is kind of like on the flip side of FUT. We have CNET there. Durka needs to be able to get something going on for Fnatic, and if they're
You
just
hope
running
Bosa has
into,
some nice
you
games
know,
today.
all these
He's having a bit of a rough
things that they're
time,
not
but
prepared for,
I still think this is still a good year to kind of understand how much coaches and IGLs do.
It looks like he doesn't
Bosa
really know
could
when to
join
break through in a lot of
NRG,
situations.
stop
we've
0
come so
kills
far with
every
this
game,
map. It's kinda
and that
surprising
team would
that
look
this
better.
far in this lower
That's a good
bracket final,
example
we're
of
not seeing
stuff.
again.
Like,
See
this is
one
why
of
I'm
the
this is
stages,
why I'm going
Fnatic,
in
you know,
so hard on
playing a
NRG.
very traditional, not even having those flashes to work with is going to be very, very interesting.
That is
but they
cap.
have a
That
lot
is
of ways to
100%
control,
not cap.
especially starting on the defense. I want to see that explosive side from FUT because do not forget, Cracks is cracked on player.
It's the same. It's the same thing with Old Liquid. He could have joined Old Liquid when I was there. He could drop 0 kills and we would look better as well.
Final between Fnatic and FUT, and for all the action, we're going to send it over to our casters.
Thank you so much, Zoe, and our analyst desk. Here we go. Icebox, first map, Tom. Do you think that we're going to see FUT finding a few cracks in their opponent?
You never know. I'm actually surprised that Fnatic went into this one first, just because of how good FUT have been. And more importantly, they get to choose a side.
It may not even be Ethan. It's more about like it's more about stuff that happens outside of the server.
9-3 versus BBL. That's where they get to start this map off on the front foot.
There we go. There we go. We'll have a few of those as the day goes
Triple
on.
controller on
Potentially
binds? Yeah, I
5
like
maps
that.
For us, we're guaranteed Icebox, Bind, and Breeze, and let's get into the first map with a few seconds before those barriers go up and FUT
Okay.
show us this
Fnatic
attack side that
on
previously in
defense,
this season
FUT
has
on
become
attack.
So much value for them.
Because he could be a vibes guy as well, especially when he's expected to get 0 kills. Like the vibes he could be bringing could be unbelievable.
On top of Tube, looking for some fights, but they don't get any there. It's towards the B side.
Right.
Alpha, the defender over there, and a late lurk.
Do we have anything crazy? No.
Could be an interesting one, as Alpha's pretty isolated. I don't imagine he's going to be
Recon that
scrapping with
clears over towards yellow. That can't be
Doesn't
shot
have
from
any
sight.
denial either. Not much utility to play
And
with
we
as
get a
he's gone
straight up
for
retake. Where
Shearer,
is
just hoping to try and find the
Chronicle?
mindset.
And do they
He's not
have the
having that
old
save. It
protocols that
can be a
they
little
used
bit
to
more
have with
difficult
someone that perma
side of FUT.
stays in heaven?
For now, at least, we're going to get the battle
Well,
on site,
that's the
as you
person who's
pointed
meant
out.
to
They've got
perma stay in
that
heaven,
line
I'm pretty
from
sure.
behind, but it is very far behind, and I'll be honest with you, it may not even be needed.
Yeah, I mean, they've got the flank to secure
A
this.
few kills need to come in for Fnatic before you're even going to be worried about Yedaj's flank. He's miles away.
Chat, how many
still
does
making his way
Yedaj
down
get?
the
2?
hall. Leo doesn't know what's about to happen. lining up his dart as we speak, and well, the backstab is eventually
I
going to come
really
through.
need to
A
cast
little
him
bit
there.
labored, but he got there, and now with the nano down, there should be no
That counts
way
as
to
two.
get this
Dude,
defense
that came
despite
down,
three
that came down to
kills.
one.
He can't
Did I
take them
manage
all
to kill
down.
2
Yedege's
people here?
playing
It's kind of
quite a
well.
bigger role than I expected.
Yeah, no, it was more so because Dirk had just managed to get multiple kills right at the end, even though he had a player behind him, just tried to ignore the rest. But again, it's just the start from FUT, getting into the site, getting into the afterplant, and that is going to be a lot of what Fnatic are going to try and stop. Like, have that denial, especially on the B site, and you know that FUT are going to attempt to be nice and aggressive.
There it is.
When it comes to
First
that
one of the day.
taking further control. We saw it with
So,
the flashes coming out of cracks.
this has backfired a little
Something
bit.
that they're gonna have to be wary of.
That's
And it's something
backfired
that I don't
slightly.
think can work for every
Yeah,
team.
maybe they looked
It
in
can
some
work for
into
FUT,
some demos
because even if
thinking
Cena
that
doesn't
they
have
like
the
to buy
entry
light
under his
armor
belt,
more with
they
their
have so much
buys,
depth in individual firepower
because
that they may
that's a
find
lot of heavy armors.
No player I'm going to look at for that kind of role than Krax picking up pieces. Now,
Yeah, it
obviously
doesn't
they
want to
have
let him know
cross
that he has
triple
this
safe,
gun.
can't step it up, but Krax is gotta be
And
my favorite KO in the league.
Right now, I think Mr. Fallen might actually be the highest rated player in playoffs.
This is nice. The fact that he holds all of this, and then we can have 4-person stack over towards site. Molly goes in. Yeah, Mr. Fallon can't plan that.
He had a fantastic performance in their matchup yesterday. For now, though,
Wait, was that a
Dirk is
late
invested
shock?
into that
Was he not
outlaw in
planting
an
when
attempt
he...
to do some damage? A single kill, it's not bad, but he's definitely going to want more than that, especially because I believe a lot of this will be down to how close he is to the Blade Storm. A couple more kills, and he'll have it
Did
online.
T-Dog's videos on 100
Look at
Fees
that
and
HP as well.
C9?
The
No.
only player that
I
can
need
tank
to,
a shot of the outlaw is Yedegesh.
I think I
So the rest
saw...
of the
I think
squad
it
can
came
make
up.
him an open
Was
fight
this on
there.
Reddit?
Alpha gets
I think
away
I
with
remember
it.
seeing it,
And
but I
then
never
Durka
clicked
lands
it.
the shots, I believe, too, onto Yedegesh. CNED's doing his best to recover this round, and it looks like he's got it in the bag. 18 health on Durka. The damage is being done,
Oh.
and the Blade
Oh.
Storm farmed up just
He has so
one
much time
orb
for it.
away, and Durka's not
Oh
stopping
my god,
yet.
that's so
He'll
unlucky,
grab his
bro.
orb.
10 HP? That was a
Almost
good
got the extra
attempt,
kill,
considering
but
they only
look,
bought the Outlaw
however
into
you
it.
wanna look at
Respect.
this round, it's tough to call
Here's a
it win
5v3
for
at one
FUT.
point as
That's
well.
a lot of damage done by
Fnatic will take
Fnatic.
this.
Yeah,
4
and
people
it was
bought up.
definitely worth investing into the
3
outlaw.
people
He
lost their
has that
guns.
Blade Storm now. He was able to get 3 kills and then go down, and that's enough to make sure that
Yeah,
ultimate's available.
and
This was the exact
we said,
idea
I mean, they
from
had
Fnatic.
4
The
people
damage
with
to get the outlaw.
heavy
That's
armor,
exactly
but
what
there
they've
was a
done.
lot of
Plus
chip
one.
damage, whether it was
4
mollies,
players
whether it
going
was
down is
classics.
Just a little bit absurd. Now you look at what's on the other side. Okay, CNED's going to have that one rifle. Yedegesh is going to have his own go at playing the outlaw, but that will
Because then,
mean if
as
they
long as you
don't
do
win this
enough
round, they have
dudes,
some
and they
serious
get their
vulnerabilities
knives.
for the next.
I mean, it's worked well. That might be one of the best outcomes that we've seen of like the hero outlaw against the buy. I don't think we've seen it win yet. I can't really remember, but it's still. I mean, that you could argue they should have won that.
Lurking around mid, catching the angles, but it's a fairly typical play towards this B site. Your recon's in, your dash from CNED. He's got the off angle now to secure the plant, although they're pushed back by a little bit of utility. With the wall going down, there's not really a chance to re-aggress for a little while. That's going to buy time for Fnatic to start their rotates and gain a little bit of the map
And
control
they've
for themselves.
gambled heavy.
That's the scary thing with Durka having this.
I like
Blade
this
Storm
from FUT though. Right, so
and
they
an
cut
updraft.
sound over towards here. They
Even
can
that
get
screen
the
is not
drone out of them.
necessarily gonna give you the
And
space that you desire.
the
He
longer
has
they
gone
wait and the
a
longer
little
stay
bit early,
hidden,
though.
like all of this becomes a question mark. They
Just waited
fully
there.
left this,
No,
yeah, and now
not
they need
early.
to
He's just
start going
forward,
and getting
running
info.
it down. He's going to face into the
Here's
almost
the info.
entirety of the squad. I guess it keeps the information in their favor, but he needs to land something here. And it was almost a complete
So overall
solo
on top
fight
of this.
there.
Well, they didn't have any information on A, right?
Overall
He
managed
had
to
go,
tag
someone
Alpha.
had to go to find the info, but what a costly way to secure it. Durka down, Blade
30
Storm
seconds
out of the
left.
round, damage done, sure. Crack, CNED, Ada Captain have all been tagged very low. And the spams on the way through will cause some problems, potentially. Ada Captain
Whoa.
gets ahead of it. The flash not landing, Poster, Chronicle, Alpha, Leo, everybody's here. And everybody's fragging, leaving FUT with just Yedegesh, an outlaw with a shot already fired. Only 1 bullet left to ride down that barrel, and for Fnatic, they're biding their time as well. I'm just going to approach this together. They've got
Yeah,
it boxed in.
look at the
more or less.
patience from Alpha.
Perhaps faded away, but
Yeah, nicely
after
done.
that one shot gives him
Enough damage from FUT though to make this a big swing round. There's 2 kills. That is armor.
a few players surviving.
Armor
It
reback.
got close to being much more costly.
Yeah, I think the only thing that worries me a bit is just, I guess Yedegesh is going to have to play with a pistol into this next round, which
Yeah, 1 player.
I guess with him being on the lurk a lot of the time, it isn't the end of the world. Like, it won't be the worst case, but... Oh, I guess not, actually. We're going to juggle some weaponry around, get him a Bulldog instead, and... Does leave him, I believe, without an alarm bot, but... Again, it's not really the end of the world. A decent resurgence already from Fnatic, getting that 3rd round onto the board, of course, in
Yeah, giant rounds. I mean,
the match versus Heretics. They managed
whoa.
to win both pistols of one of the maps
These
and still
two.
not take it over the
Am I
line.
PC
So
lagging? What is this?
see if they can get themselves off of the races here. Because as I said,
Okay,
this
Leo
is the
managed
side
to
of
get the
map where
orb over
FUT
towards
normally
A. Didn't get
impeccable.
too punished for that.
You mentioned about those weaknesses, perhaps maybe Yedajay would be on a pistol. He's
Over
managed to get a
towards
bulldog
middle,
out of
break
this
the
with
alarm
light
bot.
shields and tucked himself
So
in
pressure on
to a corner
A,
that
pressure
might be left
middle.
unchecked by Fnatic. It depends if they
Jay
continue
looking
on
for a
this
reaction.
A side is left completely open for a retake. That means you often are going to want to start those early flanks. Grab that little bit of damage from behind. FUT are gearing up. And once they make noise on A,
When
that's
does
where the
Durka
decision
decide
has
to
be
do
made,
something?
But FUT are dragging their players back
Because his
instead.
teammates left
The
him.
steps, I don't think were heard by Durka, but he's
Incredible
taking his
timing.
time in the round
Like,
anyway, so
it
Durka
is
should catch him on
incredible.
the way through.
And this could be reads in
I believe
terms
it's
of
gonna have an
them doing
angle.
anti-strat, and it's like in 55 seconds they've always grouped and they're always hitting sight.
No, he's going to be able to walk all the way past.
Yeah, and the
Timing
turret
now becomes
spotting
everything.
middle. So
The rest of the
you
players
would
are
think that
fully
Durka wins
rotated.
this round.
Alpha's going to kick things off already, and Durka is slowly making his way out behind. That's Yedajay completely gone. They need to turn and fight. They need to clear this man, and they have other problems. It's now left all on to CNED. 29 HP. He's been fantastic, and for that matter, Fnatic aren't giving him anything. All sitting back, waiting for him to eventually go for that spike. And the second he taps it, you have to assume he'll be dead.
I mean, I don't think the Nano will be the one to do it. There's no shocks left, but just a clean shot from Alfier would have finished him. But CNED gets ahead of
Nice
it.
try from CNED.
Doesn't find anything
Shout out to
from
Durka. Shout out to
2-2.
potentially the anti.
Tied up.
I'm not
Nice
entirely sure.
even game early on. Fnatic had played some risks, leaving A lobby open, sending Durka through on the flank. But the real problem here for FUT, the fact that Yedajay's turret is not catching that flank, that Durka is able to walk up completely unaware on the side of FUT. You can see that they're focused forward. Oh, the fact that you had the snake bite as well with the shock dart.
Yeah, Utah dump is good.
It's also interesting to think where he may have placed his alarm ball, because he didn't have it in that round. So maybe he would have placed it just outside A if they were going to flank. It's a piece of utility that was missing. We'll never really know. Might have just been used in mid instead. For now,
Do they not use their
their
alarm bot like
Fnatic
Fnatic
problems.
over here when they go aggro?
Seems like Durka's going to play that a little bit more aggressive.
I didn't check it though.
Try and spot someone over the top. It's an opportunity for him to
Okay, so the
farm
big
up.
swing round
Second blade
is
sword. First
taken
one not having mass
by
effect.
Fnatic, and they are. Dude, this next Byron's gonna be nice though.
Well, for FUT,
Next Byron could be
The attention
really
is
good.
clear.
If UJ and Cracks get
gonna go
some
for a little
kills
bit
or
of
get some
fake
orbs,
info sold on B. Some utility
keep an eye on
destroyed
CNED,
Yedajay
obviously.
as the rest of the squad
Yeah,
gears up
'cause
for this push.
guy's a beast.
CNED's Blade Storm is the main point man, and it's being shut down. But Leo falls, and damage is done to Durka. Even with the decay fading, you can see his HP is very low. 50, in fact. Those Sheriffs will be smiling at that. And in fact, it's about, wow, doesn't even matter. The body shot not connected. Clean headshot from Yedajay, and now a 4v2.
I mean,
This
how
was
do
a
you
round that
retake
didn't
this?
look favored in, and now there's a lockdown in play for Yedajay. At this
Yeah,
point,
you could. Yeah,
they
it's
should have the round in the bag,
a
and
CNED
with that
classic
ult
though, man.
expanded, I don't see a
CNED
way
is,
back in
dude.
for
CNED
Fnatic.
looks so
They'll
much
have
better
to
in this
push
team. It's
here
so
and now
nice.
to take it
I
down.
hated
Wow.
watching him on Navi.
That more or less seals your fate.
Maybe
Shot
he
through
should
with
have gone.
smoke.
Maybe he should have gone with the Sheriff in the last round. It seems like it's working out for Yedajay. One of the players definitely up there in terms of the rookies. Again, he doesn't feel
Thing
like
is, it's a big.
this is a rookie year within the VCT. He has been
Like you
superb.
got to give him a lot of respect. It feels like
But
in
now
a
it comes down
team.
to Alpha
Like you
and
got to
whether or
just
not he can
literally be
hold on.
like, you can do what
Let's
you
go.
want 80% of the
Financially,
time.
Not the greatest spot for Fnatic
I
in
don't think
the
that
next round, but
works
they should
in-
be able to get a purchase.
I mean, it doesn't work in every
It's the
team.
thrifty for FUT that will get them the lead back in their
He definitely
favor.
wins you more rounds
Again,
than
though,
he
you
loses.
just see the sort of
Like
individual
by a long way.
brilliance. So that's a man of class right there. I am a big fan of the FUT bundle, I'll be honest.
And the player card is, it's beautiful. There was a reveal indeed. Yeah, impossible for Boaster to do anything about that. Well, 3-2 for the side of FUT. Not a bad start, has to be said. Pistol and follow-up under their belt. Good responses from Fnatic, able to shut them down and presumably take the lead. But that lead then stolen by FUT.
Got a
Now leaves them in a
giant
position where their opponents don't have a lot to work
giant
with.
amount of
Some
money
Sheriff,
after
a
that.
Stinger,
They go for a
Hunter's
Molly
Fury,
shock to
unlikely
break
be
the normal
used in this
turret. We
position.
get a recon close.
Chronicle one away from a res, should have that online for the next buy round.
Basically, whoa.
To find big value with these
Did he
weaker
take
weapons.
away his
Durka's
alarm
one of
bot,
the
or did it
players who
just
has
get
a
shocked?
rifle in a nasty position if left unchecked.
It's just whether or not he pushes up first. Yedajay normally very patient from these spots, and with the rest of the team making so much noise, well, it is going to be Durka to take the majority of the damage. Has to fall off. There will be a
Looks like
heal
FUT have done their
available,
research.
it's not going to be the end of the world.
Pretty sure that was a shock
Now
dart.
actually the rest of the team on the defensive side are hightailing it towards this B site. And a captain just going to tank the damage. Almost taken out by the shock dart, but it is
Yeah,
just a
and
millisecond
this is
too late.
definitely doable for Fnatic. We've got the wall for the retake. We've got a Killjoy standoff over towards A.
Viper's wall still online. Yedajay, despite the plan, is still on the other side of the map. And long ago, Alphayer spotted this alarm bot. He knows there's a player around here, and it hasn't been deactivated. That's a great Hunter's Fury. Little bit of damage done.
Alpha on top of this, ult goes in. Again, it is chaos for the wall.
Looking to retake this site together. No lockdown to work with to push these players way back. Instead, they've got to do it with rifles. CNET finds the first good headshot from Mr. Fallen. They're all low, but it doesn't seem to matter. Alphayer has it all to do, and with 2 players to drop and time against him, there is nothing he can do about it. Out of there to save on mid. And a 4th round secured by FUT.
Again, just being able to walk into that B site. I think Fnatic, they
Two
have
in,
the right
yeah,
idea. Again, we
hitting some
talk about
shots.
when not having that Sage Wall,
You
when
know,
you don't
back to
have
2021
even
form.
Harbor Cove or anything to really try and deny.
Yeah, we were talking the other day about like top 10 lists. I think he has to be on the top 10 these days. And you just completely ignore all of last year.
That round really could have gone anyway. Even still, though, it wasn't a massive investment from the side of Fnatic, so they are going to be coming back in with rifles, a couple of ults to
He's
play
top
with.
3. Well, let's not get too carried away. There's, in the
See
whole
as well
world,
with a couple of those ults close,
he's doing
they had
great.
the idea to try and
Top 3 in
deny
EMEA.
anybody
Okay, I'll
going
take
for
that.
orb.
Current form, yeah.
Lockdown for Alpha.
Yeah. I was thinking more like the 8th to 10th place of my top 10. Top 3 is the top. I mean, there's top 3 potential, but still very early.
The read made by Fnatic is towards the A side. They can play retake, of course.
We've got an ult to cancel the ult. Knife goes in, and this is literally just CNED prodding the site. They insert CNED into this corner. He needs to be careful because when he looks left like that, his gun shows to anyone's screens. Well, that'll also spot him.
This is a big danger for CNED because he's got no support. It will sell the fake.
He's so committed, and they put the wall in here. They're still holding 4 people close. It's nice to see a different strat on Icebox, though.
The whole plan was to just try and have seen it there a little bit
Dude,
longer.
FUT have
It
been
doesn't
working
matter, though.
hard on this
Both
one.
of those
They've
for the
come in
flank tries to stop them
prepped,
getting in.
even know how they like to
And
play in
instead it
terms of
goes down.
ecos, and we got new stuff like this where they're inciting one literally on the A side itself.
So now a little bit dangerous. Now they do have the res, and he was in a position where they can get him back and defend
Viper
him.
ult
They'll
goes
keep
in. We're
that
gonna have to keep an
advantage
eye
for a little bit
on
longer, but they need to take
Alpha.
some space, and, well,
There's a
it didn't last
chance
long at all.
this
Mr.
plant
Fallen
is
immediately on the trade.
2
Alpha again
forwards.
deals with his Turkish counterpart. Back
That
into
looks
mid.
alright.
Even still, though, if he's going to use that lockdown, he needs to use it soon. Needs
Okay,
to try
last
and clear
molly
them out.
goes
They're
in for
trying to just
Atom.
run through this pit, and they're taking so much damage as they do it. Getting
They've
in
got a
towards
wall.
that plant's going to be so difficult. Alpha not far away, though. Finds the first kill, but there's still so
Wall
much more to
diffuse
go.
is
They're
on
that
time.
defusal, though. They're sticking it all the
No.
way, but out of captain again. He just seems to do everything. The second he's within this
No
pit,
way, man. He did it again.
he's
Didn't he do
Red
this
Bull
last time on
once
Icebox
more,
with
and
with his ult?
on the B side, in that pit, just seems invincible.
And he had the
They
shorty.
saved the wall just for that, for the post plant. They could have used it initially when the res comes through, but Boaster was sold out. And for what? Ultimately, a couple of seconds in, the difference even less. But Ada Captain able to pull this one back. And despite the fact that
The Killjoy, yeah, the
this
KO
man,
was
this
perfect
lunatic
timing.
Alphayer was running through 1 HP, headshotting the first, taking another.
That's the unfortunate truth, is I think that because he's fighting the player further back, Adacaptain runs past him and breaks the wall. That's the only reason he's
Still
able to
got
win that
broken.
round. But do you remember the round with the Classic we saw earlier in the tournament? Adacaptain in that pit.
But they're
He's
so
just
prepped
devastating.
though. They're so
Alpha,
prepped and they're
though,
winning a lot of the
that
clutch
hero
close
rifle
rounds.
Has kicked off the round with a bang. Been able to find the
It's
opener
a
onto the
solid
danger
mix of
man
everything
last
at the
round.
moment from FUT. Individuals, prep.
He just walks up.
Nice.
Like a lot of the time, he literally just walks into a position. No
Got
respect
some new strats as well.
for the opponents or their utility. But I do think Fnatic are almost gifting that space at this point.
This
I think it's
is
a large reason why
Giant
CNED
from
is going so
Boaster.
aggressive in at least
And
the
I
last
guess
couple
he shot a
rounds, just knowing
turret.
lockdowns in play, they're going to play retakes.
Because
This is what
UJ is
always
hard
happens.
locked
Good
on
shock
this, so
dart for a bit
Boaster
of
should go
damage.
down.
Tickled them up.
Yeah.
Shot not hit by Boaster. As Yedege is able to find one on the flank. Hunter's Fury put through.
No way. He was shooting the ult and he got a kill.
Has himself the blade. Stormin is going up close. Needs to be a big man in this round. 3 players around that corner. Isolating the first, but the turret's tagging him up, slowing him down. Not able to get around in time. Cracks ready to push forward as the utility fires in, confirming there's no diffuse. There's no pressure on the side of FUT just yet. Great shock dart. That's got Mr. falling down. Numbers are looking a little bit more manageable, a little bit more doable as Leo rounds the corner. He needs to find Yedege. And the timer's already ticking so far. 3 kills for Yedege in this round.
He's just
6
tapping his
on the board
crouch
for FUT.
during the
and
duel.
attack side is living up to expectations.
Yeah, they've always been good from these scenarios. I will say, though, there's been so many of these rounds that are just desperately close. Like, real opportunities for Fnatic to bring it back. And, well, Leo was the one in this. He's been a little bit quieter. He's had some of the best performances of anybody when it comes to the playoffs. For now, though, Fnatic, they're back with their pauses, Mitch, and we all know how dangerous that
It was a good
Yes,
eco.
yes.
It was
Coming
a
out of
good
these,
eco.
it's not easy to take a dub, is it? They just had an eco round there. Came close. And for the side of Fnatic, they can be relatively happy with that. Building blocks that they can now look to, well, build on. For this side, on the attack, though, I don't think they're going to be too afraid. That lockdown used up a lot of ultimates burned by Fnatic in that round to kind of bridge the gap in the economy, and it doesn't work out. FUT still a lot of credits in the back pocket. No ultis online, but a Viper's Pit for Boaster.
Does UGA have the champions,
Just
buddy?
look at
They're
how aggressive Alfier was inside a pit. You've got 5
they're on
players
the
other
tournament
side
client,
that
so
same
everything's
mentality.
unlocked.
It's more so where would you place it? Because on this map, a lot of the time you're going to try and use it.
I think
to
there's a rule
deny
that you're not meant to
map
use it,
control.
but
So maybe you place it outside B.
I don't think it's
Cned's
a
going
big
over
deal.
that. Yep. Or they go through mid.
There probably should be
And
something
you
in
place
place.
it on
but-
A, they're definitely going over it. Like, there's no doubt that FUT are not afraid.
It's my top
to try
10
and
players. I
fracture
don't know,
that.
man. I need time for
way-
that stuff. I need to sit down
6 and
and
2
just
up.
think for a
Bear
while.
in
It's
mind,
not
this
like
is
a
where
it's like an
Fnatic
off the
wanted to
bat
take the
reel
map
out
ball
10 players
initially.
because I'm
Now,
gonna
a lot of the time in
miss
best
some
of fives,
people.
you are going to try and play
and
with the
I'm gonna
minds of the
play some
opponent.
wrong.
You might not necessarily put your best
I
map
need-
first. I would say you normally want that.
I'll do a
around the
video at one
third,
point,
so
chat. It's
that-
fine. We've
that's
got
where
Shanghai
Bree
coming
sits,
up.
and that is
We'll
where
do a
Fnatic
video.
have looked their
I think we're
best for
doing
the
something similar on
majority
Plat
of the
Chat as
season.
well at one point.
Nonetheless,
week.
if they get slaughtered
This
by
week?
FUT
Next week?
in their
What day are we
first
on?
choice, that would be
Saturday.
scary.
Yeah.
Oh, the pressure's on for Durka again. Caught off guard by a little jump scare.
I want to say I can't remember what day it is.
Up in play. Not the easiest weapon to use in these close range fights.
It might be
Tracking out,
Wednesday or
creating
something,
a little
Plat
bit
Chat.
more
I can't
distance.
remember.
Lots of support on the A side this time. If CNED decides to just go walking up, he will meet much more resistance than previously, and it starts with that offset. He just domes through the wall as well.
What is that?
What little cover Durka had did not matter.
I tell you what
but
though,
good response from Chronicle.
even if he didn't get that
Keeps it
first kill, that
competitive.
other person's getting that kill.
44,
The timing
healing himself
of that
up, the rotates are
swing,
in.
the double swing here is...
The majority of what they'd have in post plants.
Bro,
the
this is
shot
looking
darts were
like
used
one
early
of
by
FUT's
Mr.
best
Farmer,
map.
and a captain's
Like from what I've
knockdown,
seen so
they're not gonna
far,
have any snake
do they not
bites.
just look
So it's not a
really
bad
together?
trade-out for Fnatic so far. I would almost expect, though, that this means that FUT are going to try and play a little bit more proactive in these plants. Again, the slows, the shock dart guarantees a little bit of extra damage. But Boaster's only just starting his rotation. He's incredibly far away.
Yeah, that Viper's Pit's going to be coming in very late if it is used on this side of the map. Gonna have to try to claim some space themselves. Wall is up. Chronicle fighting around the side of the Sage
Oh,
wall.
it's
now drops the
unlucky, man.
Vipers,
You should have
and
got
Chronicle's
seen it
in
there as
for a
well,
third.
falling.
He's not stopping either. Holding this angle around the side. Popping himself for a heal as the spike gets tapped on by the Nano. Have to wait that out, run the clock down. CNED pushing forward, grabs another. Now the pressure's on. These players starting to surround them. And the
Oh,
diffuser caught
Chronicle
down
got
to
off.
1 HP. Chronicle clinging
Then
on
didn't
for
stick
dear
this?
life. He's dropped, and CNED might just have this one in the bag. The time alone, the dash in, styling on Leo.
Hey, dude,
He
Fnatic
knew he
needs to have
had
some
it.
trust in their team. What's
The
going
Red Bull
on?
clutch. And a 7-2 scoreline now for FUT. The Fnatic pause didn't work out this time.
No, CNED was in the way. He's the one blocker to the Fnatic pause, it seems, and I think he's the mental block for the majority of teams, because it seemed like there were
Crouch.
options there
Crouch
for
below
Fnatic
the
to
bullet.
almost just get that diffused through, but they were desperately trying to just bait him into the fight, get him into that 2 versus 1. CNED doesn't fall for a damn thing throughout this round. First man in, last man out. 7-2 up now for the side of FUT.
That's so sick.
We are yet to see.
Was
any
them down
sort
to
of
another
response. The
eco?
problem for Fnatic is
Man, they're
that
playing
they've never
great.
been able to have any form of stable
I do think Fnatic should have had that.
I don't know how that knife hit.
No, I thought he was well and truly out of there. An easy refresh for CNED. He's now sat in a 5v4. Weaker weapons for Fnatic, like you said. They've never been able to find their footing in
They
terms of
insta
economy.
go back, and they've been hitting B so much on their anti-eco.
Making their way towards the A site, but leaving one behind. It's at a captain. Spotting for any further aggression. Remember, we've seen it before. Durka goes walk-ups and tries to clear out these angles. Now, we talked
like
about
this,
this
though.
Viper's pit too. And
Yeah,
now
they
we're
kind
just
of
gonna see
they know because they've done so much pressure over towards B that they can only be one person here. Yeah, the one bullet.
Could have been a clean and easy kill. The follow-up not there either. On the backside, Alpha Yair and Leo.
And then they
just
go back
arriving
after
to this
inserting one
chaos to
close.
back up
What's
their
going on here?
poster and realizing the play
They're
isn't coming
everywhere.
in there anymore. Lurk left out by Yedije, and the Lurk from Ada Captain from earlier on is now coming to a conclusion, but 3 health later, he's gonna have to bail out of here. No more fights for him as the spike makes its way to B. Fnatic gotta be scratching their heads as to what play they're looking at.
Yeah, and it's hard because the guys on site have to be wary of this guy, so they can't really go ahead and stop the plant. And Ata repositions 3 HP. Oh my god, he's still alive though. He's doing great things.
It takes Alpha peeking into
And they have
the
no
snake
idea
bite, but
about
he was
Yetsuji.
just the first Lurk. There's a second. Another player coming in from behind. Yedije has caused them so many issues just being in the right place at the right time. And it is almost identical to what we saw in the pistol round. But again, it's hard to tell if it's even going to matter. There's a second player here, and actually Alpha's round the kill, but he's still looking in front of him. Yedije so patient, and every single time
It's just a great round. Again, there's another good eco from Fnatic. It was winnable. Or it got like a little bit winnable.
What a game plan. I don't think that was the idea from the very start of the round. Send a player towards the B site. Sorry, send everybody to the B site, leave a lurker. Send everybody else to the A site, leave a lurker. Go back to B, and both lurkers find great success. A real annoyance of a round if you're on the side of Fnatic, because figuring out what FUT we're trying to do here was something that just wasn't accessible. That information couldn't have been secured until this very last moment, until the cards were on the table. They realized the mistake they've made. Now, we get back in after barriers have gone up, and FUT are playing aggressive, looking to get in the face of their opponents. Fnatic, who've got rifles to play with, and they're showing it. Durka with 1, but traded out by Yedije. Lockdown in play for
Killjoy
him,
ult,
but the Hunter's
over
Fury for
ult to
Leo
break
can
the
cancel that
Killjoy
out
ult.
easily.
You should run.
They wanna? Not even worth, right? Just let him have it and then ult spike.
Oh, Leo.
Look how on top everyone from Fnatic at the moment is. The fact they're getting lurked on.
Just being taken. It will allow for an afterplant timing here. It's going to be everything.
Yeah, and they're
actually,
aware
it
for
was
that
just used to
because they've been
deny
getting
that
lurked on
Catching
so
out
heavy.
Captain means there is no
Oh.
lurk this time around. And Yedije
Good
already
plant for
being
heaven.
tagged up. This is one of the best opportunities Fnatic have had.
Really smart to save that
Oh,
Hunter's
whoa.
Fury. Some of the players able to take fights on the back of it as well. The angles being cleared, the reveals. Lockdown 1 away for Alpha as well, but it won't get a chance to be used this time. He's got the orb, but
as
at
long
the
as
cost of
the
his life.
Sage-
Cracks revealed. They try to
Sage
deal with
is
him.
dead.
Yedije swings through, and he's back out of here. Then in goes Cracks for more. Boaster down. It's all on Leo. He knows where one player is, the second, a bit of a mystery, and even now they've changed positions. They've swapped it up. Yedije becomes
like, where
the
the hell is
defender
everyone?
on the back of the site as Leo, waltzing around, has no option to take down Mr. Fallen. He is safely tucked away. This couldn't have gone any worse. And at this point, the time
Yeah,
alone
I mean,
is going to seal
Yetsuji
his fate. Mr.
Yetsuji
Fallen
owned it on site.
gets ahead of that. 9-2. Attacking side.
Feels like the rounds are
Correct me if I'm
kind of
wrong,
close.
Fnatic won pistol and follow-up. Oh, sorry, no, it wasn't. They won the 3rd and 4th. So it's not 9 in a row, but it is 7. Either way, pretty damn strong scoreline.
About to flame. There's nothing really to flame. Like, I mean, Fnatic definitely some of the trades and stuff maybe should have come in. A few shots have been missed, but I don't know. FUT's been pretty good with how they've been playing this their whole entire macro. And there's been a lot of like 1v1s pretty much at the end. It hasn't been that bad. I think this is more just like a masterclass of FUT being heavy prepped.
Potential for 9-3 at the half. Would that be enough for Fnatic?
Like the only thing that can really kind of be mad about from Fnatic is like not hitting your shots as much, but I mean that happens sometimes.
Nice angle up top, but
You can
Leo
have, this is all we had to do.
be up on top of the railings. He's going through for more as well, swinging straight in to try and deny that planter, and he actually took down Krex as well. We got
damn, bro.
Fury,
Give him one more.
is the one with the real fury, and he's letting it out. FUT have only Mr. Fallen to try
Yeah, that's
to
what we had to
fight
do.
back
Say
through,
there
and
wasn't
of
hitting
course
some
it's
shots, and then he
Leo
gets 4 of
to
them.
land that. Finally, Fnatic
3.
are back
I mean,
on
we've
the
seen a
board
couple of
just
3
in time
9s.
for their 9-3.
Yeah, I guess that's one way to do it. Leo just said, screw it, I'll do it myself, and just took over the game
Yeah,
completely.
Leo's always good for
I
having
was telling you
one.
the highest rated player of the
He is
tournament.
always
or,
good for
sorry,
having one
playoffs
huge round
was Mr.
solo.
Fallen. Leo's a very close second. No surprises there. I think he was way out ahead of anybody until the loss to Heretics. 9-3 up though for FUT. Sure, we talk about comeback. Sure, we talk about Fnatic on their attack side, but I always feel like it's different when FUT are in this sort of form. Like, if they lose a
Chat,
game,
what's going on?
a lot of their games, they get 2-0'd when they lose because they're just not
Why
there.
you
The
guys
things
being all
they're
weird
trying
today?
aren't
What's
working.
happening here?
The aggressive plays, they're not hitting their shots.
Let people
That's
watch the
always
game.
A clear indicator it's going to be a bad day for FUT. Right now, well, Ada Captain's at the bottom of the board, and he single-handedly won them around in a clutch in a Viper's Pit. So everybody has been on form, CNET especially. And now he stops having to just walk into sights on his own, blind, and actually gets to try and be set up.
We've never had to do a sub mode for EMEA games. That's not a good sign. Is FNS not streaming or something?
Walking blind into a Durka op, headshots him through the wall.
Yeah.
You know, it's not like he struggles in those situations.
He's
but
top of the ball while doing that.
exactly, exactly. You got to be fearful up against this man. Well, big stack on the A site. B left that little bit more open, and it looks like Fnatic have made the right call.
Not streaming, bro. I can actually tell by the amount of people that are like flaming chat if he's streaming or not. It's kind of crazy.
Not for free, but in a pistol round.
FNS catching strays? Not at all. This guy's incredible. He's great. He's super entertaining. His commentary is always solid. More just that because he's entertaining, he gets like all the golds and silvers and stuff watching him. So people don't understand, just start flaming everyone. I think that unreal of the game. He doesn't have what I have, I don't think. Like I get second-hand embarrassment when I read some of the comments that people don't understand that they can't see the other team on the minimap. He doesn't have that, or he just doesn't read chat, which is probably the best way to handle it. Okay, so I mean it's 1 month pistols.
They needed a pistol, and they got it.
They found it. Yeah, Alfier's got to feel a little left out on that one. We went for a very late lurk. It could have been huge, but it's
but Bren, hello mate, how we doing?
Time around. Big kills by Durka as well, shutting down the initial attempt to make their way through. Look at that, so quick, and then even tagging up other players. This is what we like to see.
That is actually the crazy thing when looking at the scoreboard is you do really get the real picture of how this map has been.
You gold, but you get it. I mean, yeah, that's the thing. Like, you can be a low rank and get it as well. It feels like people lack the. Sometimes when watching, people lack that they don't have this info.
Well, that's
they got this right now.
all too often, and the punish is in from Alpha
Sometimes I think it would be better. I would actually love to see a game, see how many people flame when we had no minimap, and we had nothing through the walls here. It would be awful to watch, but I think the amount of flames would reduce by 90%. It would just all be about whiffing and stuff.
I think with the dart connecting onto them.
Jackie Boy, thank you so much for the prime, bro. Appreciate that. Thank you so much, bro.
From the side of FUT, you have to start questioning of if they will have now just completely rotated. The weaponry for FUT also, other than that, Marshall is awful. Like, there really isn't much to play with whatsoever. And FUT are yet to rotate back. That dart
yeah, that's the thing. I mean, even if you don't get it, it's nice and easy to just sit back and enjoy. Dude is hitting some shots right now, by the way. Yeah, this is getting a little bit scary.
CNET might not have hit his shots, but Ada Captain's getting every single one. But now, shut down, push from Leo, up atop the wall, Chronicle catches
They need to get one more kill, and it's a good amount of damage. It's a great recon.
Recovers a Marshall, but again, these close range angles, it's going to be difficult to find a victim to take down. Tough fights await him at every turn. The wall has to be broken open as well to give another angle. Damage. Really the objective for the side of FUT now. The shock dart good with Mr. Fallen down. Here's Yedijay's chance.
Would love that.
Just pixels away from the headshot that was needed to drop Chronicle, who I don't think is going to be peeking anymore.
No.
Leave that one to the teammates.
No, he's going to get himself a small amount of health back, but it definitely isn't worth it versus the Marshal. I think the time is what will eventually ruin this one for the side of FUT, and I imagine the plan here will probably be go down to the spike. Never mind, Mr. Fallen really wanted to take someone extra down.
Yeah, I am, Bren.
Fnatic continuing their climb. They'll at least keep 3 rifles alive as well, so it's not too bad.
Yeah, it's way too bright at the moment.
I think they're actually just
actual Kev with the Prime. Thank you so much, bro. I appreciate that.
CNET had to hit that opening shot. We have a different game on our hands. Different round in play. You can see he's upset by it. Gotta have a little extra twinge to it. With Alfier on the other side taking you down. He's currently top fragging the server. Hell of a game on that Killjoy, but 4 rounds. The difference between them. Early fight, I thought we were going to see Yenoje swinging up.
Okay, big buy rounds, and yeah, I mean, it's because they didn't get any more than 2 deaths. The bonus is incredible. It's basically just a full buy round. And they might dodge this recon because they're all behind this pillar. Are they going to get caught off, right?
But Dirk is already up close. Cracks only good for 1. The trade out from Fnatic good, although damage is done to Leo. This site now almost indefensible for FUT.
Even still, Mr. Fallen is there. CNED rotating in. It will leave Ada Captain as the lone defender, but FUT aren't just sitting back. They're not just waiting for Fnatic to rotate. They're starting to aggress through mid. However, this is where Alfia waits. It's going to depend on the timing, though. If the players are walking
and they're going to
across,
see the cross, but they're not going to expect Alpha close.
Now, Alpha looks to make his move. Time to perfection, even from Fnatic.
We've got 30 seconds. Ata has double molly. It is doable. It is very doable for Ata right now. Problem is he has no one covering his middle, so he might have to make like a committed play.
20 seconds now on the clock. They have to up the pace. That wall gives you that little bit of extra security. But Ada Captain up top. He's going to be swinging out. He's going to be looking for someone, and it's Boaster that's dropped. 3 versus 3.
Ooh, gets a little bit of info. Mr. Fallen should get this kill.
Players could be peeking him from top round.
Dude, he gets stinged.
Mr. Fallen with 1, and on his way around, Reveal. I think it's even being fired out from downtown.
Leo's one shot from this. I mean, they're both one shot.
The rest of FUT will wait for it. Indeed, there it is. Not catching any reveals, but hey, Mr. Fallen, 10 health. He'll go swinging into Chronicle, drop him with a headshot, and leave Leo in a very tough position. Back against the wall itself still to be broken, and as it opens up,
yeah, very nice from FUT. Fnatic did enough damage to make this a giant swing run.
On the outlaw, and double digits found by FUT, right back on the board. One step closer to
Asirios, thank you so much, man, with the Prime. Thank you for the 5 months, dude.
Some of the timing plays out. It's Alpha dropping that gun and then having to try and correct to take the fight. He does hit the headshot. That's the impressive thing about it. He's quick enough for the first shot, but the rest doesn't quite land.
Off the Sage wall. Dude, Sage is pretty good right now against the Gecko meta.
Mr. Fallen has been seen it there to close, and well, they'll double up what their opponents currently have.
Buff Sage in general, I'm telling you, Sage is, you might see more Sage.
Still somewhat of a bonus. You had a Bulldog in for Alpha, yeah, those were the weapons
Sage
that they
is
brought
decent
through,
right now.
so it isn't a death sentence just yet. If they win this one,
Sage is definitely one of the ways of countering a lot of the Gecko stuff.
Oh, very much so.
They do an aggro, Dizzy, you slow behind it so they can't get their ult back and just hold it. Wingman as well, just takes about 20 years to run through it.
Check the ult economy, a few close, but not likely to even be this round.
When you're in a kind of pop flash meta, Sage is pretty decent. People could lean into it a bit more. That is ridiculously bold. It's a massive swing round, and he takes just a risk through his own smoke. No, I mean I don't even.
He was about to take so much space for the team.
I've got no words for it.
Seems so that they've at least
it's cool that he's got the confidence to do
they
it.
have a man disadvantage, but they are going to be able to get into an afterplan. Alpha, his position, it seems like it's being looked for. It doesn't matter though. The first 2 shots go his way, and the third
That's a beast move, man. Beast move by him. What a time to show up as well. Yeah, and this is going to be eco for these.
Play for the advantages. Zil 2 trying to make their way back in, but this is where all that post plant util can be expended still, having a shock dart available as well, and the rest just sitting so passively. Yedajay tries his best, but Leo and Chronicle will close out that round. They won't be the heroes of it though.
No, I think you got to give props to Alpha here, not least because he's
The
top
KO knife? Yeah, but they could have been more here, right? That was a while ago.
After this lunatic just goes walking through an orb. How Alpha corrects for the second, even expects the third. Positioning perfectly down below, and yeah, Cracks will get him in the end, but the damage was done. The round was already lost for FUT. Now a 4-round gap, and the credits in the bin for the defensive side. Fnatic might just be on their way back in as we're looking
Yeah, they're
at
doing
a
that thing
10-7
again,
scoreline.
at least making it close.
Short of a miracle out of FUT.
Okay,
The
knife hits a
reality
lot
is,
again.
we have
This time they go
established
aggro. We got
in
no
playoffs,
guns. It was a hard
33%
reset of the
rounds they win.
econ.
In
But the
regulation, I
sheriff,
think it was
that's it.
fire.
There goes the sheriff.
It definitely was at the beginning of the season, that's for sure. But I think it was something.
Okay, we need to keep an eye on Alpha getting kills.
I think that stat went down.
Atta would like a kill or an orb.
And against a team like Fnatic, you expect that this round's going to be converted. A lot of ultimates available for them, and they're just
Alpha picks up the orb as well for next round, not
There's
this.
going to be players in awkward positions. The wall's even going to help them out. Cracks had a moment, had a chance, had a little bit of space. But Durka is guarding the crowd here in Berlin, willing him on to go for the ace, but I think Yedajay is already looking to just play for his death, going down to the spike. He's actually been caught by Chronicle instead. Now Alpha can only hope to try and get himself 4, and even that won't happen. Leo will steal it away, but they won't mind. And Andaluthia flawless.
A win's a win at the end of the day. What do we see on that KC board?
Jinxed Mev as well with the prime. Thank you very much, man. Welcome into the Slug Club. Thanks for the prime.
Mission accomplished, boys. But 3-round gap now for Fnatic. Ults coming online as well. And confidence certainly at an all-time high for this squad. We know that 9-3 scoreline has come back to haunt many a team. FUT, though, seem to be the least likely to give away a lead like that, in my mind. See if that comes to fruition. Who's this by round? I don't want to talk about it, Tom.
Hey, yeah, dude, it's the recon that lands here. Oh!
So for FUT, looking for their 11th round, and Hunter's Fury put
The brand new
through.
recon
was beautiful.
landed
a little
here.
Bit of info and some damage on the back.
It's mainly to give space. The pop flash is good. The spray not so much. The flash had to be amazing for him to get out of there with one. CNET's still here.
Ooh.
Shot not connected. I don't know how he manages to even get out of there on the edge.
A lot of pressure though, and they get the ult out of them, and yeah, the little cutter sound means that the rotate goes in.
As a freebie and a captain not wanting to try and retain that
The problem with Atta here is he's done this ult so much, and he's hidden this little cubby pretty much every time I've seen him use an ult. So I think he thinks it's too readable.
This seems like it almost has to be an afterplan for Fnatic now.
Because it can literally just get spammed from this angle.
Captain and CNET are both so low. Maybe Yedajay just goes walking through a few poison orbs. You never know with that man. Safe spot.
30 seconds left.
Boaster wants it, so it's nice and open for Heaven.
Leo double shock, Alpha 1 molly.
The off in play, but the HP does make me very worried. With other teams, I would
Missed
think
the T1 game.
they don't get a pick soon,
You
they
talking
go
about
for save, but I've
Lotus?
seen this
I think they were
one
just
play
trying
before,
something.
and I
They were
know
trying
FUT won't
to.
give this up
It was
without a
paper X at
serious
home,
fight.
basically.
Alfier tries his best to grab one. The shots don't land. Ada Captain's around the back. Good damage, but then Leo steps up to the plate.
They were trying the
Serves as a bait as Alpha walks around clueless.
They were
and
trying the
Leo
paper
saves
X.
the day.
Oh, this round was whiffy from FUT.
Yeah, this round wasn't great.
The initial battle.
I mean, even this was whiffy,
It
right?
was such a good flash, and just I didn't want to see that again.
Yeah,
And
the
then at
commit
end
to
for
the
Ada
spray.
Captain, I guess caught in two minds. The first shot was so clean, but wasn't able to capitalize. Fnatic kind of get away with one there, but
So cool.
they're not gonna mind.
He's so cool. You hit those shots, you save your teammate. Yeah, nice, nice. Good little casual fist bumps. Just another day at the office. I suppose for this guy it is.
He was like, yeah, 5 out of 10 round.
Could have gotten it quicker. Adjustment was slow. Well, first few shots not going to land for Alpha, but look at the weaponry he's up against. It's only a Sheriff on CNET.
This is also just a massive pace change from Fnatic. They've been slow, methodical in pretty much all of these rounds.
What is this?
Such an awkward fight. I guess they realize, okay, the plant is down. We kind of have to scurry back towards that side, leave Alfia in an awkward spot. He's got Leo to even help him at this stage. And while Durka...
Yeah, and I mean, their money's great. It doesn't even matter about keeping it clean. Confidence would be good, though.
Even looking for a little bit more. Not going to be the ace again, but he's getting
The confidence would be really good. It feels like this team can do those kind of rounds.
If you weren't worried as a FUT fan before, you definitely should be now.
Well, Fnatic won round 3 and 4, and then there was a streak of rounds for FUT. In this half, FUT win round 3. They can't get the 4th on the board. Fnatic answer back that little bit quicker. And now, there's only a 1-round gap with a pause called by FUT. Last time, they were able to still claim the round. But we know those Fnatic pauses, even those pauses from any team up against Fnatic, can give them the competitive edge. They come in with a res and a Viper's Pit to work around. FUT one away from Bladestorm on CNET. They want an operator. Null Command, Hunter's Fury. This could be a
And this big
round
leads.
for
I
either
mean, they've
side.
only won a round
Very
when.
pivotal one.
I mean, it was
Fnatic
basically
winning
a
this
full buy.
likely gives them the lead.
We'll give them a
from
full
there,
buy. We'll be generous.
They don't usually let it slip.
That's it.
No,
Cena gets
and
the
thing
op out.
is, every member of
Got some nice
Fnatic
ults.
has been firing.
They got some. It's a good time for a timeout as well. I mean, they have to eco if they lose this next one. They'll double ults.
We haven't seen as much from
They're far away
Cena
from
in
like the
the
big
second
ults to
half.
get them
He
map
was-
control.
I think he had 14 kills in the first, if I'm not mistaken.
Sounds about right.
So I'm now looking at that operator because it hasn't really been in the right place at the right time. It's normally been in a rotational spot. And unfortunately, looking at the map, that might be the case again. He's going to be man in the B site. But for now, at least, Fnatic sit outside A. Now, obviously, the way they've been playing most of their rounds have been defaulty, have been patient. So the expectation is just because they start on this side doesn't necessarily mean they'll end there.
Fairly spread out across the board for Fnatic. Reveal on B.
Econ
early,
doesn't
but
get shot.
presence on A.
Nice.
Like you said.
Yeah, so they at
almost
least
free to
think
go
that
back
no
in
one's
the direction.
close.
I much prefer
They
this
should be
turret
expecting
that
an
you
op.
see out of Alfia than what we saw earlier. Yedajay's was just a little bit too tunnel visioned with the new turret.
Take flight.
Really
Needs
knew
a
it
spot.
anymore, but the current turret setup.
That's a good.
Nice dash
Ooh.
out of Durka. There was no one to defend.
Worth though.
Frax comes around the corner
And
at
they
the
can
wrong
catch him
time.
off. All gets
Just a little
popped.
bit too late.
And does
At least
anyone
Durka
risk
is
going
traded out,
through the
but with that
wall with
res
no
in play,
util?
if they can claim the space on that attacking side, Durka can be brought right back into the game, and giving him a second lease of life is a terrifying thought.
Everyone's got a plan
So
around the
early in
res
round
here.
as well, that even though the null command
The problem
finds
is
time for a
the
rotation,
res
Fnatic
is
aren't gonna push
on
without
top
having
of the box, like the
the
easiest
utility.
place to duel.
It's gone by the time they actually go to move. There is that res.
I say there's
They'll
no one
keep him in
duels.
play. Chronicle's the one that's
Spike
lost instead,
down
though.
A.
Maybe not the trade out they would have wanted. Alpha also just holding. CNED's operator plays no part. And again, with the advantages, okay, again, the time is starting to tick a little bit low, but I don't even know if there's going to be anyone that's able to stop them. Viper's
30
Pit
seconds left.
put in immediately. Plant.
Yeah, all before the
Isn't gonna be
plant though.
stopped.
Does it
But
backfire?
trying
They
to
get a lot of
get
space
around
from
the
this.
site. Maybe find something on the spams, but there is counters. There are other players. Yedajay's done well. Cracks. He's there too. In fact, he's going to find another one. And
Yeah,
now the
this is
IGL
the issue
has
with this
absolutely
ult.
everything to do. He's found a gap around the edge. Knows that out of captives
Big
within this
1v3.
corner. Still has his pit to play with. Still in an elevated position. A surprise that maybe FUT won't expect, especially if they go through. That's another that he's found. Leaving it down to just one. And Yedajay right now, within that pit, is so desperately low on HP. The time is ticking, and they've just missed each other, just by a millimeter. That's all it really takes. Boaster may have won this
Whoa.
just off the time. It's not pretty,
Good time,
though.
right?
But I don't think
Yeah,
there's
nicely
enough
done.
time on the clock. It won't matter in the end.
Yeah. Played it great. Played it really, really good. Got a very... Sometimes the amount of time... I mean, when you plant before the pit, the amount of times that teams are just taking that space because everyone turtles up into the pit, it's been backfiring a lot. This was a huge round.
Honestly, like, I felt like every Fnatic fan must have like cardiac problems. Like,
We joked about this for a
Speedy
long
Speed,
time, but
123.
it is
Thank you so much,
genuinely
man.
getting ridiculous.
Another Fnatic game, another Fnatic comeback. Yeah, pretty much.
consistently
Looking like it.
inconsistent
Cyril
have
with the
to have
15
you
months as
compete.
well. Thank you for the support, bro.
And it's not like, oh yeah, their attack side's great, but they
And that forced them
always suck
down
at the
to
deep. No, there's always a
eco,
swap
right?
up.
Yeah,
One day they'll be
pretty
great on the
much.
defense, the next they'll get 3 rounds and then come in and win every attacking round.
From 9-3 to
I pity the
10-10.
Fnatic fans. My God, their cardiologist must be making bank. FUT, 3 ultis in this round and a scrappy buy. Some potential to make this one work, but it will be tough.
CNED again is the focal point. His operator denied by Althea in the last round. Back to this slow default. The thing is, the executions within the A site from Fnatic have been nigh on perfect, but then again, they've barely lost a round, so that's not really saying much. Everything they've done has worked. And a captain up close always makes me nervous. Even with a classic, Mitch, this guy is dirty.
I'm already getting flashbacks, Tom. No need to bring it up. See with the Stinger, 20 bullets to work with. There's the drone, and oh, so close.
But that's how you do it.
But the Hunter's Fury is chasing down this final kill. Damage
All
done.
invested.
Boasted it was
UTJ's here
Chronicle
so
down.
early.
Well, he's being healed up, but down low. No
What a
shield.
shot.
Dirk, a nice
Wait,
shot.
what a
Follow
shot.
up. He suspects that Yedege will be close somehow. Either that or the reaction is lightning
Yeah,
fast.
that shot on CNED is legit.
I also want to see what he did to CNED. It seemed like he was just tapping a bullet somewhere, but CNED was gone. Just a
Yeah,
moment
CNED
later.
went for
I don't know if
updraft.
he was updrafting
So he
maybe,
was pretty high
try and
up.
Find something with that blade storm. Either way, this round looks over. Mr. Farland and cracks.
remaining.
Well,
And
just not missing anything.
lovely
That's one
rounds,
of the
man. He might be
cleanest
back.
4Ks I think I've ever seen it. Hey, guess what? It's another
And they
another
invested
sea of
double ult into
bullets.
it.
But, you know, CNED did pretty well on the attack side, Jet. So Dirk just came in. I guess he took that as a
Yeah,
challenge.
check this shot.
27 and 18.
What?
Yeah. Now that
Enemy remaining.
this guy needs to be stopped. I don't know who can do it. Maybe an internet provider if we were back in the old days. There's no way. 11 to 10 from a 9-3 deficit. 2 rounds now to take it across the line.
And if it's last chance, really, money-wise.
Bonuses. It's fair to say. But it is still leaving them with some lighter shields across the board. Ult in play for Yedege. But my goodness, this needs to be one hell of a recovery from this defensive side that are now somehow losing favor. It's Fnatic that look to close out their map pick.
Get out of my way.
Oh, this was always a Durka map. Go all the way back to at first Reykjavik, and this was the man everybody was watching out for. Funnily enough, him and Tens. Tens in a slightly different role now, but Durk is still alive and kicking as that Jet. The presence here from FUT isn't bad, but bear in mind, I've said that a lot.
A little fake dash out of Dirk. Blade Storm and Rifle to play with lots of players here from FUT. This is their best chance. I mean, they've correctly read the
I mean,
stack.
they have
They've
4
even got a
people, yeah.
lurker being spotted. Boaster not going to get away with any menacing plays on B. Looking forward to the A site. Ada Captain tucks himself away. There's a bait up top. Mr. Fallen has to be careful not to overextend. Same for Yedege. Alphayer has been in this
This is one of the
position
issues
before.
with the AWP.
He's here again.
Might be a
waiting
little
for
bit
an
harder
overpeak. There's
because
Chronicle drop from the off
when
angle.
Liquid,
Wall
sorry,
covers the
when
retreat. Leo is falling
let's
as
wait for the
well.
duel at middle
Spike
first.
down on the floor. 4 players close by. Poster sneaking up through kitchen, but he doesn't land the kill. Nice damage by Durka with Yedege down. He might have bought space for them to plant, but the run in from cracks, dropping Alphayer. And although he'll fall to Durka, it's a
So
quick
the problem with the
response
AWP
from
here is when
Captain.
Fnatic normally go for their
11
wall off
rounds, and Fnatic
into
finally
sight,
face a challenge.
they normally save the alarm bot
They're
to
so
help
good
get
until
them
they're in the
info
lead.
and to know if someone's close, and then they have pro scores off
That's
of
what it
it.
is.
So
And somehow the
when
second
Alpha
they're
ops,
in
although
front,
it was great for the
they
pick
immediately lose a
earlier,
round. Good round from Ada
they
Captain. Not
struggle a
spotted
little bit.
within
So
that
you can
close
see him
corner.
by
That's the
rifle here.
difference maker. Dropping Chronicle
You can
again.
see
The
him
second
by
that
rifle, and if
spike's
they
on
go
the
back
ground,
A,
the
you'll
second
see
that
him go
wall is
aggro with the
broken,
alarm bot.
things always seem to get a little bit more chaotic, and that is where FUT have always thrived. The man with the strongest vocal cords in all of the VCT,
I don't know how this
including
will hold, man.
commentators.
Yeah, I really don't know
It'd
how
be
they're
cool if we
holding
actually
it.
see him go A
Ulysses
and see if
need
we
like a
see the
shout.
alarm bot over
That could be
towards here. That
interesting,
helps
actually.
them
Well,
flood
next time
rounds.
we get them out here, let's get them both mic'd up.
Might be a perfect
See if
example of what we're
pop the
saying.
I don't want that
first.
played in my ears.
No.
I want to be outside the building.
Okay,
I wanna play it in the
11-11.
arena and put a wine glass down on the stage. Who can shatter it first? I don't know who my money's on. I don't know who my money's on in this fight either. Durka and
Who?
CNED, but there's backup of cracks as well. Dangerous players for FUT. The
CNED.
first man through
That
is
is
the one to
fast.
find the kill. Durka dropped, and for FUT, this opening duel
Durka's
is
on
so
29.
valuable. They finally get an early round lead at 11 to 11.
Yeah, if Durka got that kill, it would
Yeah,
have
here
been
we go.
his 30th. He's
Over
been
towards
truly
left in the heel
unstoppable.
armbot
Alpha,
steep.
though,
Wait, he's
has managed
descending
to
it?
Find a gap. It does seem like it's being watched though.
Oh,
And
that's
he did not expect anybody
that's
to
so
be
crazy to do when your own team smoke is up.
Nice work from Boaster though. Channeled is in a Durka for this round. Even
Yeah,
still,
Lambot would have been
Crax
nice.
is alive and kicking. Leo left in a clutch once again. He's exactly the man you'd want. Already bringing home a couple for the team, but this would have to be one of the best.
Yeah, I can't believe he didn't even look. Hydrate, dude. I've been hydrating.
Spike as well.
I'm gonna overhydrate.
The only thing that matters here is playing it together
There you go.
for CNET and Mr. Fallen. Trading out.
30 seconds left.
It's the only way Leo wins these clutches.
My ult is revealing
Isolating a duel, finding a free kill, that's what he needs. They know roughly where he was. The spike plant gave that away. And I don't know that there's a correct decision for him here. The good thing is he'll hear
Yeah,
the
I mean,
drop
maybe.
once these players
Playing it well.
below.
Ah, that recon's a
Needs
nightmare.
to be shot almost immediately, and it's not. They have his position, they drop in. Oh, two different angles, perhaps an opportunity, but now they're together, moving towards the spike. One will tap it, but both will swing, and they'll find the kill
This is a
onto Leo.
solid
The
round from
lead
CNET.
is claimed back at the last possible moment. 12
Yeah,
to
and maybe a
11,
bit of
and
miscommunication,
one round
because I swear
to
Alpha
close
isn't doing
out
this if he
Fnatic's
knows
map
that
pick
smoke's up.
after an incredible comeback.
It'd probably be the fakest comeback
unless
of all
they-
time if they let this one slip away.
Unless they think that
Foot
no one's
found
close there and there's some
an extra
util to
gear
clear
right
it
at
that I
the end.
missed, but...
And that's the thing, there was still moments. Boaster's double.
Oh, it's a
Crax
bad
finds
wall
the
as well.
tiniest of angles. It's in the name.
Yeah,
And now
a crack in the wall.
they even managed to shut down Leo. And that's the thing, you could see the respect that was being paid. That is a team that knows who was standing on the other side. The Nordic god that stood before them fell. And the Titan of FUT now looks to try and put that first map on the board. And that's the thing, you look at these first three maps. Bind has always been one.
Couple of
Fnatic has been
mistakes
happy
cost
to
them that
play.
one.
We've seen that with up and down performances throughout the season. The Breeze has been an incredible map for them, but the one time that it was played by CNED, he basically created a frag reel, so... there is
Actually,
no
the
safe
fake
map.
comeback.
I feel for either of these
So
teams, this
devastating.
first one genuinely could make a
Got
big difference.
Sova
I
to
think even the fact
cancel
that, bear in mind,
Killjoy ult.
the ban from FUT was Lotus, a map that they beat them on in OT last time. They were like, nah, we're not doing that again. It genuinely is just the respect being shown between the two teams. And also the fact that they lost it, I guess, maybe didn't have time to change things up. It is a brutal playoff stage. Even still, though, this pause is going to be one that they have to come up with something new.
How many times
This is,
seen that
I mean, it's a lot of
squad of
ults.
Fnatic go to the OTs on
Ult
Lotus
to
and
cancel
see
the
if it's
ult that would cancel their ult.
in their futures here on Icebox as well. The only thing about Lotus is they always lose the OTs.
That's the funny thing. I think at kickoff they probably
Do you
had
not
the
think
lead
someone
in this
crossed
fight.
because the turret didn't
I
fire?
think in split one, they've definitely had the most. I don't even think it's comparable to anyone else. This round is everything.
Oh, God,
though.
they think no one
It
crossed.
goes to OT. It's anyone's game. FUT are going to want to close it here and now.
And
and
the
in
alarm
terms of
bot's
ults,
over
they are
towards
stacked.
A.
No command, lockdown, Viper's Pit. Sure, there's a Hunter's Fury on the other side, but nothing else is even remotely close. And you can see Fnatic have gone right back to this slower, tempered pace, patience, waiting for someone to aggress. And there are a couple of players watching for some sort of mid play. It's where Alpha has had
Yeah, I mean,
success.
FUT are predicting that it's a mid play.
For now, though, they're not overstepping the mark.
Well, yeah, like you say, when Alpha had this position before, when the eyes were drawn elsewhere, he was able to find 3 kills in the space of almost
Okay,
as
now the
many
smoke
seconds.
goes up and they go through middle. This knife will be everything.
Huge. Chronicle down to 30 HP. Popping the heal. Hunter's Fury on its way. Cracks trying to cancel out some of the other
30
utility,
seconds
but
left.
Sova's that little bit too far away. Leo
CNED's got him. That's
landing
Spike.
a little bit of damage, but CNED is on this corner, ready to fight. He's dropped, and so too is out of captain, but still 2 players here. And they
20
know
seconds.
that now. On the side of Fnatic, they've seen the KO ult, they've seen the drone, 10 HP, Shockdart chasing him, Chronicle dodging it, 14
Bro,
seconds.
Leo, you gotta
The
go.
play needs to be secured here and now. It's
10
time to
seconds
step
left.
forward for Fnatic, or they're gonna run dry on time. Chronicle running running low on ammo even, and now they're swinging. But the defender of Alpha here, the bodyguard.
Oh my god, it's so close. Like, how on earth does he deal with this?
It's Alpha to do it all. He has to find both players. A good idea on them, and Crack's already tagged up. He'll try to force the
Shout out to Cracks. Okay, nicely done for FUT. They had good reads. Really, really good reads. Fnatic did a pretty good comeback here.
They've done it many times before, but it wasn't in the stars today.
Yeah, so much still for them to do. It's going to be a ridiculously long
put a lot of
series,
time
I
into
feel.
their
This is the
anti
way
here,
that the
for
maps
sure.
are going to go. Either way, Bayern coming up after the break, and it is FUT's pick.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Mistakes on the the round where they push back sight with the smoke up. And the wall as well. There's a couple of small things. They normally don't take back sight like that.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin.
Maybe that's why it looked
I'm gonna walk
uncomfy.
you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Okay, I'll be back in a little bit. What do we think about the format? Don't ask about the format. No, I don't think anyone thinks it's a good format.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Let's do something crazy, get a bit wild today, cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? We'll take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? We'll take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? We'll take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us.
players are getting ready for the next map. We have a quick chat here with FUT's head coach. Guys, you won Fnatic's map pick. How do you keep the momentum going heading into your map pick?
Fnatic'in map'ini kazandınız, momentumun gitmesini, devam etmesini nasıl sağlayacaksınız?
Yani onların piki veya bizim pikimiz yok. Sonuçta bugün bir BO5 oynanıyor. Onlar maçın içine kadar momentumu alsa da biz geri gelip tekrardan kazanmayı bildik. Umarım seri de böyle devam eder.
It doesn't matter whose map is it. It's best of 5. Fnatic managed to get the game back, but we know how to finish and we win.
That's right. Yep. Best of luck in the next map and the next maps, actually. And we're heading back to the desk.
I mean, they did indeed manage to bring it back, but in the end, FUT manages to secure that win on the first map there in Icebox. But, you know, we need to think about the individuals. We know that Icebox is one of the maps where you're going to be looking at the duelist. And I think it's kind of like a fan favorite to see the scene at Durke.
I think I'm going to use just like as much time as I can right now to kind of be like a little bit of a hate watcher today. So
oh boy.
hey, okay. I thought the game got a little bit close in the end. I'm just like, wait, how do we get here where it's like 11-11? Because it looked like at the start of the game, FUT was in such a good position to close it out. It looked like they walked into sites for free. There was no contest. Fnatic only a couple of times tried to actually stop them from being close up. You know, they had an aggression at B main, and then, you know, FUT goes A. And then Fnatic decides to be aggressive on A, and then FUT goes B. So it was kind of unlucky in those situations. Yeah. But there were so many situations where
mini boost form.
Like
what even is this? Chat, maybe a flashbang.
And the team fights from FUT, they are so close together that they're trading constantly. Their spacing and timing is so good.
Yeah, exactly, right? The getting onto the side was never the problem. I think that
average hours spent at PC per day. I'm not clicking that. That's bait. That's bait, man. I'm not clicking that one. Average hours spent at PC per day.
Too keen to just play.
What's the highest one you can have?
But it wasn't happening. 11 out of the 12 rounds from that first.
Why is there no option to have anything above 10 plus?
Coming from the side
where's the full team 15,
we also
bro?
saw a Durke that was going down a lot at the beginning of the round, Josh.
There were so many first deaths for Durke, and the rounds that he
is this anonymous?
Were in a lot of situations where
I don't
straight
enter
up,
this.
he's holding an angle,
Tell me
someone
this is
beats
anonymous.
him dry. No flashes, no double peeks, no like weird timing thing. And the same thing on the flip side. Like he's either peeking dry, no setup, losing the duel, or he's holding an angle, losing the duel. And the only times that he gets the first kills really
is there no dude, I want to see a results page.
Or Soba pops a drone and he
wait, chat, on average, go on, you guys give me some numbers. What are you guys entering for that?
Yeah, he looks so good this game in terms of the stat
line.
How
long do you guys spend on the PC?
At the eye test, it's just not there.
10 plus,
Durke,
5 to 6, 10 plus,
17,
8,
19, 21. There's
6.
three
A lot of 10 pluses, man. We're degens, bro. It can't be good for us, chat. It can't be good for us. Chat, they're gonna, in the future, they're gonna do studies on people like us.
On like round 3, it's the same thing. He just like pops his blade storm and just runs at them. It feels like all these situations where he's dying first, he doesn't really have a good understanding of like where he's supposed to peek, where the enemies are going to be, what timing he should do these fights.
They probably already do, yeah, and I don't think we want to look at the results.
He can actually go and get a lot of kills, or when he's got the confidence, the enemy's on eco, he's like running in, and his teammates are like finding out where they are for him.
But would you say
they already do, and things are looking bad? Yeah,
one of the
that doesn't surprise me.
The weekend scout is that seen it
that
by
does
himself.
Not surprise me.
Is more successful in just like putting the team on his back and getting this clutch plays, while Durke is less successful and needs the support of the rest of the team, or this situation.
His map pick was Icebox Fanatics, yeah.
I think CNET has a really good understanding.
It's the best of 5, so it's a little bit.
From, and that's how
you don't have to read into too much.
Moving around the map, going for those first kills, as even though they are kind of dry peaks, he's walking around.
Asking his Twitter just for the people who play Valorant. Yeah, but I think that's okay if it's like
he knows where people are going to be holding
not for the average.
And he's perfectly clearing them out, and he knows that.
He knows it's not for the average person. We're all a little bit weird.
We talked about the fact that this got very, very close. There is a round that we wanted to take a look at, is round number 20. Now, this was a clutch for Fnatic and a round that they end up winning. But Josh, tell me what you see here that makes it get even so close.
So what we are going to see here is after Boaster pops down his ulti, you know, it's a 4 versus 3 in favor of Fnatic, but this is like something that we've seen from Fnatic so often. It's like one guy peeks, you know, somewhere, then another guy peeks Nest, then another guy peeks lower maze, and now it's down to Boaster in a 1 versus 3. They had a 4 and 3 with the Viper's Pit on the spike, and then it has to be closed out by Boaster winning a 1 versus 3. And this happened to also reset the money from FUT, put them on an eco, and you know, Fnatic's able to win another round off of this. But it can't be that Boaster has to win 1v3s or Alpha has to go up middle in one of the rounds and get a 3k in mid for them to be able to have a chance.
The hell am I looking at?
Yeah, exactly. Things are getting very, very complicated at times for Fnatic. Maybe there are some of the fundamentals mistakes, right, that we are not used to see in the teams, I would say, in general, but specifically in Fnatic, in a map like Icebox that we've seen so much, and they have played so much that they find this kind of issues and they cannot address. But you were mentioning it. Alpha had very important plays.
On the minimap.
We have him shooting in the AIM Labs warm-up, because now when we think about the second map, I think
there are any other FPS games that I like watching or playing. I mean, I used to play CS,
and
but
thinking about Bind,
I don't really watch or play it
on the
anymore.
first map. What can we expect from him?
That's where I came
to
from.
keep it up
Those
for
like
the second one.
I think
I mean,
the main
it was a good
thing
game.
that we need to see is, as you
It is
pointed
a
out,
good
was
game.
fundamentals.
I
And what
just
do we
prefer
mean by
Valorant.
fundamentals? We mean, you know, not being out in the open, making sure that your pathing is correct, that you're peeking with your teammates, that you're keeping your man advantages, and you're going through your the motions of clearing all the angles. You don't want to like leave any stone unturned.
Is the money of the team over the game?
Fnatic needed to do the
Yeah,
same
I'm
thing.
not
They didn't
sure.
make sure that they're
I'm not sure that's like a
things that are happening. They
good
have to
way
clear
of
all the
looking
corners,
at
They
it.
have to deal with
That's
potential
some
setups,
that's a League
whether
of
it be,
Legends stuff
you know,
trying to
if
seep
FUT
in
decide
here.
to bring out a Sage, they need to break the Sage wall or know where it is as they progress through the round. They can't just let things happen to them where they leave a hole in their defenses, or you know, they just stop and forget about where FUT's going to be, because CNET is going to walk around and kill them if they leave that open gap.
But that's the thing, right? What kind of FUT are we going to see? Or more like, what composition are we going to see coming out from FUT? Because so far this year, we've seen 3 different ones, right? They found with the Neon, the Sage, the Race. Do you think there's another possibility of a new composition coming up?
It's possible. I don't think so. They'll probably use one of the ones that they've already run. But the thing for Fnatic that they need to just figure out is they are such a game plan heavy team, and without like, if they don't know what to expect and how to deal with it, that's when they fall apart. So if FUT does pull out a different composition that maybe Fnatic wasn't prepared for, that might be enough for FUT to, you know, have that leg up in the matchup.
Yeah, exactly. But we also need to think about that this is not like a sunset situation. You know, Bind is also another one of the maps that Fnatic has so much experience, and we're not going to see surprises. The race is back. Gecko versus Gecko here on the server. What are your thoughts on this? What do you think?
I think FUT could steal some of the Heretic stuff. I've been enjoying the Omen. I've been enjoying the Omen, especially with this comp that maybe likes to fight a little bit more. I think like the Omen has some cool stuff, but Fnatic have been... My only criticism to Fnatic on this map is I want to see some more random bits of... You know that round on Icebox that we just had where Dirk had pushed behind at like the 55-second mark? I would love to see that kind of stuff from Fnatic on defense.
The Sky and the Gecko or the KO and the Gecko?
Ooh, it's a tough question, but I always find myself leaning towards a KO, especially if Krax is on the server, Tom.
See, it's difficult because you're asking me, do I prefer... I prefer it for who the players are. Krax on KO, 100%. Chronicle on Sky, you want me to change him to a KO? You're mad. Like, this is his map. This is his agent on this map. And did you see what he did just a day or so ago? Like, I'm not moving what this guy plays whatsoever. I know the question was about the comp, but I've dodged it.
Well, I think that's also a valid answer.
What are the T-Dog videos like? Give me a vibe. What kind of content creator is T-Dog similar to? He out here flaming? Is it like a TMB kind of style, or is it like, what is it?
That's just Fnatic for you. Now they move on to the attacking side for FUT.
Okay, Fnatic on defense, FUT on attack.
A slow setup, usually at least when you start out with the net spread.
Aggro smoke to make it look like they wanted to push middle, but actually they just left side. That is a great shot.
He hit that. He did hit that. That is Chronicle almost dead within the first few seconds. Now the spike is currently left deep outside A. It makes me think the FUT don't have any plans to move just yet.
A finesse flame star with sideshow analysis. That's pretty good.
Sell
It was
ruse,
sideshow
but
analysis.
When you're able
Okay.
to walk all the way up into lamps with no contact, that gives you a pretty good idea that there isn't really anyone here. Fnatic are saving everything for the retake, still having a couple of smokes, still having the Tiger, still having all of the Gecko utility.
Yeah, and
this
FUT
was
kind
the
of
plan from the get-go.
predicted and did not fall for the bait util the Fnatic threw.
FUT, a little bit of security, and Yedeje about 3 country miles out of the action. Guys holding for lurks, so everyone else just needs to
Oh
look forward.
my,
You
they
can see
wait
the
for them
benefit
to
of that.
jump out and
Every
they
shot
flash out.
landing
This
to
is
start it, and almost to
insane
close it as
pistol
well.
from FUT.
Few little
Yeah, they didn't fall for this smoke.
catched in by Fnatic,
Went over
but
towards here, they
ultimately,
just
there
wall
was never
contact
really
to
a
take a
threat.
lot of free map control.
I'm not
They
sure
go
that's
deep
something they're gonna
smokes,
stick
take
to
back of sight,
throughout
and they
the
know they're going to have to
entirety
use
of
their
this match,
util
is
early
allowing
to
them
go
to
back
get
of
into
sight
an
instead of
alpha
doing
one,
the
because
close
we know
smokes
that
with the
FUT
exec
like
on
to
them.
take fairly aggressive
And as soon
positions.
as
You can
they
see this,
jump
even
out,
though
they hear the
get
sounds, they throw the
information of
dizzy
where
over.
Krax is,
Potentially with a KO
getting
flash as
out
well,
of
I'm not
that
entirely
angle.
sure, but
There's just too many players to look at. And Krax, well, barely missed a beat. 3 kills for him already. We've spoken about this man and
1-1 pistols.
ever playing anything other than
Oh,
a KO.
that
I
can't
will
be
say,
possible.
when
1-2
it comes to
pistols.
split,
1-0
I
this
do
map.
really love the way he plays the Rays as well. So there's a little bit of depth, but this is what the man is renowned for. For now, at least, and a captain. He's somewhat so low.
Dude, he got caught in 2 minds. TP away or run into the TP. And he went for the middle ground of hiding in the corner.
Captain in the corner himself. Well,
That was sick.
Chronicles
They're
over to
allowed
retrieve
2
the weapon,
deaths.
Ghost.
And the human
Another mix of
drone has
upgrades,
at least
another
found
mix
3 of
losses.
them.
Nice position out of Boaster, unchecked as of yet. Alfier having flanked up has a really big opportunity.
Oh.
The shot is not landed. Maybe an opportunity for Boaster though. Who's
Yeah, and that's a lot of free guns. This guy needs to kill everyone.
And now the threat is on.
Did he tank so much damage?
One bullet, all that's needed, and it lands.
Huge round. There's so many people here. We've got 1 more gun to upgrade from
I
someone.
have to say, I didn't see that one coming.
No, I don't think I've seen many teams
Trying
do
to find
that
it.
to FUT. I've seen FUT do that to other
There we
teams.
go.
A lot of teams.
Giant round.
absurd. Like, the fact that Alpha's
Barbe
able to get that
Toast
ground
with
for
the tier
starters,
1. Thank you
fact
for the
that,
2
well,
months, dude.
CNET
Appreciate that.
It's got such crazy movement that the shots aren't even landed, but then it was just almost like an
And apart so quick, yeah. So human drone got wrecked. Then the push to showers, push through showers all the way behind, double TP as well with the flash. Yeah, it was nice.
When it comes to a captain, and what a huge round for them to steal away. It puts their economy through the roof. All the weaponry
Descending it as well. The 2 people that with a human drone in the round before managed to buy up. So there's 2 hero guns, see what damage they can do. But Fnatic's money is out of control. It's like the best start you can have is pretty much better than losing a pistol because you're getting people to buy guns for you.
Chance indeed. But most chances are that bit lower with the weaknesses in play. As you said, CNET and Yedeje, the ones that will be leading the charge, and you can see them making their way towards the A site. Flash goes up and over. Small bit of information for Leo. Mr. Fallen has one of his
Just
own.
a straight up exec from short. We got DRX smoke on default. That's this one. If I ever mention it again, you're like, what the hell's a DRX smoke? That's this one here. Stops the plant.
Commit to that fight. They have the
Looks
utility
vision.
to do that. CNET still with an nade. Will be deployed towards the backside to try and bring someone out into the open, find a target for them to dispense. Yedeje, though, doesn't land a shot. CNET in for 1, but that rifle now down to 30 HP. The spam was
TP?
dangerous.
That's the
He's
sign
able
for
round
them
the
to
corner just
TP,
in
surely.
time. They've only got the 1 kill under their belt, and now the
You're not
full
gonna be able to
rotations
plant
are
here.
almost in. It's just Alfier left on the, well, just Alfier, quite a statement.
Yeah.
Left on the other side.
Well, that's intentional as well. They want to make sure that if they do try and go back in the other direction, there's a player waiting for them. I think even from FUT's side, they'll have a pretty decent idea that that will be the case.
Ened with low HP gives Mr. Fallon the gun.
This plant eventually, and they haven't been able to clear any of the players out.
Guys, you had to take that TP earlier.
More awkward. Leo up there as well. They're expecting spams, and Mr. Fallen goes down. CNS actually gets the kill with the classic. That's not what I was expecting. That's more of the lines of what I was expecting.
Okay, nicely done from Fnatic. And yeah, you're starting to see the DRX smoke. If you don't take showers, you don't take backside, you can't plant. It's basically the whole full process of it.
Considering what they were up against as well, I think that's a very big success for this squad, surviving with the 3 players as well. Didn't manage to find any advantages on the way back through, barring that. Just a blind spam on 30 HP through a smoke with a classic. Not one that often connects, but for CNET, it worked this time. That's all there is to write home about, though, for the side of FUT, as Fnatic find a 2-1 lead and rifles in
So
their
FUT,
hands.
well, at least the coach is going to be writing a lot of notes with that. I like this. This is something that Fnatic don't do enough. Aggro. Ball pass and this gamble push over towards here on the big buy rounds. Perfect.
Again, they're the ones dishing that out. But it seems like Fnatic have some serious game plans. We saw this in their second round purchase, flash combos to set up Durka, and already just looking to clear every place they've sort of given up. That's something we saw in the early rounds as well. Instead, though, there is going to be space over on this B site.
Still nice calling. They went aggro with 4 here and they realized that they're going to over-rotate over towards A, so they can actually just enter over towards B site. Still feel like FUT have very good reads of how Bosa likes to call, even though this aggro play did catch him off.
Whether that's going to come back to haunt them or not, we yet to see. 3 players still on site for FUT. A much more aggressive stance than you sometimes see, and it's Yedege up top.
Bosa has 1 smoke.
Once that smoke goes down, he's caught Chronicle, but the response is quick and clean. CNET now, right down below, catches Alfier, the trade back, cracks has the corner, but he will be taken down.
Nice shots from
Boaster.
Boasties.
CNET met by Boaster, the IGL leading by
Yeah, and he's going to get the defuse on that to get his ult. This was a great round. This was something that I said at the beginning. I want them to be more proactive on their defense. Every time I watch Fnatic, they get like 4 rounds on their defense. And doing stuff like this is great. They have a comp that is made to go aggro.
Definitely gave a chance to climb back into that round. It has been the early round though from Fnatic that's been fantastic. Like taking space, battling for control. Durka hitting the shot on the opener. And now you look at the purchase that's there for that attacking side. I can only assume it's going to be something very fast-paced. And with CNET buying full shields, I think he might be about to use the showstopper.
You're going to be sending this. Oh, this might work well.
Platform to play from first. That's inside hookah, evidently. CNET
Did you see?
Very quick pace towards this site. And caught immediately. It has at least gotten the orbital strike out of this squad. In fact, it's a good job they used it. FUT are still able to cling onto hope, but Boaster, 2 quick.
Yeah, Boaster's looking decent.
Yedege alone. The plan still comes in from the grave.
Oh, that might help him out. The fact that Dizzy hit him, this is a very fast rotate.
Probably won't expect this. In fact, the boom bot already sent
He's here so early. Hey, shout out to Leo expecting that. Down from Durka.
Yeah, he needed to make a move.
Yeah, Boaster did great again. Kind of saved him a little bit on this.
Well aware that the clock was against him. A nice idea, a nice reposition from the side of Yedege. But yeah, I assume there'll be a little bit more than just CNET blasting his way out. I guess it was just...
But it was fine, right? It was CNET into a Omen TP.
But again,
it was like double entry.
Leading the pack. But this should be a round that's much tougher.
Well,
5 ultimates available for the side of FUT. They've got everything kept for this round.
Yeah, and you would expect Fnatic to go aggro on this round, so FUT all the default waiting for some kind of push, because when you have 5 ults, you know you can't hold a site getting exec'd on. So they're expecting something aggro, because that is the most common call here.
Stacked up the defensive side is, and if they win this, how they will be. But for FUT, it's not about the economy.
See this lineup that he's doing here? It's one of the harder lineups to do, like right on the edge of this. Well, that's why it's taking so long to do it. Most people will only do this one way, like at the barrier, just because it takes so long to try and set up.
With Thrash sent through all the way around a bath, and it has actually
this guy is so wrecked. Yeah, nice double. Whoa, single central. 3-person push behind. Atta.
This is the main game from Fnatic that Tiger put out in the flank position. I mean, they're going to be ready for it, and the Viper's Pit is going to be used.
It's a nice Viper ult. Yeah, they secure this round with that.
What a peculiar round we're witnessing.
Yeah, and with the time it's going to take.
Fnatic's money is decent, so they need to try and do some damage.
If Fnatic can even go for this anymore.
Yeah, they're not going to win the round with just kills.
Where they're going. Alpha's going to clear one side of the pit.
Good news for FUT is they only use 1 ult.
Towards the defender spawn. One player heading their way through showers. It almost seems like it should be a save at this point, but I guess the plan is to try and make
here's some of
things
the
that little bit
damage.
more costly. The time has already gone way too far. Alpha desperately trying to make it costly, and he'll take a couple with him. But it is going to be that second round onto the board.
2 ults was the other. Oh yeah, close.
But to be honest, I don't think they actually needed as much as we saw. One of the things that really worked out for them there was, okay, the proactive Viper's Pit, but also just sending the utility into hookup was enough to bait Boaster's rotation, and that was where they immediately moved to go towards the A site.
It's going to be a very frustrating round, though, on that defensive side. If you're, I believe it was Durka, right, in Bath, getting the ult coming behind him, Thrash seizing him, then you
just noticed it's a best of 5. Yeah, it's all best of 5 today.
But no,
all best of 5 today, all best of 5
who's
tomorrow.
gone past all your teammates or anyone who's set up to hold that A site and made his way behind you. Peculiar round indeed.
Yeah, this is looking similar to the round that we saw earlier, where it was DRX smoke and they couldn't plant. Let's see what the adaptation is from FUT. Double TP, back a site, holy. That's cool. Oh, they're on top of it. Respect. They heard it.
Definitely heard him. It was 2 TPs. They placed different smokes just to give him that space, but even still, they've got into.
But they got the plant. This is the main thing as well, though. That was like what they struggled to do without Showers control before. Even though they expected, they got the plant.
Hasn't been able to connect. Utility's going to be removed from the side of Fnatic, and Yedaje, he's just playing patient. Clearly has an idea. The Dark is here and will land the shot as well. Leaving just 2 standing. Alpha's done a decent amount of damage. CNED will blast pack himself out.
Let's get out of there. Yeah, it's great rounds.
Hone in on the position. You can see that Leo's already gone. He's already left. It's Alpha again, just attempting to try and do some damage. He didn't really have anywhere
And so even if they knew that he was over towards heaven, this guy that is Showers, right, because they had no pressure Showers, has to focus on the guy heaven, because he can get shot in the side if he starts spamming or doing util over towards the plant spot.
For this squad, even with the reinvestments. And another round where CNED's able to find those openings aggressively. You know, we're on board without a captain. He's doing the shrouded steps across the site. But realistically, he's, in this case, he's almost taking what CNED was doing in the last map. He's dashing in, he's creating space, he's getting the eyes on him, and then his teammates following him up. And when CNED's the second guy in, that's a scary thought.
This is a 100 V's lineup, right? That gets to the corner.
To the ideas that FUT have, they might not always work. Thank God. He really wanted to leave that to the last second.
Don't tell me they go through this. Oh no, I hate stuff like this.
Judge within the pit. It's not going to be easy to clear. He has support, but never mind. CNED has got rid of him.
He did it right.
To go down
1
in
for
a
1.
trade, and Boaster, his attempt will be to delay. He's got to be careful. Doesn't want to overface.
They honestly did great.
They're also healing as they run
A 1 for 1 there is always worth, you know, it's a weaker site.
It'll be a good piece of util for this retake.
There's a very late flank underway, but this showstopper opening it up so quickly.
Keep an eye on this Mr. Fallon. Mr. Fallon's all the way through, behind, from B.
Finally hitting the oh no, not even hitting the ship yet. He's
Does he
still
go
trying to quicken
heaven?
the pace. That's how much pressure these players are under.
Do they stop Wingman?
Captain now just Yedaje, but Mr. Fallon's flank.
Dude, Wingman's just sticking it.
Onto the flank.
Hey, it creates so much pressure.
But too many players on Fnatic
really
left
does.
alive.
It's just so good for retake as well.
Again, just another one of those scenarios where Wingman, I don't think was going to be denied, even if they did manage to find the kills. Like, it was right towards the end of that defuse. He basically had to full sprint through that because of how quickly everything was happening. And a lot of the time, your post-plant util isn't going to do enough. Like, you look at the position of these remaining players, there was absolutely no way they were going to be able to deny that defuse. 5 and 3, back on the scoreboard for Fnatic, converting their lead that little bit further. Actually, with most ults expended,
We finally get to a big round, right? Reset.
close, though. That's going to be the main factor. And again,
Reset and 2-4 on top of this. I mean, FUT can buy next.
Are getting aggressive. They've already cleared.
Yeah, this is the smoke we were talking about. It's a nightmare to try and do, but it's so strong. Oh, that's a combo.
But he's being chased down. Orbital strike used, but the caught Alpha is dealt with.
That is disgusting, bro. I like the strap from them.
In the space, but the steps are heard, and CNED is clinical with the aim. Down to Durka and Boaster. locked out of the site. The smoke was blocking the moment.
I mean, even Boaster did the ult over towards the fish, but it was just a little bit too late. Problem is he can't hear from here. It has to be comms over towards B.
The brakes, realizing that FUT already have enough.
That's a sick fast round though. That really is.
The pressure on Fnatic, and as we can see, the result of
I will say the more I look at Omen stuff and the more I combine everyone's good stuff that they have with Omen, I am like, this is a solid map for Omen.
But FUT, after back and forth couple of rounds, seems like they've got their hands on the reins again.
Yeah, I like the pace change. I think a lot of what has been catching them is these early aggressive plays. But what they've done over a couple of the rounds is when they've heard the TP or when they've heard someone move
have only won rounds of ults though. Yeah, that's true. But they've also been good at just only using a few into rounds.
Quite well over the last couple of rounds, and I think it's a lot easier when you have Thrash online. Like just being able to send that.
Omen is 100% getting enough before champs. Before, I think you're right that it's gonna get nerfed, but I'm not sure before.
When a captain just lands a crazy second shot immediately afterwards. I also love the way that we just see CNED get hit by a flash, made vulnerable, and then goes.
It might
that's the time to swing.
There's a world as well. If you know that dual list nerf that's coming up during the end of Shanghai. If they really hit the movement abilities, but they don't touch Omen, there's a world where Omen has like one of the best movement abilities.
Up and over, but looks like already Chronicles backed out from a long position, so he won't be forced into an open fight by it. A lot of Fnatic players around B and a lot more on the way. You can see Leo is coming to back them up.
It could again the Duelist patch could literally just be buffs to ISO and stuff.
Used for space. Blast pack through. They clearly thought the FUT would still be here, but no, they've gone back in the
nice
other
call
direction.
from FUT.
And now the pressure on Alphier to maintain a hold or to get out cleanly. One or the other.
Fnatic have some good ults to retake. They're gonna double TP with the fish ult.
First kill comes.
These guys are ready to TP reactively.
It's also going to work out nicely using that Thrash to just clear out Bath. They know that this position is clear, and I'm just looking at where
they had the third TP. They had the third TP, and the only person in charge of making sure they don't rush over towards B goes down.
Stop them before they get to the site. Instead, the advantage that Fnatic had is gone, and it may be about to
and this guy gets inserted, and he can just smoke himself off now.
The Mound shrouded, and he should be dead and will be. But they've spent a lot of time just trying to get rid of him.
Watch out for Duelist, Mr. Fallen as well. No utility left. The old Angel play now. He's the one fighting the flash, though.
It's a good flash. It's just peak was too early.
Swings right into it. Spam good for Boaster. CNED down. Mr. Fallen, the last healthy player for FUT. Krax is still
lovely double smokes.
No flash.
Oh, that was a good spam.
Behind a smoke diffuse underway. It's even the little guy diffusing it, and as he
this is
spams,
nice from this is nice from Fnatic. I mean, it was also nice from FUT in terms of the comms and the call. I just think this is a little bit off from FUT. Atta should have smoked himself off. They needed better comms on this flash.
Staying alive, in hindsight, might have had a little bit more value, especially with how much.
C Weber, thank you so much with the 5 months. Appreciate the tier 1, dude. Thank you for doing that.
It's not something I was expecting to see. Even still, though, the retake from Fnatic looks solid.
What are you trying to bait me, bro? No, I hit the TP, man.
Oh.
That's Roadman Leo for you.
2 rounds between them. Fnatic, it's been back and forth now for 4 rounds. But realistically, Tom, is that all they need on this defense? Keep chalking up those rounds?
I feel like they have a lot.
First half 3 is all I expect from them in any map.
But that's the thing. It was versus KC where I think it was you're off by 1. I think it was actually 8-4 when it was on this map.
Damn.
And then they 9-1 the second half. So
3 would have been enough.
6 is, in theory, more than enough. But I think we'd also be doubting the defensive side that FUT can have. 8 rounds when they play versus BBL. Even still, though, different matchup.
Boaster fighting 4.
I don't know if FUT would have expected to come into a match where Boaster's 13-4. I think that's already something that has probably surprised them a little bit. The IGL really is just leading the way. For now, though, FUT coming in still with the showstopper, the 1 ultimate that's currently on the table. And in the hands of CNED. He just opts to try and pick up the pace a little bit. Chronicle hasn't had those same crazy moments.
So they might just disrespect this because, yeah, the smoke is so strong
in this matchup
that you can just disrespect this, and they haven't made sounds. So
his response has been pretty clear, though. Staying outside of where the utility's been falling, flashing for info, and falling back. But how quickly can he get out of here? CNET is on his tail.
Okay, Omen Flash. It's another round where they have ult. And so is this literally every round they win has been an ult round?
Catch them off guard.
It's the bill.
It's a post plant with FUT in a 5 versus 4. All the space in the world. Although utility is running pretty dry.
What's still to do? Fnatic have almost everything, but they're losing personnel. Every shot landing for the side of FUT, and now for Alpha, he's hoping for a miracle. I think even just realizing that getting back across there was going to be nigh on impossible.
The fast strats on this comp,
the blast packs like Durka has, but
the overwhelm is just disgusting.
That back and forth, these close rounds, Fnatic's retakes looking solid.
It's very hard for Fnatic to hold over towards long. You pretty much got to play the left side.
Wow. And this side just manages to flood, and again, the pace that they find on the back of the showstopper, I think that's something they've been incredibly good at in this half. Every time
that guy stunned on the side.
Whether he finds one or not, he's crowd control.
The wingman just team slap.
And there's always 2-3 players hot on his heels.
I think that's the case with a lot of the ults they have. I think the same when they have Thrash available.
Yeah.
You'll see these much faster takes from FUT that allow them to just get into the site, clear everything really quickly, and then when they're
now he's slapping his own team.
Really difficult.
don't get me started on. Don't give me more ammo for this guy. Don't tell me he's slapping his own team now.
They see that wasn't gonna get that one go unchecked. Bucky FC will have to wait for another day. And he's trying to get back.
And there goes the smokes.
I appreciate the optimism.
Gotta remember, he was around in the days of Bucky FC, so he knows exactly what he's facing off against with this squad. Some low credits on a player like Boaster. There's always a chance he pulls it out. The pressure now, as FUT move towards this A site, there's still a lot of players. There's not a lot of players then. Leo is shut down in a clean trade by Mr.
and
Fallen.
that's another round, you would imagine. Dirk's pretty fast behind, no one watching this.
He's going to shoot through the wall, but there's at least one more added to the tower.
Dirk, had to jump.
Flash is good, it's great. Dirk is on 30 HP. Guess what? CNET shot him through the wall.
6?
For his 3rd kill of the round.
I feel like both teams will take this.
Caught in the open. Yenijek gets a perfectly timed swing and scream, because I heard him, even from here.
A 6-6 half. We've seen quite a few of these for Fnatic as of recent. You take a look at their Lotus especially. 6-6-6-6 versus Heretics. 6-6-6-6 versus FUT. Lost both of those, but we'll ignore that. Now they...
Oh, you can just hear him from everywhere. They're not even on his microphone. You say, nah!
I reckon like any of the, I don't know, the admins or the guys behind the scenes, probably it's like, okay, we got this guy at like 80, 70, like 65. And just because you can't have him on full volume. I can hear him through my headphones while I'm like
my volume's
20,
high.
30 meters away. Like, it's absurd how loud he is. Him and Benji as well.
Oh God, the head-to-head would be beautiful.
And it may be happening. That's what's on the line here.
What is that?
The winner of this series goes into the grand final.
What is this?
Gets the bye over
What is
in
this
Shanghai.
moving high, lower crouch?
Gets to pick an opponent. Alpha though is looking to try and claim that for his team. He'll start off onto CNET.
Whoa, insta peek. I know
they're
4v5 right now, but that insta peek to keep 3 people here is strong. Oh, it's
advantage sits with Fnatic, and it's extended even further. A nice attempt. Krax is still here.
Chill.
Flash is worn off though. Now these players are ready to fight, and the heal will come right back.
He's hit very early, but probably only gets 1.
Chronicle does well to buy his regrow. At a captain.
Might not even get 1. Alpha's on it.
In hand, his most dangerous weapon at times, but Alpha Year's here to cut him off. 3 kills, and the lead for Fnatic.
Anonymous Gifter, thank you so much. Not saying that one, bro, but I appreciate you.
A lot of the time we'll witness this. Althea heading into
Thing is, I've seen this guy in chat.
Attack side, he can firstly play on those lurks, relying more on that individual brilliance and less stuck on retakes. He's been having a decent game, catching up to Boaster, who was far and away from everybody, other than CNET. Now though, for FUT, don't have much to play with in this round. Stacking up.
Telemetry, don't encourage him.
I think Alpha's already spotted that immediately.
Don't encourage him, bro. You're better than that.
The entirety of FUT. 4 players.
Hey, the Omen flash is pretty good. Thanks to good good util. Spike down. This is getting a little bit scary. Yeah, and they pick up one of the guns, right?
For more. The guy just won't stop pushing. Chronicles behind, runs into CNED, low HP on that captain. And on Mr. Fallen. Look, it is a
really weird round.
But the spike is down. The players have to push back into him, and now Ada Captain's got
yeah, I mean, Ata got one of the guns, and they can just reposition. And I like this, the fact that they just leave the spike thinking that they're going to be holding the spike, so they have the element of surprise because they're low HP, so they want to just try and shoot them when they're not looking at them. A very good call.
It's all down to timing as to whether Ada Captain's going to get here in time.
I like this from them. They're trying to sell the idea that they're still playing around this Ada Captain, trying to almost cause confusion.
Ooh.
But it's all going to be about that timing.
Gun out, bro, gun out. Holy.
The expectation was that they were going back towards his IGL.
I don't think you could ever feel comfortable not having your gun out here.
This time, they got it wrong. Both rifles now picked up. The only thing really against Fnatic once more is that timer. 15 seconds on the clock. And Boaster has every single angle to hold. They're just going to try and play within this corner. There's not many places that Mr. Fallen can come from that won't just be
do a nice eco. Where did Boaster smoke?
This one got incredibly dangerous.
Did he block the vision from the Gecko?
We just saw that paranoia. I do not think we should buff Omen.
Did he smoke here, or did he smoke here?
I have to say, the fact that we're able to end up in such a tight situation just speaks to FUT's ability in these low buy rounds.
We smoked that.
Dude, Captain has his rifle out, and you can
I
see
think Ada
little jump scare.
always just have his. The only way I'd give Ada like the benefit of the doubt there is if the smoke was here and it blocked vision from this guy, right, and then they could have walked all the way through.
Like FUT did
the fact that they smoked this, still had vision, so he knew that they hadn't gone like this all the way through over towards B, so they had to be going to A. Got a heavy gun out there. Either way, it was okay damage, but they decide to buy into it. The big round for Fnatic. They decided this is the buy round right here.
Clearly feeling confident. Maybe even just in the surprise factor.
Blossom XN, thank you very much, dude. Appreciate the prime. Thank you for the support.
Building up to put
Thanks for your prime on me.
Fallen. Timing not the best though.
Bath just got cleared over on A. The rotation's in play for Chronicle. And one of his flashes on the way through. Was considered as an effective way to cancel out this push, but Fnatic have slowed. And FUT read that. Won't expend their util just yet.
Meanwhile, over towards A, Alpha's creating a lot of pressure. Smoke all up every so often. And that is really bold, man. What's going on with FUT right now? Doing some mad decisions. And we booted the molly as well.
Giving the A site for free as a result. Fnatic have the plant almost uncontestable. FUT have to fight back without Yedajay.
Yeah, it's so tough as well. Already receiving a large amount of damage. Nice work from CNED. That makes it doable. Up until that point, I was questioning whether or not they might just go for a save, but the second they find that kill, that's where things get interesting. Paranoia is going to leave the players in that Lamps position in a bit more of an awkward spot. The fight out,
definitely missed.
Fnatic not just sitting back. Chronicles found another. Leo with one more.
Cracks his double flash still.
Firmly in their favor. There's going to be so much more that needs to be done. The time just not there, and Chronicle, he doesn't want to let them leave. Cracks has to take down the bodyguard
from Fnatic pays off.
He will be able to escape.
Glaciate, thank you so much with the gifted as well. Anonymous gifter as well getting involved. Thank you very much. Appreciate you both. Shout out to the Anon and shout out to Glaciate05. There's your first gift as well, dude. Thanks for doing that. This was madness. Your big buy route and you're just sending it.
They push and pull the map, like I said. I think really what sells it is the fact that Sky had been on A long, on back.
J-Man Dino as well with the prime. Thank you very much. Who is this Anon, man? Who is the Anon? Someone own up. What's going on here? Thank you for that as well. Who has these Twitch names? People need to be
flooded on the B site. That's the correct read, I think.
Tell me it's at least hard to change your Twitch name. Do you at least have to like confirm it on an email or something? Or can you literally just do it? That's it. It's just a click of a button.
It's already going to be seen. Cracks does well. It's only going to be the trade though. And they need a little bit more. CNED finds the shot, but Alpha is still trying to guard that gun. His aim has been clean. CNED will pick it back up.
Big Joe.
So
What a shot,
it's
man.
not going to be expected by Mr. Fallen. The only real man that can get in their way is going to be CNED, but Leo eventually will close him out. And a captain with a stinger.
You can change your name once every 30 to 60. Damn, honestly, maybe I'm not giving you guys enough respect. That's like pretty big commitment. You can only change it between 30 to 60 days. Might take it back. You guys are doing good work, man. Fair play. You guys are stuck with that name for 60 days.
Perhaps that can be looked at as a win. Damage and ults taken out of their hands. Potential for out of captain is there, but every angle he's clearing, it's already wide open. He hasn't found these players, and now the clock.
You changed it and now you regret it? Slicker Chad. That's so sick. Yeah, I didn't realize it was a 60-day commitment. I really didn't.
Secured for Fnatic early in the game.
Yeah, I really like the way that captain
a non-gifter, thank you so much for that as well, whoever you are.
Clear so many angles, and when you look at where the spike is planted, you'd almost expect someone to be in lamps ready to swing. So he takes the time.
Okay, they decided to go a little bit aggro, and you would imagine FUT timeout on this one.
They were so ready for anybody to try and challenge this, just not giving them an opportunity to get back into the round, especially with not knowing what weapon he has. I think with the Stinger, maybe they've been a bit more proactive. 10 to 6 though. The attack side from Fnatic, we said, versus KC was flawless bar one round. But right now it's flawless. And guys is going to try and turn the tide back. We know
I'm not modding him, dude.
Breeze is up next. It's a map that's not really been played by the side of FUT and Mitch with what's on the line here. A shot at the final, a shot at redemption. Both of these teams losing to Heretics. I'm sure they want to give it another go. But there's so much more value to be found, especially when it comes to Masters. Being able to put themselves further into the tournament, being able to put themselves with an opportunity to pick opponents that they play. It is much more than just being in that grand final, and that alone is going to be enough for both of these teams.
Yeah, again, not sure how the logistics of choosing your opponent will work, but the advantage is clear. Even if you don't get the pick of the litter, it doesn't really matter. You'll still get to avoid some red flags.
Really? Okay, so it's 10-6. Let's look at this. 10-6.
Back in the day.
You need to win this round, otherwise you eco. You're up against a fish ult, so what? You're just going aggro for one of the orbs, most likely. Fnatic think that as well. So they at least have 2 people here ready to punish the orb if it gets if they hear the sound. Mr. Fallon in a position, if he wants to fish through showers. And
he is going to be able to deny the thrash, but now they're sending Seekers as well. They really want to
wow, I mean, what are you meant to do? Like aim labs. So much to shoot.
The fact is, though, his teammates haven't been so lucky. We're going to have Mr. Fallen back on the scene with the smoke. Well, I was going to say denies him for a second. With the post plant already there, this is a tough retake for FUT.
I mean, he's inside a smoke with Yedege beside him. No doubt Yedege saying, just walk through, bro. Just walk through. Look, it works all the time. Especially against Durka. Here comes the thrash once more, but the idea is
the peak with his...
its target. Instead, Chronicle's the one to swing in and find that kill. Out of captain. 2 players in the corner. Doesn't expect the second, but almost takes him down anyways.
That's
close, but not close.
How are you meant to shoot everything here?
Top,
Fish into Seekers.
To equalize
the people
things
swinging
in this
behind
BO5.
it, and then same thing again.
Familiar territory with 3 maps left.
It would just become a best of 3, but
the large do. Okay, with the prime, thank you so much for that. A couple of things I don't think I'd be saying on the internet, but thank you for the prime, appreciate you. Vladatane with the 4 months. Thank you very much for the tier 1 as well, bro.
Looking a lot cleaner than the last. They lost quite a few clutches in that scenario, and this time FUT haven't had that same piece of magic to drag them through.
Yeah, it was a
it has been clinical.
The big round from Fnatic kind of came out on top of this.
For the traps of Fnatic.
The
ideas that they've had to pull them into these fights, awkward ones at that,
think the only thing to stop
Then
them
even
there
just
was probably getting an
dumping
orb.
those ultimates in the last
But
round just to
maybe
make
it's too
sure that
obvious.
when they finally had a purchase, FUT couldn't get anything.
First messages do as well. You really doubled down.
Slow and steady approach against the weaker buy.
Yeah, right.
This is someone
Sounds-
you have to give
sounds
so
about
much
right.
respect to. Defensive side, low buy round for FUT. They started out the season by being incredibly dominant on these, and even late into playoffs up against the best of the best. And much the same. For Fnatic at 11-6. All the time if they do let it
so
slip.
well again. Like, look, 4 players currently set up on B.
They've got the read. A little bit.
I don't know if it's going to be enough. They'd need Anna Captain to really buy a lot of time. There's still 2 players, though, and actually, they're trying to double sell this.
Hold up.
The spike's going back.
Spike?
It's actually dangerous. Look at where Yedaje is. Timing here is going to be everything. If he drops the spike, that might
15
just
seconds.
end the round. They're going to go running.
Oh my god, the TP, so he looked to the right.
13 seconds left. It's still a little bit awkward, but with the site already claimed, a nice shot, at least onto 1. That spike looking to go down. Alfia looking a little bit confused. The showstopper.
Oh, it wasn't too bad though. 3 on 3. He popped his ult knowing that 1 would have to stick to the plant, and then he knew that 1 was in hookah anyway. Relatively unlucky. They went for a bit of Hail Mary, but this wasn't too bad.
It got scary. A few hit shots by Ada Captain, a showstopper popped.
Jarvis vibing with the 7 months.
A few more times, I'm not sure.
Good to see you back, bro. How we doing?
Thanks
for the tier 1. And Rando Gen. Gifting the Turkish aim. Yeah, like that. Thank you so much, bro. Oh.
Planned or not was perfect. Like, it just made him for a split second
look away. Shift the whole way, bro.
Yeah, Leo knew. He suspected Yedaje would be in that corner.
Such an evil laugh.
It is menacing. Menacing. 6 rounds in a row for FUT to bring us to an overtime on their map pick.
Changing anything now, just a random push.
Down to
On top of
46
it.
HP. The wall bangs.
Realizing that it would be a double push because it's the op and someone else needs to cover the angle, so they just send it over towards site. It's good call.
There's only so much you can hope to do. That's one of the other value of having the Sky Viper's Pit thrown in.
Viper ult. Are you meant to retake this? Fish ult. Boaster gets a kill. He gets his ult.
Quite a few ults, in fact, for either side. Chronicle, though, is going to look to play within it, and Ada Captain, he might be in trouble here. They now know where he is, and he doesn't manage to land the shot. Advantage Fnatic.
That advantage is going nowhere. Absolutely nowhere. The Viper's Pit even cancelled out. Only the attacker's 1 remains. And with an operator, it's
I mean, convincing map. Dude, they sorted out their defense. They played a lot more aggro than we've seen. That was good. I like the calling on this one.
You're not going to get much cleaner from Fnatic. Normally the comeback kings, and what they've leveled us up 1-1.
Yeah, they just got way too many rounds on defense.
There'll be a third map.
Like Fnatic normally work with like 3, 4, 6.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Caballo Grande. Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything...
Yeah, it does feel like they're slowly getting their confidence back.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful.
They've been looking good they've been looking better in playoffs. I think good. It's hard to say good once you've seen them at such a high level in the past. Okay, chat. I'll be back in a little bit.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Champion, ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah, I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now, I'm second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean. Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't made top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I juke left and I'm gone with the win. I'm gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed, so let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot, I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on wet, yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Hello guys, today you are not gonna see Alpha smile. I am full serious and play.
But you're gonna see Dirk smile.
Let me see.
Let's go.
Yeah.
We already broke his promise because he was smiling after Dirk's smile.
Yeah, because it's Alpha. Like he cannot help
zero
it.
follow through.
I think that he just has that idea of like, oh, people think that I don't take it too seriously because even if when we're losing, I have a good attitude and I'm smiling because I think that he's just a happy guy.
He's a happy guy. Can't relate to that, can you?
Can't relate to that, can I?
Yeah, no, you've been on the grumpier side of the spectrum. And that is okay also, because feelings are important in all its beauty and other things.
Are you okay, Josh?
Anyway,
Hard
are
agree,
you
yes.
okay?
No,
Are you okay?
We can talk about feelings if we want right now.
How do you feel after this map? How do you feel after this
like
map?
I don't know why the Fnatic picked Icebox and then FUT picked Bind. It felt like the inverse should have happened. Like Fnatic hasn't looked good on Icebox all season, so it's surprising that they pick it. They've looked good on Bind all season, and FUT, like, they've been looking good on other maps. Why are they picking Bind right here? It didn't really make sense. And Fnatic, they were forced to play together, and they looked way better than they did in the first map.
Well, Josh, you should know that sometimes you think you have the read, but actually things change, right? You think that things are going to be one way, and then you go into the match and you end up losing because you had no idea.
Yep, sometimes you just get hit in the
Sometimes
face and
it do be like that.
It do be like that, but Fnatic had a very good read in some of the occasions, and definitely fixed those issues that they were having with the retakes and how to interpret the map, where to put the pressure, when to stop, and when to keep pushing. I think that I really like this phase of Fnatic.
They were also very prepared coming into this map when I talked to the coach. But first, let's take a look at this particular play here, Josh.
Yeah, so on this retake here that's happening, it looked so weird with how FUT was basically trying to play this post plan. It is straight up the inverse of what we saw last map, where FUT is just one by one peeking. One guy front sight fighting hookah, one guy doing a flash timing into spawn, but getting team flash, missing the kill, and then the other two back up, one behind the elbow smoke, one behind the main smoke, and it didn't look like they were playing together there like we do see in the every other match we see from them.
I also think that there was some conditioning going on for the side of Fnatic, right? Like, especially when we switch sides and we see a Fnatic that doesn't drop a single round, we saw FUT trying to find solutions in going a little bit more aggressive. We know that they always have a very set plan for what they want
America's
to do
in
those
3 hours? I don't think
but
so.
it is surprising, and we just
4
saw
hours,
Fnatic
right?
obviously celebrating round after round because the plans that they were having and the read and what they were provoking FUT to do was working time after time.
Yeah, and before this match actually started, or this map rather,
yeah, 4 hours.
I talked to Elma behind the stage, and he did say that on this map specifically, like no matter what composition he saw FUT play
EDG
on it,
bundle,
they all
and
come
dude,
in
I'm
with the
getting
same idea.
EDG
kind
and
of
Billy
strat
Billy.
they have
The
coming
Billy
in.
Billy,
So
I
he
should
was
have put it in
prepared
S
for
tier.
this,
I did a
they
video
countered it.
yesterday. I should have put it in S tier.
Because on
I regret
defense
it.
from Fnatic, what we saw
I went
was
to bed
a lot
regretting it
of
as well.
gambles. We saw some 4-1s.
I laid there for like 10 minutes and I was like,
pushing through and getting
should
some
have put it in the
good
S tier.
fights off, especially early into the first half. But I think one of the things that sets that up is that they are on double flashers, so that means that they have to be working together a little bit more. There's no middle of the map where you can kind of like pivot around and get faked out that much. And another thing is, FUT didn't have a sentinel.
Do a new one, dude. Just to put it in the S tier. That's not worth. That's not worth everyone's time.
But if you dedicate someone to do that, then
I wouldn't feel right about making a video for that.
Also, let's talk about the confidence, right, and the state of the players after losing that first map and the map pick. I think a shout out to Boaster. I think he's 7-1 to Mr. Fallen in the IGO battle, but we're jumping straight onto Breeze. Here in this map, that there's two faces of Durga. He either pops off, has incredible impact, moves completely freely around.
I think
the
you're
map
confusing me with
Boaster, or he
Lexi.
just has a dark day.
I think one of the issues that Durka has on
That's not
defense
me.
of this map is that if FUT goes and slows their roll like a really long winded round,
Yoru
what's going to happen is
into
he's going to get a
Jet.
little bit curious
Yeah,
and
alright.
peek for info, and he's going to get put down by CNED or Yetterj just holding.
Ashen, a Breeze hater.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly.
You and Kakuka on
Breeze
the
is
you and
stage
me.
for sure.
Maybe buy your drink.
Well, whether you like it or not, we will be playing
Delivered
it
by
next.
Kiki. Thank you with the
Fnatic
tier 1
and
as well.
FUT
Thank you so much for that.
currently
Appreciate the 10 months.
1-1 the score in this best of 5. So let's dive straight into Breeze and for all the action. Tom and Mitch are going to take it away.
Thank you, Zoe. Yeah, I'd like to join the club. Passionate Breeze hater. It's a map. It is a map, and that's about all I can say, because I got to be nuts.
I'm not going to comment because I don't think we can have
There was a
everyone
bad
hating on
YouTube
Breeze.
apology video ukulele. I mean, yeah, we could probably do that.
I'll just leave
I can ensure that it
Hey,
would be
listen, you want
bad.
some positivity, Tom? I love it. Hey, go ahead. What's your favorite part about Breeze?
CNED.
All right.
I really like
Despa, I have
his
not seen
pistol
that.
round last time they played Breeze. Oh, he just headshot everyone. That was the
You
round.
could pretty
That
much,
was why it was
pretty
why
much
we
just
said that this is
imagine
why
that I
you
haven't
put
seen
CNED on
most
Jet,
stuff.
as they have been doing.
Fast
The majority
split.
of maps.
Boaster's on his own,
already
on an
gets a
island, wall
fast-paced
behind.
take
Okay, gets out of there.
from the
There's a
side of
free
FUT.
site right now.
They want to get right
That's nice.
back to the
2-person
races
push
after
behind. They
losing
got to
that
deal
last
with a
map.
trip. They
Not
got to deal with a
single
camera.
round in their defense, but luckily for them, they're on the attack.
They TP over the trip. No one has any idea he's going fast behind.
Right around the back of Yellow to take one down, but the flank from Durka now finding its value. 2 kills without a
Huge.
captain down. Damage done as well. Mr. Fallen clinging onto life.
Bro, he was so on top of the fact that there was a trip here. He pretty much did his TP here, ready for it. Came up close, confirmed it, took the TP. That was fast.
Dropped with the wall bang. Nice shot from Cracks. Nice jump up.
Still gonna lose the round?
Only Chronicle
Oh boy.
left. He's tagged down to 35. Even having to reload the Sheriff, the spike in the open, a tough defuse ahead of him, and with Cracks
Bro,
landing
Cracks
his
is,
shot,
I mean,
there was no
that was
chance.
nice. I was going to say,
1-0
UTJ is
for
so
FUT,
loud.
starting out
You can hear him
praise
through
for
the
win.
casters, Mike.
Yeah, that's the thing. This is a map that, for Fnatic, they've definitely been favoring. They've enjoyed picking this one. I actually thought it would be their first choice within the series, but
It was a nice try from
something about having your
Fnatic.
best maps
They did good.
slightly later. And even though it didn't
Cracks
quite
is just
go
a
well on
beast.
Icebox, they definitely performed to a decent standard. This one was a little bit more awkward when they played it versus Heretics, though, but that was after a close-fought map of Lotus. You can be a little bit more forgiving.
Alpha gets a Sheriff and everyone buys up. We've got a Marshal and Outlaw. No one's got any armor, so everyone's one shot.
First contact, he's already seen Alpha.
They hear the Sheriff.
Might make things a little bit tougher. And in fact, he's going to have to fall back a little bit more.
FUT is quite dangerous with those Marshals, but the ranged fight for Yetije is the one to open it up. Durka getting a little bit aggressive, peeking out on B. Second player following up, it's Alfier, but no element of surprise available, with the trap waiting for him to do just that. Even the push-up here, I don't expect FUT to go back towards this angle if they do push B.
They honestly might go back.
It's more likely that they decide to just cross this and take it up towards the site from mid. One player spotted already.
The recon goes A though, no one
flash,
shot the
that will be 2
recon, so they
minimum.
know A main's
I'm not sure
clear.
if they saw
That makes it an easy call.
any of the utility from Leo, but I believe they will have heard.
I didn't go far enough as well.
I mean, they should know. The flash is decent. The jump up. Oh, a lot of shots hit there. A lot of damage dealt, but no deaths just yet for the side of FUT.
No, it's left all onto Alpha. Had that Sheriff from the
30
beginning.
seconds left.
They spotted him around mid and B, so you can see CNED already being careful. And I don't even know if he'll necessarily clear this position. In fact, he's just going to walk straight into the open arms of CNED.
And they get the plant on top at a 3 away. It's a solid bonus at the moment.
Absolutely
Good money.
everything into this next round. The only question I actually have about their buy is, will they actually upgrade that Marshal? And I assume not.
Yeah, I wouldn't think so.
Successful.
I mean, softening up those players for the Bulldog, Outlaw in play as well. That's the only thing that might push them.
Bro goes for the headshot there.
Upgrade to change, or even just to buy a
Whoa.
backup pistol.
Is this not insanely
No
bold?
shields on the Fnatic side, low shields, I should say.
Hearing
So
the Outlaw
is
getting
basically
killed
gonna be
by
an operator
the last death,
in the hands
and then
of
going
CNED.
for
Then
3
again, he's
light
someone who
armors.
will a lot of the time hit the headshot
Like,
anyway. So
why would you not be buying Guardians there?
you always have to be fearful. For Fnatic, a much more passive start. Now, a lot of the time on this map, you're going to see aggressive pushes from Durka, but for now, he sat back with
Oh, let's see if it matters.
already going for a peek and CNED taking that
What
contact
the
on mid.
hell are you doing?
He's gone through.
Oh my god, he's winning the round.
Poster after cam thrown. They know that he's here. They don't know about anyone else, though. The drop down from Cracks, heard. Shot landed on the Ada Captain elsewhere as Alpha falls. The second player responds, strikes.
And it's one of the people that could get
from
one
CNED.
shot.
Even in this round already, the damage has been done, and CNED's got a rifle.
That is the
This
round
where
right
things
there.
Take a turn for the worst.
CNED relax
Reveal
yourself.
is perfect. They know that the decoy was not the real one.
CNED.
89
Oh my
HP
god.
total for CNED. Cloud burst down. The spray, hopefully, not a sign of what's to come.
Last reposition
The
from him.
jump up around the side.
Hey, shout out to
Durka's
Durka. Big
ready.
1v2 from
Hitting
him.
that shot clean.
I didn't like how they played the 1v2 though. It felt like they really just wanted to duel.
I think that rifle was cursed because every player
It
on
felt like
foot
the
picked it up
communication of
immediately,
these
got
two could have been way
Red Bull
better.
clutch for Fnatic's first
How they
round
wanted
is
to play it.
Probably not what they were hoping for.
Muted House. Dude, 23 months
even
as
still,
well.
at least
You
they're
did.
onto
Thank you
that
so much for that, man.
Durka as well.
One away from
One of
2
their
years.
earlier matches when they played versus, I believe it was Na'Vi, was just unstoppable. So if he can get rolling early, we already saw it on the first map of Icebox with 29 kills to his name.
Nice, Durka. Let's go!
Such a delayed reaction as well. Nice, Durka. Let's go!
I love the fact that I feel like that is the least intimidating.
Come on,
man.
man.
Like he's standing up, and
he knows.
It's not even. It's nothing to do with anything other than just how he is as a person in general. It's like he's too busy giggling at the fact that he's doing it.
Wait, is it his
Technical
PC?
pause,
Did he mess something up by standing?
Definitely not ideal.
No, it's Leo's
But
mouse.
they're going to be fairly happy with the way that round went, even though it slipped away from them in the 1 versus 2. Still going to be able to come back in with pretty much a 4-buy, even keeping the Outlaw as an option. It is not even something that they necessarily needed to bring in based on finances. They could afford to buy full rifles. They've just decided to throw that weapon into play. And especially when only one player survived, that's a perfectly logical thing to think. It's like, okay, most of the players on the other side are not going to be able to afford to have their full shields. This is, again, an operator.
Well, just for you guys to know, a little peripheral issue down on the stage. Shouldn't be long before we get those ones ironed out. I think Alpha's even trying to step in and help out the admins. Maybe he's seen this one before. But when we dive back into things in round 4, you know, really do got to keep your eye on Durka. Like you said, he's been one of the main focal points for this squad ever since that pistol on the A site where they had that little gap in the wall for him to play in many, many games ago. And his aggression, not just the way he can sit back, play these nasty angles and get out for free, but walking down tube, how much success he's had there. The decoys early, we saw it from Fnatic not long ago, where on the B site you'll see him consistently putting the decoy out as an early fake push, and it gets them a ton of information. I love how they use the Yoru on this map.
Jesus, man, it's a zoom on it.
Closer.
Jesus.
You're gonna bump him on the nose in a minute. Are we about to use his eye as a transition? That would be insane, but I think he's moved, unfortunately.
Oh, you've ruined it, Boaster. You've ruined it now.
See, they do say you're not allowed to talk during tech pauses, but they didn't say anything about singing.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Now, of course, the admins can hear him the whole time as well.
Yeah, I don't know.
They just get a little serenade.
Nonetheless, 2-1. There we go again. You got to be really still.
Don't move. Don't move. We've almost got it.
Definitely don't blink. We're getting a boasted staring contest. There we go. Oh, okay. So
right.
Now we know what he's thinking about. It's Mr. Fallen.
Aren't we all?
Yeah. He's daydreaming.
Guys get muted in tech pauses? No, they're just told to not speak, so that's pretty much the rule.
And that's the thing. I feel like a map like Breeze, although one that has been massively successful for Fnatic, and one that actually FUT have somewhat erred on caution. Like, it's not been one they've picked. I do feel like it's just a map that, for CNED especially, if he gets off to the races, it's a map that just thrives around opening duels, around firefights. Yeah, Mr. Fallen doesn't seem quite as interested.
Can I skip forward, please? It didn't work like that, man. I wish it did.
Now he's looking across the stage, seeing if he can lip read any of the strats. They're muttering to themselves, oh, I'm thinking the A site's kind of weak. He'll pick up on it. He'll get that done.
The hand he is, yeah.
Leo's testing it out. I assume it's him. You can see he's been messing around with some cables. Never good to have a player like Leo without those peripherals.
What would happen if someone talks? I mean, majority of the time they tell you off, and then they'll say there'll be some kind of punishment, and the normal like punishment is you'll lose like a timeout or something.
Most
deaths.
Most deaths. Yeah, but to be honest, he doesn't normally get any deaths. Just period. It's normally like maybe 8 maximum in an entire map.
That's like the one that they like to throw out there.
We'll see. Hopefully,
anything else is normally too extreme.
Of a break, as both teams will want to get back in the server. We know that this one could go the difference, and again, for anybody who may have just joined us, what's on the line is a spot in the final, facing off against Team Heretics, a squad that has managed to already beat both of these squads and sits awaiting in the final. The winner of that game will be getting an advantage in Shanghai. A pretty big one at that, being able to skip that Swiss stage and then pick the opponent of the teams that manages to make it through. It's a huge advantage for those squads, and pretty much places you within that top 8. It's a big opportunity. Also 3 points on the line, which can help you towards your opportunities for champions and being later in the tournament. If you then win,
we're making a Shanghai tier list. Yeah, I'll do that at one point.
We've seen that from
do Shanghai tier list. We'll do top 10. Or maybe top 15 players.
They didn't qualify for Shanghai because of the fact that they managed to win kickoff.
We've got a good amount of time. We've got like, what, two weeks?
Neither of these teams have that opportunity, especially with KC being the ones that won kickoff, so they've taken the majority of the points there. So it could be a good chance to really level up that playing field. But I also just think the main thing is going to be revenge.
To pick their opponents.
You don't want to go down to Heretics. They are the new boys on the block.
I don't get it,
Des. Sat as rookies. So that's really going to be one of those things where You're going to want to get back. You're going to
Hemi,
show them
thank you for the
who's
tier
boss.
1, man.
Both of these
Appreciate it.
teams, well, one of them made no changes other than coaching staff. The other only made a couple in terms of the players.
Yes, should be Jack.
Just heard word.
Pretty sure that's right.
Pansy escorted out of the building. It seems we're ready to go again. Tech issues subsided.
She's not even working today. Came there just to watch on a day off.
Just to cause
We've
chaos.
had to have her removed. That's a shame.
Well, I suspected this would happen at the start of the day, Tom.
Where are we on this? It was 1v. Okay. We've got 2 people that can buy next if they lose. One on each team. Giant rounds and...
Good weapon! What a shot from Durka!
Okay.
Saw the tip of Out Captain's head and ripped it clean off.
He didn't even need the TP. That was almost just for a little bit of a flex at the end. That's also the spike. So it just makes things awkward that they're going to have to go all the way back to retrieve it. In the meantime, Yedajay's pushed up. Durka has been taken out in tube. That's at least a silver lining, but it's still a great start to the round, and it's just been improved that little bit more.
That it has. Chronicle the man getting the kill. Boaster and Leo both having light shields, and a headshot from CNED won't make that matter. But Mr. Fallen has a chance to clean up some of these remaining players. Cracks way up close, looking for this fight. Tube control will be massive.
Guy in Tube's just like, wait, what the hell? Is literally a guy behind me?
To seize full control of. Shots don't land for Mr. Fallen.
Yeah, and after they try and retrieve the spike here.
Are slipping. Hope is fading. This is the rotation from Mr. Fallen. Perhaps just at the right moment. He will have a face against Chronicle, but just one hit to the body is all he needs. He won't find it.
No, the fact is, they had a 3-pronged defense
Saving?
that spike. The second it went down,
I mean, Fnatic would take that 3 people that don't have to rebuy armor.
Throughout the entirety of this round, and now for Cracks, it's
10 seconds left.
A little bit bleak. After what was such a great round in the last, an opportunity to go 3-0 up, win your bonus. The fact that the spike
Do you think teams having a bye and a chance to pick your opponents at Shanghai is enough for teams to reveal strats and try harder in the lower grand finals of their region? Oh yeah, for sure. It's giant.
They didn't even have to use their ult.
You gotta also, so everyone's trying super hard just because you get so much for coming fast, and you might as well show everything right now because we got map pool change and no one knows what maps are going out, so you want to at least might as well show everything. You got a potential big patch as well, not just for maps but for agents. So everyone's going all in.
Quite the mixed buy.
There isn't, you know, last year there was like a little potential of luxury of being able to save strats. This year, everything is so close together that it's just not going to happen.
Also, how they're actually going to be able to set him up, and he's immediately
it's
moved all the way back towards mid.
it's too punishing.
Just to get him that blade storm. Everything else,
you gotta win. There's not enough games really.
Mr. Fallen is the one with the
to win everything.
So it does still seem like the plan is to go towards this A side.
Yeah, the fact that there's some big changes coming in,
the
might as well show everything.
There's a danger that he gets pushed, but the mid push in response from
It's a big reward as well. It's not even the fact that you skip groups, it's the fact that you can actually have a bit of time to change. Dude, that's some nice movement. Shout out to Chronicle for getting the kill.
And dealt with by Cracks, but the damage is done. Fnatic have the advantage to work with, and Yedajay taken out very quickly indeed. Cracks follows, and it's only out of Captain with 3 kills for Alpha already. He won't get a chance to find any more. Leo swings in to close out the round for Fnatic.
Yeah, big stuff from Alpha once again. He's got off to a flying start, top of the board for the squad, but I almost feel like Cena he wanted to keep the knives. Whereas a right click there would have just got him that immediate opener. Would have allowed him to pick up the rifle, and yeah, maybe that round turns around, but instead, with Chronicle becoming the focal point, Alpha is just given free roam to clean up the mess.
The hell is this?
Still, that was just a round based off a...
Oh, they added to it.
Weaker piece of weaponry, immediate dimensional drift from Durka.
Recon that lands in spawn. Yeah, and it's that strat that apparently they made up on the fly that they use every single time they have a a Euro ult.
It's not like he has a choice. Look where his gate crash was. In towards the window. Cracks. Picks him out
and they've just shown that too many times, man.
But one man has stopped them. With Boaster down, it seems the A site is free.
It's meant to punish people that are in this area.
For Fnatic, they're over on the B site.
With people dueling here and here.
Sitting together with rifles.
They need to come up with some new stuff.
With damage done to Yerege,
It's nice and easy for FUT, right? Think of when you're doing anti. So one of the easiest things to do in anti is you just get every single ult round, right? So you get like, well, let's say there's 5 ult rounds, and then you just look at all of them, and then if there's ones that are off the bat that are all the same, but the others wait a certain amount of time, you just combine these 3, and you just know first 10 seconds we wait for this ult. Wait for this ult, just have an anti around it, everyone plays, you show it to your team, you tell them the anti of where you want to be, how you want them to react, and then it's just a free round. And I'm pretty sure that it maybe isn't 5 ults, I don't know how many it is, but that's the only time they use this Yoru ult aggro.
And as the time comes to a close in this round, the push will come through. Leo finds
Fnatic are normally good. Fnatic are normally one of the better teams that cover this up, right? They normally have like 3 ults that are per round, like per half, per ult. 3 things that they can do with it, and then they obviously do stuff off the fly as well. But this one's a bit too much.
Being able to make things work.
Why do so many players have chewing gum? It's like there was a research about it, right? That it affects your concentrations better with it.
It's like with him not finding anything, I think even just a little bit more disruption, and you see the rest of the team being able to get into position, but it just wasn't quite enough.
It makes your focus better.
3-3.
Is it though? I don't know, man. I didn't do the paper on it, but apparently so.
Not quite quick enough on the exit strategy.
They might not think there's anyone on door. You know what? Why would they not be swinging to help out Durka in that fight? Chronicle good for 1, but the problem is that body can be res. Leo trying to go up and above the utility, catch an angle where he can spray down that res. He's found him, but
had a chance to win the round. They've been very proactive on the defense. I like it.
Caught in the back by Mr. Fallen. The sight push. Cage triggered. You had 2 players coming through the double doors, drawing his eye. Oh, what? Well, Mr. Fallen was revealed, but you'd be
he tanked him down. So heavy. And we're going to have a save, so we're going to be waiting for a while. And is anyone going to be hunting? They honestly might hunt.
The finances for the next round.
So everyone, yeah, he's the one that actually needs to save. Everyone else can buy. I think if you're FUT, you'll just save. I think you'll be okay saving this.
1 versus 2, but instead, it will just be the holding onto of that gun. And again, it's a similar stance. We've seen this a lot from Durkee. He is going to be aggressive. He is going to be irritating, try and take those fights around the map.
Even if it's just a placebo as well.
Yeah, and it's more so credit to FUT. I think that's what has to be done. The trade was immediate. It was so quick. And then from then onwards, you can understand, like, Leo, he's trying to deny them getting the res, deny them getting that advantage.
Astra needs to have regen stars. Ice. I hope you don't join the Riot Squad, man. You got some crazy ideas out here. Chat, stop trying to stop wanting to buff agents that don't need buffs.
You look at some of the more successful recent matches versus Na'Vi.
Lena_red with the Prime. Thank you very much, dude. Thank you.
On that attacker side, and we only really have the 1 game.
You're joking? All right, I'll let you off.
Which was versus KC. They did a lot more on the defensive side, but a lot of that was massively
Lina, thank you again. Appreciate the Prime. Thank you for doing that.
Pushes. I think Fnatic should be ready for that.
Viper needs a second wall. Okay, now we're talking. Just as we got her into a good position. Completely make her busted. Right, what are we gonna do? Silver ult,
much more passive.
Air ult.
A different Viper wall over on the A site previously.
You got good ults to retake.
Into main, this time from the site all the way across middle. This is the one that they've used before to get Durka down on mid. Down on tube, rather. Although usually a bit of a deep push coming in towards the B site, though, leaves Viper with only the orb to work with. No wall, but Alphayer backing him up. Alphayer no longer backing him up. Dealt with quite quickly, in fact, and Leo is hung out to dry.
Yeah, that's the site is probably the round, but that's a nice trade back. Aid looks decent.
Put it back into a 2v2.
They have any idea that Atta took spawn.
And normally this flank would be massively valuable, but nobody.
Yeah, because they have spawn control. You just imagine that this is so likely.
It looks like Yerege just wants to try and join up with his teammate. Instead, he's going to peek at the perfect time.
Well, that's devastating.
With utility in hand, it gives at least a little inkling as to where
the
players are. Chronicle had a chance. Not quite quick enough
they gave
this time.
him a chance.
There's a world,
and I'm pretty sure Fnatic goes down to an eco from this.
But for FUT, they can breathe a sigh of relief. They are going to have themselves their 5th.
Well, I mean, Durka got quite unlucky, all things considered. I guess I'd say Boaster did too. He was tucked in that corner, and before, if I'm correct, before they even saw him, before they knew he was there, there was a nade and a shock dart coming his way.
I think he got pinged.
Did he?
I think he got pinged a little earlier and then aggressed.
Because that would be a lot of utility to throw in. Maybe he's in that corner. But yeah, he got bombarded with util. And then, well, even more so with the reveal
they
right
take a
before it.
bit of a hit. Everyone gets light armor apart from Leo, which is why Mr. Fallon buys this, and they force into it, and they are sending it all in. They understand how big this is. All into swing. That was nice. Dude, he's so good at getting extra random pings.
Yeah, this has been where a lot of the effectiveness from FUT has come out. These mid
40 might be in the cubby.
Well, the fact that they had the Hunter's Fury ready after contact just to disrupt, make things more awkward for the players on FUT, and even then Chronicle just swinging. As we said before, like you noted it when he was there the last time, not really taking that contact. Now, though, this is just based on individuals. One player on one side, one on the other. For CNED, probably hoping that would have been a little bit cleaner, and Leo, if he takes steps just a little bit further, he might be given a freebie. That's exactly what happens. Spike on the deck. 4 players, CNED on 30 HP, and he was given a tiny little... I thought for a second that was Leo jumping down, which wouldn't have even surprised me that much, but no, just the recon.
Let's see, 30 seconds to try save this.
Would have been on brand.
30 seconds left.
CNED's out of here. 30 HP. 1 versus 4. No real chance to take this one across the line. Response right away from the side of Fnatic. And this mid control that we've seen attempted a couple of times and not so successfully. Now it has that little bit of a bite to it. And I think you see what we're talking about.
Is there a bad agent I would like to see reworked?
2 or 3 rounds ago, where Dirk is out on
I would be fine. I'd be fine with a Viper rework. I hate Viper at the moment. I really hate Viper.
This time, they're both ready to fight, and the result is much better.
I think as well, just having that Hunter's Fury, it just makes things
I'm just
impossible.
sick of it.
Because FUT are basically trying to dodge that utility while then having players shoot at them. So it was a much cleaner opportunity for Chronicle to swing. Whereas the last time it was much more like, okay, I just expect Durka to leave. I don't expect him to stick around. 5 to 4. Hunter's Fury is still available. It has been for a few rounds. I was expecting maybe some sort of B execution. A lot of the time, that's where you have your solo Sentinel playing, not in this round. Can be used for an opener, but it doesn't seem like they're interested. It really just has been this Outlaw time and time again. A bit of a money maker, or money saver, I guess.
Yeah, I guess they've just looked into the fact that Fnatic like to buy a lot of light armers.
With giving guns over
Even with the
players.
Outlaw being here, they've been looking into teams, seeing if they can get away with that.
He was the top-rated player in playoffs, so if he's generous at the same time, you don't get a much better teammate than that.
It is one of my favorite aspects of this weapon that I think underutilized by some teams.
Not this trip again.
It's not a one-glove-fits-all kind of deal. Seen this trap before, as well. On a, the idea here being to catch the jet dash out. I don't think it was successful last time for Alphayer, but the idea is there. And at some
Trip
point,
might actually get one.
falling for it. Alphayer will be baiting in this round with Durka tucked up close in the corner.
How long does this TP have? I'm just going to highlight it because they might end to when this is still on.
Trap and meet an immediate demise, or that crossfire will come into
he has
full
no
effect
TP anymore.
afterwards.
Durka is full committed.
Last time we saw this, it didn't quite connect. Pop flash is good, and well, it hasn't worked out for Durka. The flash just left Alpha without really any semblance of hope to help his teammate, and they were very ready for that close angle to be held. For Leo, he's got to hope he can find something with the shock dart. It hasn't done any damage this time, and just look at the crazy...
now what you do?
He's still
just
so
a done
far
round.
back that if they get anywhere near
UTJ's
this site,
going to late lurk on him as
but
well.
more importantly, if they try and exit this site, he's ready and waiting as well.
Has that trip ever worked? I think both times we've seen it. I think both times we've seen this trip, and I've only seen it twice when they bring it out. So we've seen a similar setup, and I think both times Alpha's dueled before he gets a chance. He's just trying to trade off his teammate, so it's not like he's doing the wrong thing.
Foot in. Leave them with no choice but to die to the spike or to take a fight they're unlikely to win. Leo's on 10.
It doesn't matter too much, money's still good from FUT.
Steps marching towards him, he realizes it's not worth boxing them in anymore. That's a fight that they would win. And so they back off, set up for potentially a late punish.
Wait.
In fact, it's Chronicle to be punished in the corner. Well, it will not be clear.
What a right
Leo
click.
carries a rifle forward, but again, the cost is great.
Yeah, FUT as well have really started to come alive in this map. 4 of the last 5 rounds. Economy doesn't really reflect that, so a lot of them have been incredibly costly, but I think Fnatic realizing now that, okay, even though we definitely have the faith. What? He was half HP, but yeah. Yeah, that was just absurd.
That is.
But this is where they need to at least
Wait,
try and get those last couple of rounds.
how much HP was he on?
Able to deny once or twice.
It's just
those
one
mid
bullet
presence,
hitting the
but
head, right?
The fact is, FUT have been so good at just trading off a lot of
Who's
these
fighting?
battles.
Okay.
And even if they don't, some of their site executes as well. That was so clean. Again, it is always credit to Cracks.
How good is my lore knowledge? Awful,
Only
bro. I
is he
couldn't care
13 and 5,
less.
But that pop flash was just disgusting. I don't think he gets his roses for that flash. It doesn't show up.
They're
in a
all
lot of
just
cases on the
they're all
scoreboard,
just
but
chess pieces to me.
Durka was just completely blinded, stuck back, and it also meant
I don't care
that
about
there
their
was
history,
nothing
man.
that Alpha could do to actually help him. Made that take incredibly easy.
That's why it's so easy to pick a favorite between a Sky and a KO comp. We're talking about FUT, the KO every time. Cracks his utility. This is the map as well, where his utility typically is just miles above everybody else.
Oh, that's awesome. Thank you for the translation, because I saw that earlier and I had absolutely no idea what it said, but awesome.
And yeah, I think for Cracks, he gives a lot of credit for all of his KO.
I know that a lot of people do though. It's cool for them, but I've not been much of a dude. I'm not much of a one-player game, and that's like that's too much one-player vibes for me.
It is attempt 10 from Mr. Farlin of playing. Well, okay, actually, maybe 9.
Yeah, I don't want story modes, man.
The thing is, it does mean that walking up has incredible.
But people
amounts
do,
of
and
risk.
that's cool.
Durka, I don't believe has the ability to get out of there, but they actually use the snake bite just to try and make things a bit more awkward. He will now place the utility to escape, but instead
This is insanely bold.
Mr. Farlin
Does have a TP to get out of here, right? Yeah, TP out. Huge. I mean, Mr. Fallon's just not expecting it because why would it happen? I like this though from Fnatic. Like they never used to do this stuff.
But he's not afraid to push down because he has
him
that
some
get
freedom,
out of
it's
jail
cool.
free, wins the fights most of the time, Gate crashes after. Fnatic,
Yeah, it's a good KO setup, anti-KO setup. We've got double kill trips over towards here. Cross map knife as well to see if anyone's close over towards site. Yeah, and there's one trip that they found. We've got another one. Okay, they found both of them. They didn't get a kill. It's a 3v5 with 2 kill trips at the moment into a 3v4.
Durka's definitely going to try and take one
Uh-oh.
down. He loses the fight as well. Back-to-back individuals.
Doing a lot of individual stuff right now. Yeah, it's all good.
It's going to be left all
All
up
good.
to see that, and Alpha's so quick with it.
Pretty back and
Again,
forth
got
the
a
whole
little
time.
bit dangerous, a little bit shaky for a second, but the rest of Fnatic steamroll on the retake. Bring it to within just 1. As I said, expectations for them have always been to have that better half over on the attack side, so this definitely isn't too worrying that the defense hasn't been the best. Even still though, for FUT, we normally give them the same credit. A lot of the time it is those attack sides where they thrive.
Well, history can be a great teacher, but it's hard to really derive anything about these teams from past matches, not least because of performances of other squads and hard
KO
to
to
gauge how they
cancel
play,
the
but
knives.
even just look at Fnatic.
Knife
map
as
was
well.
6-6.
Go for a flash in, lost the timing because of the recon.
And no matter what game they're in, their second half seems to be that little bit better. It's worrying for FUT. With already a solid defensive stance, they now look towards
Well,
the
they
A side
kind of knew this
aggression
instant reaction
on
was going to
Durka.
be
The
cool to
Viper's
go
pit
over
activated
towards
on
B.
This is one of my favorite setups.
So most
so
people to
difficult
deal
to
with this,
break
they'll
through
just
this
go
because
up
Bosu
short
doesn't even
with
need
like
to be
3-2
worried
and the
until you
drone will
touch
go
that trap.
towards... we still got drone? Oh, we have no drone.
Cam as well. So just watch for anybody coming in from behind. The Hunter's Fury being utilized, but
Yeah, walked up block of spawn though. D-Ned?
D-Ned's not connected. The shots even trying to hunt him down. Alpha though is now left alone on the side. The rotation finally coming in. The support finally available, but maybe he doesn't need it. First goes his way.
He did unroll though to get a kill. He made that doable.
Back into this 2 versus 2. CNET is still yet to claim a gun. Only playing with the Frenzy. The Bladestorm not having the success he was hoping for, and actually, they've got to be careful.
Whoa.
Chronicle is right on the edge of this corner, but he isn't going to peek it there. He goes first, not quite
10
the
HP?
second.
10
Low
HP 1v2?
Just 10.
Surely not.
It would need to be an immediate headshot, and the time is in Durka's favor, but he's not quite in the right position.
What a shot from Durka. 6-6 in the end? This is nice.
And we'll go in level.
Just like the last map. First half is close, but can we really expect the same thing from the second?
How does Alpha live this long?
It
took so, like, the players were able to rotate all the way from A just because he was dancing around the site. And, okay, the impact may not have necessarily been there on the kills, but it's just the fact that they are spending all of that time hunting him down. They can't get into the post spawn. They can't get into a position where Cedar can even retrieve a gun, even though
Insane
they've killed
round.
off
Dude,
a couple of other
Alpha
players.
did unreal.
Just a survivalist.
Yeah, he literally managed to survive so long to then get a kill, and then for his kill to then get traded back to site.
That was also after they evaded the main dangers of the round. The Vipers pick, the traps inside it, the cam up top. They're able to go through mid, take those
Alpha's
fights.
always the main danger.
That is true.
What the hell? What the hell is this flash from Chronicle?
1 HP. Let's see if that's still the case.
Oh, Boaster to pick up the first. Well, CNED, okay, I really didn't think he survived that long either, but dropped right after. Yedije onto Durka, still Alpha, sitting around the A site on a very, very late lurk.
Alpha 1 HP.
He's cleared it entirely. They know there's a free plant awaiting them, and on 1 health, the head peak
Gonna
angle,
reposition
he
instantly.
dishes out that damage to Cracks, making this a pretty even fight. They have to be so cautious.
Oh man, so many low
13 health on
HPs.
Cracks. Yedije on 82, but look how low the remaining Fnatic players are.
I'm surprised they even attempted to go through mid there. Now it comes down to Alpha, and he's going to get nothing. It was kind of expected with how low he was. Left onto Chronicle. Clutch scenario. We've hyped up his Sky when it comes to these moments, but the KO can be just as deadly. Has the knife, but using it here would be to his own peril. Will give up his position. And that's not the plan. The plan is to try and hit the shots. Now Cracks is the first point of contact. He's so desperately low. That one will be easy. The next one's a little bit tougher. Just trying to make things a little bit more awkward. And he's doing damage all the way down to low HP, but he's now onto that spike. Sticking it to half at least, but eventually he's going to have to get back on it. Yedije has connected the shots. Is there enough time?
Dude. His fair play, man. I thought when he got off that, he might have messed up, but he just had enough time.
And that is exactly it.
0.13.
Pistol round secured. Early aggression from CNED didn't find its result, nor did it for Durka. The duelist dealt with very early on. And it's this. If Alpha was just a second later, they would round it into his crosshair. But he starts to think they're moving towards double doors, that he needs to make that peak happen. 1 round in it after the pistol, but this is where the economic advantage swings firmly into FUT's hands, and
he broke the sound barrier. That's why we couldn't
It's
hear.
double pistol, right? It's 3 chat.
The Marshall buy
Where are
FUT,
we?
They love it. And on
Is
an
it
open map like Breeze,
where
makes
chat? Someone give me a
perfect
pistol
sense.
update.
There's
I'm lost.
no approach you can take that isn't a
The best of
long-range duel.
the best of 5's
Fnatic
thrown me
have
off.
gone right down halls and met no resistance. Everything for FUT's defense around this part of the map.
I would
based
say
on
it's
this trap wire.
4-2,
Once
but
it's broken, we'll have to see them react without giving the pistols the advantage.
The problem is mainly going to be Mr. Fallen. This is not where you want this gun to be. I think he expected them to try and either go straight towards A
it is
or
4-2.
bypass
Okay.
through the spawn, but
We would have guessed right. I could have covered up.
instead they've gone right into him. Cracks. Again, he's going to be tagged down to just 5 HP. There are definitely opportunities now, especially with, okay, the Marshall's the first thing to go, but anything else, well, it's a 2K weapon or above.
Yeah, the damage starts to be considerable. They're not moving towards Cracks, thankfully. Doesn't mean it's going to be any easier for these players. Yedije took from the corner, had a captain further away. CNED covering the cross, but they're smoked off by the wall. Up close now, Yedije's got the angle, then the swing from back sight comes in. Not even needed. Yedije's picking them all up, making it look easy. And Durka all the while was
no one.
hoping
I mean, no
someone
one's
would
to swing that.
into him.
Yeah.
When they eventually do, he gets his back turned. 8 on the board for FUT and a clean response.
Crash Hacker with the tier 1. Thank you very much for that, man.
I don't
Appreciate
mind
you,
the
dude.
idea from Fnatic. A little
Welcome
bit
into
more
Stock
of
Club
an
as well.
orthodox play with the entirety of the team heading their way through the tube.
30 seconds left.
Well, a shot or two that could have turned this round into an incredibly costly one. Instead, Bulldogs, Outlaw, Marshall bought back up for Mr. Fallen, so it's not going to have too much of a cost detriment, but Fnatic will have the rifles. This is where they can really look to put themselves back onto the map. As whoever wins this one will be 1 away from making it to
right here.
That all-important grand final versus Heretics.
It's split up next is FUT's
Recon goes middle, and they managed to get scans off, so they know the mid's pretty much free.
Mine being their other pick, and well, you can see the scoreline in the top left of your screen. Fnatic this second half hasn't gotten off to as good of a start, but now the rifles come out. This is where the real danger is for FUT. Some control over halls. It's only the one man in Alpha here holding that down.
They do head over towards A site. Mr. Fallon has a recon to help his team.
Pushed through double doors. About to be
Recon goes out, but it's got broken.
The first on the scene. One shot already expended on the decoy. Although the TP is going to be used to cancel out that push. They'll get a second chance at breathing in this round, but Alphayer has been lost. The tube play now wide open.
Man, Crack's almost acting as the bodyguard. He's not going to be able to find anything. CNED down. Swing out hasn't worked either. The Marshal connecting tags, but they're going to need a whole lot more if they're going to be able to win this one. No shock darts to be able to deny, and again, there's a player on 5 HP for the side of FUT. Always seemingly clinging to life. Again, around the look dangerous, but it's quickly diminished. I think Boaster may have just caught an angle onto Yedajay, and yeah, just at the last second, he spotted him out.
Well, low HPs, 11, 14.
They've got enough money to buy into the next
Fnatic will
round.
take
They
this.
do not have an issue of that, so if he can catch either of these low HP players, they could be quite happy. But it's not going to happen. Durka, clinical in the end. And Fnatic, again, just one away.
Well, that's the third round we wanted to see from Fnatic. Although this is interesting. The opening pick for CNED is good, but then he steps out in the open, unaware that they could have already walked out main. I think that's just the big gap in this defensive play after being pressured so heavily on doors. They got a little tunnel visioned in towards taking the fight below the tube. That won't be a mistake that we're likely to see again, though. And now, a bit of an upgrade. FUT have loved playing with the Outlaws, with the Marshals.
Cena gets the op out, and where is he? They decide to go aggro over towards short. Knife goes in towards A, they spot one, but the late knife towards middle hits two, and it hits the jet, so they either think hero here.
The truly terrifying part of this defensive side. So this man gets going, he's difficult to stop. The fact is though, Fnatic looking like they're
And
about to pick up
Fnatic
the
are just
pace.
in
This
for
A side
the,
about to be under
what,
some
CNED's on
serious
B,
pressure.
let's go A.
Drone didn't look down. It's left.
Okay,
Crack. That was from back yellow, just a wild
that is straight through the wall before someone's even pushed the site.
Player, there's one here. The comms are good, and out of Captain Falls. Mr. Fallen in the same boat. Peeked out from downtown, and well, the tube control is still being held late in the round, but the timing terrible.
Yeah, and
for
up
CNED.
to retake.
That
Bit of
pick
a
would
nightmare.
equalize
Nice.
things. Instead, the control maintained.
Nice and easy from Fnatic there, really, other than getting the pass and shot through the wall.
Will now be backing off. Alfie taking his time, but the door is being closed on him. Still,
It's just the most simple way. There's just avoiding the op is the one, right? It sucks in retake, and it's very hard to push oppers off of angles.
So he opened the door. No one was looking at him. That's a big mistake. And they bought enough time at this point that there's no way FUT can get the defuse. Instead, they've got to hightail it out of here. CNED wanting to save this operator. A few of these players are going to go down to the spike. No? Oh, no, they're safe. Just about.
Yeah, a nice round from Fnatic. And again, I think a focal point of that is Alpha here. Like, you look at the players initially, Cracks does well. He manages to get the opener. But
And a big part of this was honestly Chronicle
it just
just
becomes so
hitting
much
the knife.
more awkward for them to try and hold on. The player on site just gets almost left out to dry, and then you could see it's reactive from FUT. They're consistently trying to deal with this man in such an
getting
awkward position, and by the time CNED
a
kills
little
him,
bit
the round's
wrecked
already
from
over.
Tube,
They had their post-box, the
so
rest of the players have
maybe
fallen
they
out.
want to fight Tube a little bit heavier at one point.
A lot of it as well is that same Viper screen we've seen many times from Boaster. He loves to put that straight through the stairs.
Econ, we just go for the
create
fast
such a
B.
disjointed
Looking
defense.
decent,
The
no
player
one
on
over
the stairs
towards here.
can't fight with the player on the site, and the same vice versa, creating jewels for players like Durka.
The knife's landed, but there's no one there to catch it. Fnatic have already overrun the site. And, well, a little peek out of Mr. Fallen comes at a heavy cost, losing his life. Operator for CNED is basically the only chance for this squad, and it's just being dropped cleanly. Funny that Durka spots the off, and the call from Leo is, I'm going to peek him. Shock Dart didn't even get to explode on time. Durka was way ahead of it.
The great rounds. I mean, these guys didn't even take damage.
But up against these weaker weapons, that's what's expected. The lead.
The timeout, yeah, they might have to.
9 to 8.
I mean, can they even afford the op?
To that 13th
I
round
think so.
on their map pick.
And I think we might be about to see a pause of sorts, because I'll be honest with you, I think these last few rounds have been telling for the side of FUT. Like, this is where Fnatic truly are thriving on that attack. I think
Someone save for it? Yeah, maybe.
From Dirk has been good. As said, the lurks and the tube play from Alpha.
It's a win condition, but
has definitely been problematic. And they haven't really found a way to deal with it just yet. I wonder if they're going to try and take that spot away from them. That was something that Fnatic had to do themselves. You saw Durka play versus Mr. Fallen, but they were having
doesn't look like it. No one's got enough for him to get the op out.
That defense wasn't able to claim the control. Whereas on the other side of things, they have to be actively stopping him from getting to the door.
They got to talk about Tube, I think. I would not be surprised if I would not be surprised if they walk down Tube or had something aggro over towards
Tube. Rate in those is pretty high. Yeah, take a good swing at it and then move in for the break when you need it. For FUT, you can see guys is rattling off commands on how they can patch up this play, but we've only seen the start of Fnatic's attacking side. So much more can be done by Durka, and so much more will be done by Durka based on what we've seen in the past. The Hulk's control, Tube control when it came down to that defensive side wasn't even on the level that we've seen it before, but I do wonder if an element of that is the fact that there's so much tape on it out there. If you keep running the same sort of aggressive plays, your opponents are going to be ready at a certain point, especially coming into a BO5. I'll have looked at it.
Early knife from Cracks.
I mean, knife hits 3. That gives him a lot of info.
At least for the early round, we're over on that side.
Mr. Fallon is in the spot to drone this, right? He goes aggro so the drone can clear the corner. Also wanting to punish, so it's... He has multiple options at the moment. It's door opens, he can insta-swing, right, where they're focusing over towards site. And at one point, if he hears no sound as well, he can drone and clear the corner. So that's their version of being able to punish this, just playing a little bit passive.
It's much more passive.
And let's see, because this guy's going to open the door. Does Mr. Fallon get him before he TPs?
Gamble any of their rotations. Durka doing exactly what we've seen. Timing, though, shouldn't be great for him. There's a player right behind Mr.
Yeah, it's a nice punish. And over towards B, we have playing far back from the Viper, so Viper can get a molly off before he gets hit.
Didn't seem like a connect. Must have been just
it's a nice setup from FUT. That's a great shot, bro. That is a huge round. This is a really cool, this was cool though. Everything was really good, right? The punish over towards Tube was nice. We had the Viper playing far back because of the KO with a molly in hand. So as soon as the KO goes out, you're just out of range, so you can molly over towards B. And that means that the split is a little bit off in terms of timing, so Cena can focus over towards short. And dude, what a shot he had.
That quick rotation back towards the B site. Oh, wow. CNED just doing CNED things. Yeah, sure, some decent supportive utility in the end, but as you said,
of course, Brent, thank you so much, man. In bet, dude.
It's been a back and forth, that's for sure. Especially with the maps that FUT have managed, or the map that FUT has managed to win. Even still, they may have taken the wind out of the sails for Fnatic, but I was going to say it could get going again.
Bro, anyone running up short is getting one-tapped.
Easy breezy for FUT so far. Opening take onto Durka is clean. Hunter's Fury activated, but good movement by Ada Captain. Dip, duck, and dodging his way out of those angles and even catching them.
Yeah, and that wasn't the person that got the kill, so they know one more is out.
He can breathe.
Mr. Fallon has a recon if he wants to help his teammate out.
Captain's on the rotate around. He wants to find him. Viper wall up, Viper wall down, and all the while just baiting them. These players in towards middle, in towards the back of sight, just want to bind time.
Yeah, just making sure they're acting big for this flank.
The easiest kills of their lives.
Really sick round from them. Ever since the timeout, been looking good.
Digits for FUT.
Dude, Atta hit such a shot as well.
Are the ones that have to come back into it.
Yeah, for other teams, going up to behind people might be a problem, but we witnessed it many a time for CNED. Easy pickings. But this is the round for Ada Captain. Immediately takes out Durka. He was setting up utility to try and cause issues into the site.
Ata did unreal as well. It wasn't just the shot, it was the instant reposition as soon as he saw the ult. He got tagged by the drone, and then he fakes running back, and then he was ready to tank, or he at least timed the nade really well.
10-9. Back and forth.
His movement was good as well.
This is the pick of Fnatic, and honestly, this map
Cage
was
goes
the
in
one.
early to see if
Maybe
anyone
alongside
pushes, and then they
Split,
got a
but I
trip
was
to see if anyone
expecting
pushes
the
deep.
most favoured.
Cena close enough to hear
one
that,
team or the
so
other.
if they have some kind of info on when
Last
Cypher
time
defaults
Fnatic
over
played
towards
against
A,
Split
they
on
might
Split,
work out
they
the
lost
setup.
13-7, which is
This
not
has
a
just
great
been
sign if they're
Mr.
gonna let
Fallen
this one slip as well.
Perma playing here at the moment.
Even still,
Just wanting to punish
they have a
the
buy. They have a Viper's Pit.
opening of the door every time.
But if they were to head towards that B site, they'd have both Viper and
Wait,
Cypher
that's
to
so
deal with
sick.
again.
He knifes close to see if this guy's lurking in the corner. That's the only place it gets.
Doesn't seem to be leaning that way. Problem is, this side they're gonna have.
And so they know that Alpha's in tube. So instead of using the drone that would normally clear this, they don't have to, and they get info on Alpha.
He's seen him. He knows that he can just give that up. The trap destroyed, and they move back towards the site. Push coming up through mid.
Bro, Mr. Fallon is dominating tube ever since I said they were struggling, and that timeout came in.
Now Dirk is here to follow up on it alongside Boaster. Good headshot from Durka. TP back for the main play. It caught Chronicle at least. Nice shot by Mr. Fallen.
Shocks
The
could be
shotgun
good.
now, very threatening. Bring you right down to your last sliver of health.
Take watching here.
Hasn't quite landed.
Yeah,
for
Krax is in
Leo.
a
He's
really
dodged
rough
it.
spot at the
Plan
moment.
coming
Good
through
news
with
for
his
him is
cover.
he has this trip, so he doesn't have to overextend. He should just stay alive here the whole time, because he can get a kill off of the trip. And just hold door.
Boaster, though, will remove Mr. Fallen. Durka takes down Krax at that, leaving just 2 players standing.
When he goes to a
The
position they
B-side
just
rotators.
cleared.
Again, Durka's going to reposition back towards main. He might be the first point of contact, or wait for a little bit more information. Leo on the site is not giving anything away, and I think Durka may have just spotted his opponent. That's going to be the kill, just a second too late for Yedaje. And now, with no utility remaining, he needs to try and isolate both
He
of
threw
these
a
players.
pistol out.
Durka just looking to bait him, remove that clock from
Yeah,
any
time's
further
gone.
problems, and while it's already going to be done, the round is over. Both of them just looking to try and escape, and well, only
Guys,
one
round
of
from
them can.
Fnatic. Krax was in a rough position, really. I still, I mean, still like the changes that FUT are doing, but
I am surprised
he
Krax
just
was able
feels
to
like
hold
it's
on for
getting
dear
wrecked
life
from
on
A
that
main.
site. For this long, they came up through mid. They tried to challenge him, but he had those safer angles. I guess Mr. Fallen as well, providing that bit of cover, laying down his life for the info on Boasters, run up through the double doors.
But the thing is, what I really like the adaptations we're seeing from FUT. The fact that Mr. Fallen twice now, actually no, I think 3 times, has actually shut down that tube player. He's been waiting, whether it was Durka or Alpha, just because that was their biggest issue, the player opening the door. But then Fnatic had the double mid play, and it was just Durka repositioning over and over again that eventually allowed them to have a plan, allowed them to get into an advantageous position for this round. The defense looking like they have a little bit of a bait and switch on A.
Get over
again.
towards side, they got a
It's gonna
Viper
be
ult.
CNED in the back corner.
Mr. Fallon, again, ever
Krax,
since
same
that
spot as
timeout,
contact,
it
but
is,
by the looks of
we
things,
have to heavy hold tube.
dimensional drift, and
Mr. Fallon's been
Durka setting
here
up
or
some
here.
util. I think they're
The
going
first time
straight
he's used
to
this
B.
one.
Oh yeah.
Your ult
Great
goes
mid
in,
play as well with Boaster
Yesterday is
grabbing
a
info.
little bit on his own. They
Spotted
might have
one.
messed up here.
And he's tempted. I think a flash is going to be committed, although he decides not to complete
Oh.
the ultimate until a little bit later. Decoy on its way. Yedaje's ready for it though. The cam has spotted him out. Beautiful shot from Yedaje.
He
but
did
won't get away with any
fantastic
more than
though.
that.
Against the
Chronicle
Yoru ult to
quickly
get
ends
one
that
like this is
story, and
huge.
Boaster
That
just
shock
about
should
making it
kill.
around the corner, but shock darts are chasing him. Landing right at
9.
his feet. 9 health now to
That'll
work
do
with,
it.
and the second one confirms the kill. Alpha tried to
Wait, they're
swing
just
and
gonna
help,
they're
but he
gonna
gets
reset.
dropped too.
Oh, someone from
Chronicle
Fnatic needs to go
in the
huge.
open,
Oh
taking
boy, they're in
him
trouble.
down, and FUT will not relinquish
They're
their
in big
lead
trouble.
so
Leo
easily.
is the
11
only
on
person
the
that can
board,
buy.
2 more
Should be
for the
12.
map.
Another round where you see the success of this B-site defense, even with knowing the position of Yedaje, even when he's hit by a vulnerable as well off the snake bite, even when they send out the fake out, he's just so confident to try and avoid some of those battles. And then in that time,
My
the rest
God,
of the
that
team
shot
just
on top of it.
battling for mid, removing the lurk of Boaster, removing the players as they attempt to rotate. Fnatic now need themselves another pause.
I don't know what they're going to do in this one. They've got most of them average around 2,200.
They have already beaten Fnatic earlier in the season, fairly confidently at that, a map that they've looked good on in general. Sure, they had the loss to Heretics, but that was in Giga overtime. Other than that, they've destroyed Fnatic, Liquid, and Giant X already this season.
Big names under their belt. Good success along the way. This has been a back and forth battle. Look at that timeline. As we come into 11 to 10, the ulti's in play.
Breeze, it's been looking hit or miss.
Be a tough one to deal with, but I don't know, Tom. I look at CNED with a Blade Storm. I look at how FUT have approached their opposition.
What would you do with the small guns here? I think you got to take close range. I would send 3 Tube maybe with how he's been fighting Tube. Try and get the gun, fall back. I think I would just heavy focus on Tube. Take A control, 3-person Tube, try duel him.
And now they don't have any cash to play within this round. You're looking at Leo, the only player with a gun.
Hope he doesn't duel.
Again, this has been one of
What do they
gaps.
got? Guardian? Whoa, 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 whoa.
Completely unaware. Nobody even looking in that direction. That's a huge mistake in the beginning of this round already.
It could become very costly if boots go on the ground. Oh, Alpha Year in the corner.
And he's just ready for a punish because he knows they've been told to punish over towards door.
Looks tempting now. If it's activated, and it is, this defuse
A
will be
lovely
very
Viperal.
difficult
This
indeed.
is a giant round. How many guns did they pick up? None so far.
To go back through this pit, and with the pistols, this is the best possible scenario. Question is, can Cena deal with him? And he's almost been dealt with himself. Durka only has a classic, but he nearly wins that duel, and CNED is sent running in the other direction. A reveal now in play. That ultimate will not allow them to drop the pit. It will instead leave them fighting the back of yellow, taking down players as they go.
Boss has probably owned it though, right?
Away. Someone needs to get close and get
shot.
Oh, this spike. Well
yeah, times is too low. Both double molly.
Snakebite thrown in from afar. Boaster firing through, and he's got Yedajay. A perfect snakebite.
That's a giant round. Hero Guardian. They found the gap. And they punish the fact that they can get over towards door fast. They go so much faster on this one, not even expecting it. And then the guy who's opening door in Tube is just so aware that they're going to punish him. Throws double cage, right? Once he opened the door, double cage, so he's just in charge of getting 1 kill once they try and punish him. There's a lovely timeout into that. Really, really cool. It's impressive.
There wasn't a lot that could be done to clear him out without a flank. The time was bought by the rest of the team, but the round was won by
they're
Boaster.
furious, dude.
11 to 11. With weak weapons, weak finances, and a
And it looks like they have a bit of read to this, what they like to do with the Viper ult, because this is the first time we cage here, we trip, we actually go into the safe spot.
A couple of ultimates to play with, and a purchase into this round.
Interesting position from Alpha. You might think they could walk through and take the spike, but of course...
Money would be crazy low if they lost it.
If there's any deep aggression from this FUT side. An incredible round for Fnatic to
It would pretty much be a similar buy to the round prior to this, if Fnatic lost this round.
2 more rounds for either team to lock us in to split with a 2-1 scoreline. Otherwise, we're going all the way to an overtime. So we're Fnatic are more than familiar.
It's funny, this is what I would have done on the Eco run.
Even outside of Lotus. Maybe we're set for the same course. Viper's Pit was used by Attic Captain instead. Fnatic will not be going through a main. They'll look to take things through the open door that's now standing. Cracks only defending. Mr. Fallen drops Alpha yet. Good flash. Great response. Chronicles down, and the herd's already been thinned.
Yeah, they got 20 seconds as well. They're going to have to get onto the site and fast. Durka, Boaster, make that Leo as well. Out of very little, Fnatic have managed to...
They know that this guy's here, but he drops the ult to try and pretend that he's not here, but the
Captain's dropped his pit. They know exactly where he is as well.
your ult goes in.
To get his ult online, they're throwing util directly into his face. The only danger, the only unknown quantity is going to be Yedajay. He's sneaking his way through, but their plan is to try and isolate the other.
He's so dead, Leo gets killed.
Walking his way out, he'll go straight
Right,
into
one.
the hands of Leo. from a damning position, or so it seemed with 20 seconds. Fnatic will be the ones to get to map point.
One more round, and they come in with 3 ultimates to work with as well. This started out so poorly. Mr. Fallen and Cracks tore them to shreds. And then everybody steps it up. Leo lurking up through the halls.
Yeah, I mean, CNET's just not ready for the extra pass in there. It's just such a mix-up. Every time they've been putting one over towards Tube, so when he goes to swing here, once there's been duels, he's literally not even expecting the off angle.
Geist has got to be close to an aneurysm at this point.
Oh, look at this. We've seen Tube.
Do they go fast to Tube again?
Many a time. Spam does quite a lot of damage.
This one guy in sight is in a lot of trouble.
Throw everything at their opponents as they make their way into the site, but it hasn't been as successful as maybe they would have hoped. Haven't managed to find the open, or at least they hadn't. First one goes their way, but it's an immediate trade.
I seem more than aware where Boaster is, but he's got backup. That they might not know. Looks like no further commitment to take him down.
Ooh.
They move instead towards the site, losing CNET along the way.
Oh god, I'm not sure you should be getting that kill as well.
Just in time.
Respect.
Everyone's low, or so many of them are. 15 health on Alpha here. 73 on Boaster, but he's got the flank, the positioning, absolutely perfect. And Fnatic, well, it looked like they were down and out at a point, like FUT had them. But it looks like the old Kings are hungry.
Hey, big from them. Ed lost double pistol on this as well.
Map number 3. They could close
Big
this
win.
on Split.
Definitely better on that map if you lose double pistol. Shout out to the coaches or potentially Boaster win the timeout. Whoever called that, whoever started going Tube heavy in the timeout and called the eco round is a god, man. That was big. Both of the teams got a lot of value from their timeouts, actually. Like the 2 at the end. Split next. All right.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. I, Caballo Grande. I, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of
You
the
demand
Andalusian
ads?
crush.
Sure. Has Fnatic Split been hit or miss? They could still there's another team using their comp that had pretty cool
Hey
Yori
guys,
stuff.
it's Jimmy Lin. In this
They could
series, I'm
still
gonna walk you through attack on Pearl.
Maybe
Watch
they've
out
looked
for
at
the
that. I'm not
stairs,
sure.
clear this
I
angle.
mean, he's normally on
You're gonna
top
be
of
able to
looking at
fight
other teams using similar comps. So. Was it Koi? Yeah, it was Koi. You're actually right. It was Koi. Yeah, Koi had much better stuff than them, so I wonder if they just steal it. Or they could have gone off their comp, who knows. Yeah, I'll be back in a bit.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. I'm feeling good, feeling great now. A hater can't play with my day now. Get that negativity out of my face now. In my city, I'm the man of my state now. Yeah, I'm living life to the fullest. Baby girl, you talking to the realest. Energy and joy, you can't steal it. Good vibes all around. Baby, tell me, can you feel it? I woke up, so I'm blessed. Just another chapter in the test. I know I'm doing better than the rest. Got a smile on my face, showing teeth for the crest. It's no sweat, I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun, yes, I'm gon' shine. So fine, got a baddie on my phone line. Feeling good, feeling great, chasing these good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life, too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Put my soul on that beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. With the homies tryna pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms got a model on my arm. Go watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind. I see passion and pride, I despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just chasing my shots with good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater blind my shine. I'm just living my life, too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater blind my shine. I'm just living my life, too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater blind my shine.
Nice! Hey! Nice!
Let's go! Hey! Hey!
Nice! Good job, bro! Let's go, bro!
Let's go!
Come on, boys! Come on! Hello!
Aggressive, I like it. You gotta amp yourself up in a series like that. You gotta keep the spirits high.
I feel like we're missing out watching from here. We should go to the stage. I want to see that
between them. You know,
yeah,
you gotta get in the midst of it.
We've only seen the Fnatic side. I want to see the FUT side because I think that's a trigger reaction. You know.
That's. I like that they taunt each other though. We see a lot of the what's good. What's good.
I'm a big proponent of that. I love doing that. I mean, I grew up in like early days esports where it's like you basically were in a small room, no noise canceling things, anything, and you're an earshot. So yeah, it was all about mental.
I mean, you sat like next to your opponents essentially. It was
no,
like
way
peek
closer.
see you on LAN.
Yeah.
But we did see those people on LAN. Now, of course, we see Fnatic pulling ahead, 2-1. Did they have any business winning this map? Let's discuss this. Let's discuss what we saw from them because, quite frankly, some of their approaches have been more aspirational than others.
I think actually Fnatic here, they probably could have closed it out earlier. It was unnecessarily close. So what did we see that was causing it to happen? Well, it was situations like this, where Durka, he's in his ulti, but he doesn't really know where to go. He doesn't really know where to put his TP, and his decision-making is quite questionable. So, you know, Fnatic forced into taking not the greatest of fights.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think that he set himself here up for success. I think that it was this situations, right? Also, Fnatic is trying to follow up on him, right? To at least make those trades happen. It was a big hit or miss because it was not only on the defense, it was happening on the attack as well. We see him taking some of these chances and you see him, you're like, what are you doing to yourself? What are you doing to yourself? But then we have some other instances where the setup is so good because the same way on the defense, we can see the next round, number 9, where we see Magnificent Leo having this kind of effect, using the drone, using the ultimate, and putting all that pressure. Because actually Fnatic's defense was about utilizing that Yoru to the best of their ability and not giving for a lot of chances of like having the upper hand and deciding what's going to be of the round, just putting a lot of pressure onto them.
Well, that round right there is like a perfect example of Fnatic's set plays. So that Sova ulti, basically they have a set play where it's like, okay, we're going to get into these positions, we're going to pop the drone, we're going to use Hunter's Fury, you guys are going to double peek with it. If Fnatic's able to kind of leverage more into the set plays that they have really good ideas.
Yeah.
But when it's like, okay, we're more individualistic, what happens is we'll see Durka in positions like round 10, gets close A main when his team stacked towards B, and then they come out, Alpha runs to a cage, like, what are we doing, guys?
I think that the ideas, especially to me, come from the attack side. The way that they were pressuring to time after time, I was thinking maybe we get a repetition of what happened against KC and the plans that they had, but they came in with a completely different strat book, and I think that they got into FUT's head.
Well, now on the other side, of course, FUT has to go back to the drawing board, make sure that they can tie up the series. Here we see Mr. Fallen in the Aim Labs warm-up, getting ready for this next map. What are our expectations here for either of those teams?
I mean, we need to think of FUT probably not changing that composition. I think that they feel very, very comfortable in what they have. But on the other side, this is the map, one of the maps that we saw the one time that these two teams played against each other. The same way that FUT is very comfortable in what they do and how they do, how especially from the defense, they feel very comfortable and where to put the pressure. I don't know if I am a big fan. Josh, what do you think about Fnatic's composition with that double duelist?
If they run the same one, and with Durka on Yoru and they run the double duelist,
you just don't want to see Durka
Viper,
and Yoru.
I'm just gonna, I might actually close my eyes for the whole game. But I think when it comes to
what comp do we get? Do they go with the same stuff? Do they have new stuff for
really
split?
Good teamwork, and it's hard to highlight the individuals outside of like CNET on map 1. I feel like it's a pretty
Same
good,
stuff?
like,
Alright.
team effort.
Let's see if we can have more. I want to see more supportive
Hear me out. Okay.
Yoru stuff. I want to see better spacing from Fnatic.
About that. But you know, starting on the attack, we do.
Been a little bit
did have that pressure. What I really
a little bit hit or miss. This was literally.
Breeze, that I hope they repeat here.
I mean, they struggled against the.
Very unpredictable.
Struggled against the trip in the past.
When FUT went up against Heretics on this map, there were so many abilities to take CNET off of lines. There were like prowlers, flashes, stuns, all these things. I'm not going to see a lot of that. Like, yeah, Yoru has to blind flash without info, and Breach same thing. I don't know if Fnatic's going to have the same way to deal with CNET on Chamber here.
Yeah, I mean, Chronicle also on the attack. I think he's a force to be reckoned with. I know that Mr. Fallen was struggling a bit into how to gather that information.
Chamber trip needs to be broken. Yeah, I got flashbacks to the
Chronicle on the other side, supposing that we're both.
That was mental, man. The Chamber trip wrecked them on this map last time.
It's going to make things very, very difficult. Also, because remember, Fnatic get this map. And they're good for tomorrow. So of course, right now the pressure is on FUT. They're the ones that have to come up with the ideas or the counter-stratting.
Yeah, I think one of the things I'm going to be looking for here is we've seen Fnatic on a couple of instances throughout this season where they did some role swaps where, like, Chronicle, for example, on Icebox was on Viper and now he's on Sage, just shifting things around. I think there's definitely comfort agents. When do we see Chronicle ever on Cypher? Like, probably just this map. How many times have they played this map this season? One time?
Yeah.
And
on a double duelist team. Yeah, when we watched this last time, that was like the main criticism, right? It just doesn't feel like it suits them too well.
Yeah, I think also the thing with the Euro is that we've seen it a lot here on Split, right?
Maybe they can
kind of expect the set plays.
Just gotta send it
like,
more a little bit.
KC, and the agents that Fnatic have will allow for most of those things to happen. Like we can expect Alpha just being super explosive, going on to heaven. Thank you very much, production, for bringing back that agent as I talk over it. Alpha just being super explosive, right? And there could just be in a little bit more on the surprise. And do not get me wrong, against FUT, it was working. Sometimes we would see players like, for example, Atta Captain, who I think is a brilliant player, being caught off guard time and time again. I do think that there needs that confidence and maybe a little bit more time to test things out and actually expect some of the reactions that he sees on the other side.
One of the things I'm going to look out for.
See, this, yeah, I mean, this should be CNED getting 20 kills on defense, really.
Fnatic, they have the attack side of this
he
map.
should have so much fun. Like, how does he get pushed off of these angles?
So it's on them, really.
Blind flashes that he can turn.
Moving forwards.
Be alright.
Otherwise, if they allow it, FUT.
They got no kind of info to actually work out where he is other than the camera. Baron rules 1-2-3 with the prime. Thank you so much. Mosh pit enough to kill the Killjoy? Nah, not anymore. They changed it.
Throughout this game.
Yeah, and especially with the composition with the
Pretty sure that's wrong,
duelist and having seen it on that up, the same way that Heretics were trying to think of the plan of how do we dodge him, how do we, you know, stay away from him. It's going to be more complicated.
Yeah, it used to at the beginning of the. It used to be at the beginning when Gecko was fast in the game, but then they changed it.
The other side to keep FUT in the
thank you for the prime as well, bro. I appreciate you doing that, man.
I'm going to send it over to Tom and
Thank you, Zoe. Yes, we're about to dive on into Split. And Tom, we heard a lot from the desk about how you could see Fnatic struggling to deal with CNET potentially on this map. You expecting big numbers from this man on the chamber?
I'm expecting 25 kills from him.
Just in general,
5 on attack,
I think on the
20 on
chamber, a lot of
defense.
it does just take him almost back to the basics, where he's just able to
Should probably get more on
uses his traps, for
back,
example.
we'll
A lot of the time, it's just very reactive. It's almost just like, I'm just going to place this down because I got a kill there. So
What
now
happened
no
to
one else can
Scream?
be
I
there
mean, no one
anymore.
trialed him
It
from
just allows
what I
him to
hear.
almost just shoot heads.
Or maybe
Also,
he
the
had
other
some
thing is,
trials.
you
I'm
mentioned it
not
in the last
entirely
map,
sure.
there are
But from
times where Cracks
some of the
will,
teams I
even
talked
as
about, I
an
don't think
initiator,
many teams
take
actually
space,
trialed him.
and then CNET gets to be
Most
the
teams
second man in.
went
That's
for a lot
more
of
the case a lot
tier
of the time when they
2
go into the
talent
attack of
this
this
year.
map, is he's going to be the big distraction, and CNET can just frag. Now,
And it paid off, right? You gotta look at Heretics, you gotta look at
because
FUT.
that's where you expect CNET to
There's
just
got
go for
some,
those, like,
all the
off-angle,
kind of new people that got
weird
picked up
fights that
have
you're not
performed
necessarily
well.
going to be expecting. And it's going to be
A
interesting
couple
to
of
see how
teams,
this sort of
not so much,
matches
but
up against each other, because the opposing side, you're going to have a
Heck
lot
yeah, it
of
was
cool
lasting a long time,
plays
right?
based around that Yoru raise. It's going to be that combination of Alpha and Durka, and normally going into every single map I'll highlight Durka. Alpha on the raise is nasty. Always has been from his first day in the VCT.
Alpha, nasty. But when it comes to playing some of these other agents, we saw him on Killjoy starting out this series. Absolutely dominating. Leading the charge for Fnatic, especially on their way back through on map 1. Now,
Last chance
we
for
come to Split.
But
They just need this map pick,
gotta win
this
this.
map win,
Fnatic
or
have a
ascent,
chance
which up against the
to
Turkish squad in
go
the
to the
past
final.
would
We
be
got
dangerous.
FUT on
trying to
defense,
contest
Fnatic on attack,
to keep that
and
title.
yeah, this is interesting because FUT always use the trip here, so that kind of gives them the information with this, and it is a straight up pinch of Vents. That's a lovely reply from
Exactly
CNET.
why we fear CNET as well.
Again, in my books, he should be getting around 20 kills on defense with this comp that he's playing against.
Durka.
Did he hear the Sky Flash? It was one of those classics, like he's looking for the push, but he's kind of not ready for it. He's just looking because he knows that's his role, but he's just not ready. It's hard to stay, especially in a best of 5, to concentrate so much expecting push all the time, even though the chances are super low. Hard to keep that up.
Instead, on the other side, you see FUT grouping up together. A 2-2 split.
Low HP. Durka clears the path over towards this, but they hear the vent. Yeah, they hear the drop of the vent. They hear
waiting for them in middle, holding for them, ready for this push to come in, and that's already going to be the round.
Yeah, Durka's not clearing close left.
It leaves just Durka, the energy.
Great reaction from FUT. So Fnatic do a pistol where they pinch over towards vents. In reaction, we see a push towards B and all the way behind them.
Expectations lie when it comes to Fnatic on the attack. We know that 3 rounds is enough often, but realistically, what are we expecting?
With this composition, you need big numbers. Like, you're talking about a Yoru raise, double duelist. Like, realistically on defense, there's only so much you can hope for. You're going to be much more reliant on players like Chronicle and more so Leo just to try and set up this duelist for aggressive defensive pushes. On attack, though, that's where you can really have these nasty combos with these players in tune. So I'd say 7's almost a minimum. But again, we've already mentioned it. Fnatic seem to be able to turn it.
This really could be CNET's chance here. Yeah, TP's away though. They'll take that free sight, Omen Flash. They get the plant down. This guy can't stop that. They're in pretty good positions. They have Heaven control. Not saying they're going to win, but could be a good amount of damage done.
Durka trapped in this corner, should have limited room to maneuver. The smoke does well to provide him another avenue, but Cracks is cleaning up top. Durka still on site, obscured for the time being, able to catch CNET for the trade
They
immediate.
get damage.
Cracks doesn't slow down. 3 kills for him.
They're allowed to def because
Some work towards
UJJ
his
obviously
ultimate. And a defuse
needs had a
inside
ghost
FUT.
into it.
Assume they're going to pick up that outlaw.
Cracks getting halfway to his ult.
Mr. Fallen is yet to upgrade, but I can only assume
Yeah,
that
and they
will
threw
be
him.
there as well. Yep, in the end, just
They
making
threw him
sure
over
they
the
have all
outlaw,
rifles
so
to
we'll
destroy
keep
this
an eye on
round.
if anyone has
Still
light
one,
armor
a couple of
from
kills, not too
Fnatic.
bad
It's
for
2.
They'll come in with probably heavier shields on a couple of extra players just based off the plant. And now is where the expectations really start to begin.
Pistols at the moment.
Now,
5-2 by the way.
Interestingly, he's actually going to give that outlaw just because he has that headhunter. It means they don't have to invest as much back into this round, and he can still be as deadly as ever.
Especially when Mr. Fallen's outlaw.
What the?
Maybe say that.
Insta Skydog. Insta Skydog over towards A, trying to
Caught early, lurking
trying to create a lot of pressure here, especially with the smoke as well, to ensure they're beyond it. Making this a choke point. Do they re-smoke onto this? This is a pretty cool trap play at the moment. We've got a trip into Omen Flash into nades. But all they do is really to stop him from getting into vent control.
And the pumps, or the brakes rather, will be pumped. Now they look instead to slowly shift their way up towards
Chronicle missed his cage.
They're checking all
He couldn't create pressure from this line on A.
Players unaware.
Yeah, the pumps
Oh no.
Broken. There's 45 seconds left on the clock.
Mr. Fallon's just holding the line, and Chronicle's taking a bit of damage as well. Might have been from the Skydog. I'm not too sure. I guess it was.
That's where cracks.
He's gonna get one shot.
With that outlaw, you'd expect that this position would be
Yeah, and that's the one shot.
Try and fight into it.
30 seconds left.
Doesn't seem like the play.
25 seconds, repositions. Okay, a lot is on to cracks here. Does he hear the guy in vents? Whoa, how's he not been seen?
Come back, maybe. There would have been a kill instead, going in the other direction. He'll catch out Alpha, yeah, though.
A lot of this is on Leo.
That advantage.
Pretty much all of this is on Leo.
When it came to those kills, evidently a small gap in where Fnatic
Probably
expected
gets boom
players to
off.
be. Now moving down, they need to clear this close right corner. Leo is dropped immediately. All the pressure on Durka. 4 opponents to take down. This attacking side not going to find success.
That was solid. Nice setup from FUT.
As FUT get off to a
Yeah, a
fantastic
bit.
start on their defense.
Looks a little bit rough.
Fnatic were expecting
yeah.
a little bit more in terms of aggressive plays. Like,
Missing the trip, missing the cage here, meant they couldn't actually create pressure A heaven. This push over towards FUT was nice as well, made them buy a lot of time over towards
they didn't
A.
really feel the need to go too aggressive, and then Fnatic just almost go dry peeking into that angle, expecting an easier fight. I believe with those low shields, that was enough for an easy opener. And then cracks.
And so we get some upgrades from the guns as well.
The time that they had left, they had to go quickly.
Wait, what the hell? Grabbed that one in there.
3-0. Fnatic's purchase here is not fantastic, but does allow for something a little bit more pacey. I'm intrigued by the fact that Alpha is somewhat left on his own, but I guess the idea is just for him to watch for any mid-aggression from the defense, as they will look to claim that control.
Quick play to take control over vents. We've seen these blast packs used before to get in here quickly, this time with weaker weapons. Of course, those stingers, deadly when they come flying around the corners. They'll still have some utility to break through, though. The trap.
This is nice from Fnatic, playing off the fact that they use their Skydog early towards A, so they hide everyone. They've been taking middle control for free, so they can split over towards A. The Lord on CNET to try and
their way into heaven with all 5 players if they so wish.
Get a lot of damage here. What the hell is that one way?
If you're a player like Captain, he's just about sidestepped the paranoia. The decoy destroyed. They know players are in heaven. They throw their own paranoia through just as a delay strategy. And the real danger is that these weapons are now getting a chance to take close fights, to take the numbers into their hands. But Captain quickly puts that to bed.
Ada just flooded through the one-way smoke there.
Stingers that remain. And although Alpha will find the one, I don't think he's got a good chance of taking these other 3 down.
Back down on the site as well, 20 seconds, not a thing.
For Yedege and the other 2, well, they're not actually grouped up, but they've got a decent crossfire.
Yeah, him getting the spike, getting it down is never going to happen. It's all about damage, all about orbs.
10 seconds
Can he add
left.
any more to the death toll? It's not looking likely. Almost just playing off that crossfire, and Yedege is waiting on the flank. 4-0.
A lot of money.
Again, 3 players
The
standing as well for the
Fnatic
side
rounds
of
have
FUT, so
not
those
really looked
finances
close.
are really starting to build. And it was mentioned on the desk by Steel. He said if within the first few rounds they can get that operator into play, well, that's something he's going to be keeping an eye on. Well, it is. The round number 4, it is already available for CNED, and the fact is the way his ult's actually going to like sort of churn.
When we watched this comp in the past from Fnatic, the rounds when they have this ult look great. Because they can get info, they can use a lot of the util off of the back of it.
The start to this map has been near perfect.
FUT
but
decide
now
to go
Rifles come
3
back
past
out
an
on
aggro
Fnatic.
because
Look at
maybe
the
they're thinking the
aggression.
same thing that I'm
So
thinking, that
many players just around
their
his
sight
corner.
hits with this
Alpha
ult have been
takes the
great.
first, sees the
Oh
ball,
my.
second, and eliminates him through the wall. They don't know
Do
about
they
the
expect
third.
this guy?
The Boombot's gone past. A good chance for Krax.
That
They do
smoke makes
commit
it
to this
way
angle.
a lot
The
more
smoke
obvious
down
now. Is it still
signals
fighting it?
that this side of FUT still wants to fight for this map control, and Fnatic wisely.
Yeah, don't really blame FUT for this. It makes a lot of sense with how successful the site overwhelms have been for once they use this ult.
Alpha, yeah. And Chronicle are waiting.
And that's going to take this like 3 rounds.
The crowd again. Cheering for this man to go for the ace. I'd be surprised. Although, at a captain, maybe about to move into his crosshair. He's got the paranoia available. If he wants to try and use it, that trip, though, is going to be one that's difficult to bypass. And instead, it will be Mr. Farlin that comes under serious amounts of pressure. It's not connected with the util, but now he's going to get stunned up, dead immediately. Boaster is going to make this first round look inevitable.
A great round. That's a solid reply.
He will come out with 4.
And they didn't have to use any
Bad,
ults.
all
It's like
things
the main bit.
considered. The man doesn't even break a smile. Continues to chew away. Fair play. And keep in mind, this is not only a buy round, it's one where CNED pulls out the op. And they find the first 2 kills, delay, knowing that someone has to go for information. Someone's got to make the play. And when they try, Alfier's there waiting on the other side. Showing that Turkish squad that he's got quite a bite to him. 4-1, Fnatic on the board. Showstoppers in play for both squads. Yeah. Dimensional drift for Durka as well, and he usually burns these up pretty quickly.
Yeah, he earns them pretty quickly as well, so it's understandable. And those 2 ultimates in combination are an almost a guaranteed opener. This time, CNED's going to be back towards the A site. Middle control unsuccessful. Seems like
Yeah, let's see what they got with this ult. They're literally just people in B main as soon as he spots. They overwhelm with stun flash.
2 players spotted for Durka.
There's a stun.
Stun is sublime, and actually Yenajay tries to go.
Yeah, these rounds have looked great for them.
Doesn't
It's
quite work out
pretty
for
much a
him.
guaranteed round when they have these ults, but
The thought about
everything
the ults
else,
for Ada Captain, I'm not sure where he would be taking that.
do they put ults into this to try and retake? There is so much map
For FUT to go
control.
forward. They set up with their utility, and now the push comes through. Flash
And the after
primed
pump
and
positions
ready.
are unreal.
Connects, and Alpha's dropped. They've got a little bit of control, perhaps a way out, but that space is being filled back in by Boaster. Play up through middle.
Yeah, do they expect the double lock though?
This is a beautiful
Oh,
bait. They
he went a
shouldn't
bit too
expect
early.
another, but Krax somehow does.
Holy,
The
Krax
showstopper
has
is perfect.
annihilated
Krax
them.
has seized control of this round. He'll fall
Krax
in the
has
end, but
annihilated
for good
them.
cause. 5 rounds now secure.
You're blaming
for
me
FUT.
for the fast
I'm not sure what it was
fast push after?
that gave the game away. Because that double up from Fnatic was just a perfect idea. They
Yeah.
had the late
Yes, you are. Okay, I'm
TP
respect.
out of there from Durka just to try and hold on to that control. But then there's just the double take. I don't know if there was a step. I don't know if there was any step.
Yeah, I think
don't
it's just
feel
a
like
feeling.
It was almost just like the spidey senses were tingling. Fnatic. And now, well, they're feeling the pressure a little
Yeah,
bit.
Fnatic have to be a little bit
last map was so
furious with that,
desperately
because if you
close.
pause, no joke, if you pause that at 4v5, look at all those positions.
Expectation was that Breeze would go more dominantly
I'm trying to
for
think of the
Fnatic. This
percentage
map
I'd give them.
would go
Like
more
85,
dominantly to FUT.
85% chance to
And
win the
then
round.
we'd end up on the final middle ground of Ascent. For now, though, well, the last map didn't go dominantly. It did in the end go in Fnatic's favor. But FUT are starting to take a real lead. And that's
Probably
the
more.
thing,
I think
that's
I've been
after
generous giving
getting
for
into an
15.
afterplan, using an ultimate to clear the position, using your showstopper as well, and you come out with almost nothing.
Very expensive round. There's pause from Fnatic as they seek a desperate solution. Attack side, you can be slow to start, but we need to see the ball rolling fairly soon. The rolling thunder could be what sets it off. For Leo, they just need to get into a site. The problem is, last round, they did get into a site. The control afterwards dismantled by Krax's sixth sense. Incomprehensible how he decided there was a player there, why he even checked it. But a beautiful read by that man leads to a 5-1 score.
Yeah, it's a good pause because of the money that they have and they can't buy next.
You've got those cabbages for Mr. Fallen. If he pops them now, I'll be getting a lot of info. It's the deep flash instead. Nobody inside B main. Good info on the back of that piece of utility. Although they don't decide to do anything crazy.
Yeah, but this is just Fnatic, because obviously a lot of teams want you to call a timeout on attack. A lot of teams go aggro on defense, so they're taking their time. Done into TP, into double satchel. Dog to make sure that no one's over towards B main. While doing that, with disrespect, I mean, this camera's going to spot one here, and then it's going to be an easy call. Wait, does the camera spot this angle?
Just him walking up. But he's got such an unbelievable amount of control. The main thing will be utility. If they expect him to be
oh my god, he's going to own
it's
this.
It's going to be a problem. Rolling Thunder. As said, no way out. Instead, it's going to be the cage, and he just has to retreat.
Where does he put his TP? He's got a TP.
From the side of FUT, and a captain is going to TP in to
no, out of TP'd in and got hit by the ult. What an absolute shot, bro. And he's ready for the guy in Vents. 25 seconds, spike down, still double hold of sight.
The one concrete hold they had is CNET. Now it is TP back online, but not.
Yeah, they don't expect the double elbow.
Has to land the shots with 15
Dude,
seconds left for them to get the plant in. Fnatic now pick up the pace. Nice nade by Cracks, and the follow-up is there.
He has such a big nade.
On the back of that.
And they're pinging where the spike is.
All he needs to do is place this nade correctly, and it could be his. Going to the back of the site. Leo will evade it, but he's into the open.
Oh, 7.
A sliver of health, but Leo wins it by 7.
That was...
Oh, I thought he was done for.
Yeah, I thought that was done as well.
Obviously, Cracks is a little bit more careful with the way that he goes for that fight than you'd normally see from him, but a nade a smidgen to the right. He was left with 7 health. A single paint shell could have done the job, and instead, well, cool, calm, collected is Leo.
The chance.
And while Cracks is going to be feeling that one, a chance to send Fnatic into disarray. Instead, they break back onto the board once again. As said, though, there was always going to be an operator. There was always going to be something.
Same spot as that round.
Because of the fact that that tour de force would eventually be online. And here it is.
Honestly, if FUT win this round, Fnatic probably get 3. That's it.
Presenting itself. Trap for top heaven as well. If he does want to fall back late in the round, he can go wherever the hell he wants.
I was going to say, Alpha has the advantage going to this angle like that.
They found CNET. I mean, we talk a lot of game about his operator. His tour de force is even scarier than that. And not for Fnatic.
No, not for Alpha.
Not even a second thought about swinging mid there either. They hear the ult, they go, yeah, I've got him. I've got his number.
That is the thing. No, Alpha genuinely has shut him down the majority of times. Here he goes again. Not quite this time.
Omen ult gets stuck back as sight. Fake TP as well, so they think there's 2 people here, and that flash is incredible. Ooh, the shots needed to hit here. So many people there.
Everybody swings facing him. And now Anna Captain needs a hero play, needs a moment of his own as he's left with 3 aggressive players.
Nicely done. And that was a big, big round for them. In fact, they win with 3 people as well. The money's starting to get good.
As they now start to build into this attacking side.
I'm excited to see this one. Oh,
yeah, it's just the angle.
From the right-hand side. Caught the elbow, landed on the head. Trade outs after, I mean, just numbers advantage to play with. Alpha diving in. Boaster not able to hit the
Good
shots
chance for
initially,
Fnatic to actually stack up some money here. They go against the Eco, Hero Gun, and CNET.
Play worked. Looks like we're going to get some aggression out of CNET. Who's surprised by that one?
Cracks the highest fragger at the moment.
No
armor,
but an early
just a Sheriff.
Inside B main gets them curious, gets them thinking maybe that's where the play is coming through. Lots of pings from Fnatic. It looks like they'll want to send someone towards heaven, where they were cautious of the danger presented there. But what I'm seeing in the rotations is that they're just going for a full main play.
It was definitely worrying because the fact that Chronicle
But it's still in Coister.
So much utility being thrown in, blinded on many different levels, but that's all
look at the flashes, man. That was lovely. Honestly, the breach utility at the moment's been very nice.
This time things are a little bit earlier. Nice work from Anna Captain. Going to try and sell a ruse with the TP, but they have so much more that they need to do.
Guarding here.
Yeah, and they really don't have the weapons for it a miracle. They managed to come out on top in this round. Leo from miles away has danger from the player on top, but these fights are easy. The Stinger never going to land the kill on a player like Leo from that kind of range. Cracks stuck behind the smoke up top, has no opportunity. Diving in with a Sheriff is a bit of a death sentence. Waits for the head peek angle. And Alpha's up on top. Seeing him wide out in the open. That 6th round for FUT, looking much further away now as Fnatic start to string together round after round. Show us very strong attacking side.
Would you be tempted to pause if you were FUT, maybe?
And once it's directed towards, especially this B side, there's never a problem to be seen for them.
This is the climb back that Fnatic were looking for. 5-1 down. Pause taken. The resurgence has been clinical. There was a reason. They started off the day talking about Alfia, also talking about cracks. These raised players on occasion.
I think 5 is good on defense against this comp. Nah, I think you should be getting about 8 against this comp on defense, really. Got nothing to push you off with AWP. Nothing to move you away from the angle with Judge. You'd have 8, really. Maybe like 7 if you lost pistol.
It's like you send him in first, he does the job every single time. Winning those opening duels.
Like Fnatic are doing very good, man.
Again and again, and well, you can almost avoid the fact that it's again been a bit of a quieter start for Durka, but if they keep this climb, it may not matter. We've spoken about this team and comebacks all the way throughout the last few days. It's been the story of their playoffs run. The fact is, they could have fallen in the first hurdle to Liquid. It very easily could have happened if it wasn't for some crazy streaks of rounds. And that's why I think we're seeing FUT very preemptive with where their pauses go, because they know that if that ball gets rolling, it becomes more and more difficult to stop the further it goes.
Yeah, it's interesting you mentioned about Alpha before the barriers go up.
Yeah, so
as well.
FUT change up a lot of their play over towards B.
Actually catching a lot of opening duels.
And Fnatic now, after they've been doing it like methodical and slow, they go for some fast sight hits. And the nade could be huge, yeah.
Style to it, catching players off guard instead of running it down. Swing,
yeah, it's the classic. You should know when this smoke leaks out a little bit more, Boast always TPs in it.
Oh, the information was there. Alpha's going to take the space with the showstopper, but no blood found from it. And actually, Mr. Fallen from above. That's not how you fight with that gun. Jumping through the air, but the main thing was survival. Now, Leo, a single kill here could grant him that rolling thunder.
Yeah, and FUT have done good research around it. They just needed this as well. They didn't necessarily know that this was going to happen, but they knew this was like their fast A. Or like, I think they have 2 fast A's. This is their fast A with both goes heaven.
Now Alpha is left alone to fight versus the might. The Turkish powerhouse. He has to prove he's better than 3, and in this scenario, he is not.
Yeah, handled it well.
I do pity him a little bit. You've got Yedege crouched with CNED stood behind him. If you manage to take both of them down, then I'll give you a goddamn medal. Just take the trophy home with you tonight. 6-4. Good response by FUT. At least able to pick this round up. And I gotta say, a little
trade back from him
in the first play. Yeah, Boaster on the TP pass and just tunnel visioned on Heaven.
The plan for Heaven was pretty...
From that point forward for FUT.
Pretty ambitious.
Nice! And I think at this stage, I honestly pity whoever sits beside Yedege in these games, coming home with bloody knuckles after all those fist bumps.
Mr. Fallon getting it out, but maybe not the best agent to have it.
Directly into their
That's true, yeah.
At all times.
I hope he's like the quietest calmer ever, like in the round.
Hey guys, I think there's one. I put a trap there.
Yeah, like this. Viper over towards middle with the trip, and it looks like Alpha didn't hear the placement of the trip. Again, it's LAN, it's like a little bit, it sounds not as good.
Thunder and create some awkward realities, but I like the Judge.
Yeah, the Judge should get 3.
Mr. Fallen can hold his ground.
Oh, that's nice though.
Escape, and they're ready for it. Aftershock in. Alfia is going to lead the way. He's desperately low on health, and they actually don't send the ult in. They try and go in dry, and instead they get the Judge.
Almost got another there.
CNED's got to be careful. Already low. With Mr. Fallen dropped, there is still opportunities, but they've shut down the take.
Down.
More importantly, It's not a great spot for the spike.
No.
Shout out to Mr. Fallon, though. I was worried we weren't going to see it for it, because it's just a free win against this comp.
Up. Well, not really an option, is it? Don't think anyone's going to pick it up, to be honest, Tom. This is
Their util was good, though. They used a lot of util to try and clear this.
Rolling Thunder, you're just going to sit back and accept the loss. I mean, just look at where Leo is. He's miles back in the spawn. This is not around, even if you send up that mid play that you're going to get value from, and especially not because CNET has already put a trap there. So their back is very much covered short of the longest flank of all time. And, well, time is very much the issue with
Saving.
that. So for FUT, secured a 7th
At least they didn't put the ult into it, I guess. But
and Fnatic, it is a little scary because you know that most likely starting out the next round, that Rolling Thunder will be points of contact. It will be used. And I think that puts FUT in an awkward enough position as to how they set up. But the one thing they have going for them in this scenario is that showstopper. If Krax is in heaven, Rolling Thunder on B is not going to have that much value. And on A, it's such an open site that, well, you can take that without.
I already think that this was the counter. Like, that them having the Rolling Thunder and then putting that judge up close. It's like,
yeah, I think they actually might do the same thing again. They might put the judge on. Oh, okay.
So I think
they could get some backup guns. I'm surprised this isn't just like a backup op that Tina.
Kill people off in the corner while ulted, but they just never used it. So it ended up as
Problem is, this ult is a nightmare.
But nobody even
Fnatic ult-wise may be good. You're going to see a lot of ults.
Okay, they could try and do the same again, but I think it's already been seen. And also, they have some very good ultimates for retake.
Well, this last round, you've already seen Fnatic push past.
Don't get the Yoru pick here. I swear this comp more feels like Alpha's. The way that I view this comp is like Alpha wants to play other agents, and they're like, well, we can let you have duelist on this.
There's two and one up in heaven already secured. Great information.
How it feels. It doesn't fit how Fnatic play. Still think 5 is going to be good for them though.
No chance. Still in the air when the initial peak came around. Decoy sent to spawn just to confirm there's players close. Slow them down on the way back through and allow these players to make it out of main, focusing their crosshair up on heaven. There's a lot here for FUT though. As we said, the showstopper is the main reason that they can feel comfortable in falling back off that B site. Because coming back out of heaven, it's almost a guaranteed kill. We need a clean shot from Fnatic to shut this man down. Good flash to do it at the start. Player in the corner. Okay, ult is wasted on a man already dead. And now a 4v3 with
they got vision block for this. Might get a little bit weird. When does this Omen smoke come back? Okay, Omen smoke goes in. They block the spike. Mr. Fallon on top of it. And we get a spam fest.
This is not the gun you want, Bosa. This is not what you want to be spamming with. It's all but falling apart.
I really hope Fnatic changes comp, man. It does not suit them. I hate what I'm seeing. I think they did good to get 4 rounds from individual players. Nicely done from FUT. This comp works a lot better on defense though, because the Yoru fast rotate. And being able to take early map control with the Omen and the Breach. So it's still winnable.
Switch it up if the shots don't land initially, but here you're wide open. Both players are looking to stop that defuse, and desperation ends up getting the better of them.
Shout out to Mr. Fallon, dude. Every single time they've thrown a lurk in there, they've been on top of it. Like they have been so ready for this lurk all the time. And it's just getting nothing.
But that hasn't stopped Fnatic in the past.
Might sound like a broken record. Might sound biased to some, but the fact is, they have done it so many times. Even in map 1, a dominant half from FUT came all the way back.
They're not too high.
Gonna see the aggressive play in the pistol. That
Bro,
is
who's he throwing the damage for?
What? He's gonna manage. That's the spike. The nade is gonna be able to deny them. That means he can team up. The only real worry is gonna be Yedajay. He's in such a powerful position. If he gets the timing just right, he might have a kill for free. And there it is. Already getting rid of Althea.
I have the spike.
Player standing.
This came flooding through. There was no way for Durka to survive that. The decoy didn't draw their eye. Chronicle a close.
Oh my, what a shot from CNET. What the hell? Dude, this breach damage made no sense. It is so high.
I think that was just almost a panic reaction shot.
It's not even getting the guy on. The only way that gets anyone is if he's on top of that little segment here.
Such a high high impact player in Cracks. It is going to be the race of the Rays.
Oh.
And yeah, you're just annoyed. Yeah. You know, I've
It's
seen
like,
us doing
what
that.
the
It's
hell is
something
that?
truly
Yeah.
disgusting.
Dude, the breach damage would only connect on this person on top of this.
As you can see, Bulldog
I
on
think-
Cracks as a challenge early on. A little bit of damage done. Stun is good, but there's backup. Chronicle able to push into the angle and delete Cracks though. As far as early games go with weak buys, that's a great trade for Fnatic. Leo's even managed to upgrade, getting rid of the Bucky, sending that into Chronicle's hands. Rotation underway. Bulldog making its way to side.
It's unlucky, man. I thought
Stuck
he was going to
with
be
the
good for one.
shorty, and not many positions you can really use that from after they flooded in from heaven.
Okay, and Leo has a gun. I mean, this like literally right now, Fnatic have better guns.
We're in even territory. Good thing is that
I'm not even
rifle
sure I
is
could
not
call this
really
even.
retrievable. It's down below. And in fact, it's going to be Yedege who's picking it up. So that Bulldog not falling into Fnatic's hands gives a big opportunity for FUT to still secure this with minimal losses. They've still sustained casualties. And these pistols and the Bulldog are looking to make it even worse.
One enemy remaining.
Wow, they're not going to go.
Flashbacks to the other game they played with his chamber trip was just getting everyone.
Double digits for FUT.
They managed to retrieve I think they did. Right at the end, CNET managed to grab the Bulldog. At this stage, though, it may not matter.
What are the pistols? 6-2.
This was kind of the expectation.
Fnatic are getting
into these late
annihilated in
maps, we've
pistols.
definitely
We'll give them
seen
that.
some weaker ones within the pool for Fnatic. That attack side, only garnering 4 rounds when you're running the double duelist. It definitely puts
They
you on
still
the
a
back
little bit
foot.
of damage.
Really going to need to get off to a strong start, and well, that hasn't been the case.
Right, first big Baron. Let's see what we have
This
here.
one needs to be clean.
Oh.
I don't even think this can be a remotely close round. And for Fnatic,
Grip over towards middle. We got someone that can stun Anom and flash it. The double duelist play close over towards A heaven to shut that down with a TP towards spawn.
they know in this round it's all going to be about catching players. They don't really have the weaponry to play with here.
They saved through so much for the next round. 10-4 is definitely the right play. No need to try to put Fnatic to bed here and now. Play for the next. Defensive side, push up. Durka and Alpha, two of the strongest players on the server right now, and Alpha does well to find the first, but they're backing off. Maybe a little bit tickling up Mr. Fallen, but that's about all. It hasn't deterred FUT from looking towards this.
Tanked a lot of damage. Yeah, this feels nice.
For them to find that value.
He's going to be healing up what he can. Cena will be the one to take contact. Dirk is the one who's almost switched to the bait. But
Dude,
actually
he
Cena comes out with
heavy committed that
This is
spray.
looking like a perfect crossfire.
Shot.
Boaster at least will put down Cracks, but it's Cena, the man to watch. The more kills he gets, the closer he gets to that tour de force. And Mr. Farland still fairly healthy in an aggressive position. CNED is going to be forced out of spot, but will survive.
Maybe a CNED round.
2 versus 3, and the shot not landed by CNED, but he's out quick enough that there's no punish. Good headshot. Even more damage secured. And now the wide
My
swing
God, the
from
double
Mo.
swing
CNED
together.
has the backup of Mr. Fallen. He's low on ammo.
Oh, 7 HP.
Lands the headshot at the last possible moment.
Just in it.
Fnatic not down and out just yet.
Yeah, just, man.
I said it had to be clean. That was not clean. 7 HP. Oh, that's more disgusting than some of the greasiest burgers you'll find here in Berlin, but dear Lord, CNED. I genuinely thought he might do it
he
all
looked ready
himself.
to kill the
It
third.
came down to the tiniest of margins. I think if Mr. Farland committed to that initial spray, he's won the round. Just that tiny amount of
They
hesitation.
get wrecked by the inners.
And it gives the
Dude, everyone
smallest
stands
one-
up too
look
much,
at the
man. They need to give
pie.
them longer inners.
A judge on 2 players, a singular rifle, the one they saved. And then some Bulldogs alongside it. The buy on the other side is far better. That's not the start you're looking for.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
this is
they're
the real
all
problem.
light armor.
CNED's got a fully automatic operator. He's playing, well, semi, I suppose. He's playing up against everybody with light shields.
Also, just in case he needed it.
Just as a little backup. Why not? Yeah, this is a terrifying position to be in, facing off against this man with so many shots. Can be fired out so quickly, and rarely ever does the first miss. The judge rushing him down. It's Boaster.
Yeah, and Alpha has one on site as well.
Fnatic with a man disadvantage. Good trade outs from this attacking side who've yet to make a commitment to a site. It does look like they will be walking.
Oh, it's a nice bait. They might not feel judged there.
Leo and a shotgun up close. Problem is, Tom.
Gotta keep an eye on this as well. Just big push over towards B, all the info.
What direction they go? They forget to check this man, and the round ends. They go back towards the B site. The round is already won. There is nobody there. The push has already come in from
30
mid.
seconds left.
Alpha yet to be checked, but it's definitely being looked towards. Nice work from Alpha for one, getting anything more.
I like the play. I like the play. Made it doable. Chronicle is here very early in the scythe. Chamber is dead, so no trip.
Seemingly less in his favor.
It was the right play. I liked it.
The Boombot's not going to clear him. They have absolutely no idea.
He's here so early.
He's rounding the corner, maybe at the perfect moment. Spots out the back. Actually shoots a shot. That's going to give him away. They now know exactly where he is, especially with the staircase. He does it again!
How's he winning these rounds? How has he done that? That was nuts, bro. I thought he was done for when he fired that shot.
Again! Keeping Fnatic alive and the smirk on his face. You don't want to get too far ahead of yourself, but that was a round that they desperately needed. Nice attempt by Alpha with the blast pack up too. I love it. When this guy sends it, he sends it. But Chronicle dancing past them. Look at him.
He's
Not
still
afraid to
defusing,
let them know. Oh yeah, he was making sure his left hand was on that keyboard.
I can guarantee, but Alpha did not believe. You look at his reaction.
Yeah, he was not believing it. I think that was like his reaction to once the bullets were shot though.
I'll be honest, I'm glad my reaction's not on
camera. Flashy, thank you so much.
That was ridiculous.
Flashy, thank you so much, man. Appreciate the prime. Thank you for the 2 months.
Not gonna land. Durka, still 2 shots left in that outlaw. Nice little return. Boaster drops Yedege, but in a round like this, the loss of Alphier will be felt that little bit more. Mostly pistols, but that tour de force, a lingering threat.
If it gets into the late round, if there's any inkling that FUT can take it here, that showstopper could be put into play, and who knows where it goes from there.
I like this from Fnatic though. So because FUT always use their trip aggro on attack to get info, they keep pushing extremities.
The fake out's not going to do anything.
Whoa! Mr. Fallon hit that. Oh, that's probably the rounds. Good news is Boaster's hit early. That might be able to get him a kill if this guy's spawn can make sound.
Floating around, it's up in heaven. Waiting for an opportunity to take a kill. In fact, waiting is not the correct term.
Oh, okay, well.
CNET's walking into it. He knows that he is about to be faced, but he won't find the shot. Flash through, good to eliminate CNET, but that's about it. Boaster's hightailing it.
Yeah, money's in the bin. They gotta.
For Fnatic as FUT claim an 11th. It is a long road back.
Yeah, I still think Fnatic, like they've come prepped in. They've looked at how they like to use the chamber trips, and they're trying to exploit it. We saw the push round before, and we saw the push this once they take map control.
Absurd clutches.
I mean, they just didn't get enough on attack.
You obliterated the economy of FUT.
Waco FPS, thank you so much, man. Appreciate the prime as well, dude. Thank you for that.
Okay, sure, the showstopper helped, but it's
Thanks so much for the support, bro.
is able to just catch Chronicle completely off guard, and then they're just trying to do incredibly risky things to get back in. Sure, the ults are there for Fnatic. That's sort of the saving grace, but I think you can tell by the pause that they know that this is dire.
Someone's going to wheel Casey's whiteboard in, because right now, Fnatic aren't losing as a team. They're losing individually. They're winning individually. That's how it seems. Chronicle having to pick up a good, healthy chunk of their rounds on his own.
They could definitely. You could definitely be tempted to force into this. Like this ult with a Baki can be strong. This ult with a Baki. Gotta get 3 OK guns to back it up.
And sure, between these two teams, it might be hard to split the difference there, but history certainly leans towards FUT, towards the Turkish region.
You could just heavy lean over towards one site, just retake.
From BBL during this season, it's no longer the Istanbul. Everyone else is caught up. FUT will have a challenge if they make it all the way there.
Yeah, it's a map that they barely played. Once versus Vitality, a victory. And for Fnatic, well, that was the comeback map. That was the ridiculous defensive half that they had to scrape their way past Team Liquid. Nonetheless, we still sit on split. We still sit on our 4th of 5. But that 5th map is definitely lingering.
Camo, yeah, I think that could work. Honestly, I think they might try something like that.
Bucky FC returns with new hands on the helm. It's Althea, but that's mainly because he's got a show.
I think that's the route I would go, Camo, comp-wise.
It's not the best, and if they lose this round, then they really
Especially
are
after watching like 100 Thieves and seeing the stuff that they have. Just steal it. It would fit how Fnatic play more.
He can play around the map. If they find a gap, they find a kill, he can quickly move into position.
What did they actually go for buy-wise? Double Bulldog, double Gun, Bucky, and we're using all the ults. So we go full all-in on this, so all the ults are getting popped. We have literally no util on Durka.
A lot of the time, this is the guy showing
other than his
utility
ult.
to draw those rotations. It's worked for wonders. 4 players towards this side of the map, the left-hand side. Leaves all the pressure on Chronicle. He's been able to clutch out rounds before.
This guy's gonna go huge.
Before the first body has fallen.
Omen ult to help him out. Omen flash insta maybe. Omen flash is good. Omen flash is great. He actually stole the Sentinel's Omen flash.
Cena was blind for an absurd amount of time, but still had enough. Durka trying to give the information to that showstopper. Alpha's been able to take one, and Durka does the
This is a
rest.
nice fast flood.
They've been so good after those tactical pauses.
And he's probably.
But this round,
and he's used to
give
it
it
now.
over to Durka. 4
Yeah, give
rounds
me
now,
this replay.
Life still there in Fnatic and their fans.
Transfer was nice here, and this was the all-in round, and they managed to win it.
One way to do it for Fnatic. I said that a good healthy chunk of the rounds have been just Chronicle.
It just feels like they're, I mean, they're just holding on.
Well, this time they
are just holding on. Chronicle rounds. Durka. I mean, this was a nice flood, though. This was a nice team round from them.
If not more. But that was with a few ultimates, a few get out of jail free cards that eased the pressure that was building on their backs. Now in round 19, they don't have those ultis to fall back on unless we're about to see the highest impact neural theft of all time. But neither do FUT. Yedajay getting to the site, getting a kill, getting a plant, getting an orb, means Viper's Pit is online. And without that showstopper, and without the dimensional drift from Durka, it will be very tough to
Maybe stop breaking the econ.
One of the scenarios where that neural theft really can be valuable, but you need a kill for it. CNED still pressuring around mid. Now they know that
Oh, they want to fight this. Double flash?
They have this combination of utility to try and set them up, but FUT are not facing. 45 seconds. They haven't really claimed any ground. A little bit towards middle. Yedajay now starting to probe in towards this Cypher setup. But
Yeah, does this guy now have to send it because he wants to create the question mark over towards Vents? Yeah, I like this from Mr. Fallon. He might have a really strong read.
Time to take that fight. The player spotted close. The spams attempted, and it gets very close.
Whoa. He just got out of there. Someone shoot that trip. 10 seconds. Oh man, this one didn't go great for FUT. And they got an eco, got 2 people. A good round, and they're back money-wise.
they were looking dead to rights.
Dude, Durka just got out of there.
That bounce back from FUT, just a couple away from closing it. But the Fnatic story, I was going to say no, never ends until 13, but sometimes it goes even further than that. This has not really been their map throughout the season, that's for sure.
Hidden are not looking. Time to jump.
And we know this team love to prove anybody, everybody wrong. The last time they lost a round, well, it's a bit closer to a round like this.
Same strat.
Pistols, some SMGs, so they're gonna go peek.
Oh, shot. Dude, that was a lovely shot, yeah. Bring back the same rounds. Boombot contact into double flash.
Well, I saw this man win clutches earlier, and he barely broke a smile. But
APAC round.
As they start this comeback yet again,
There were some absolute shots here.
To be 6 seasons in a movie, I don't understand. Fnatic again and again find themselves in these mass deficits, find themselves winning clutches as more or less the only light at the end of the tunnel. And then the train comes and picks them up.
Is even shouting words at
back
him.
out into open, clear skies. 2 rounds in between them. But FUT now have a full buy. They have a Viper's Pit as well. Fnatic aren't out of danger just
and then
yet.
now they, I like this. Now they go super aggro, bottom and middle, but once this smoke is here, you got to expect that. Last time they've ever done this aggro smoke.
Pushing mid in the early stages, and they've had this one.
Dude, they're doing the same thing at middle. Boombot into double flash.
Off the back of the Boombot.
Boombot doesn't hit, and then they just walk down late.
To put them into play. The thing is, though, a lot of this has been ignored. In fact, it's been bypassed by the attackers. They've gone straight up into heaven. Now the cam is waiting and has now been destroyed. And we talk about Chronicle in clutches.
I mean, Chronicle
so much here.
is a great omen flash to give him a bit of time.
Completely slowed down the push.
He was in trouble. It supposed to just saved him with an omen flash.
FUT wanted to move it towards the spawn. The Rolling Thunder pushes them into a corner, and the decoy
Huge.
drew the fire of the first 2 players. Durka ready to reclaim heaven control as in goes Chronicle. They've spotted Mr. Fallen.
Lovely swing on this one as well. Dude, their stuff is looking nice on defense. The shame about their attacks, their defense is like great.
Only at a captain with it all to do. A quick reposition.
A very fast reposition. He's unlucky that no one's coming his way.
See it clearly. Oh, they are going to go past him though. He'd have to be stupidly good. One shot connected, but there's not going to be
nice,
anything more.
dudes.
Leo was willing to sell his life. They're doing it again.
Yeah, they're making it real close. These have been some lovely rounds. There's one thing over towards middle is wrecking them.
You start talking about the next map.
Shout out to the observers. Damn, bro. Prius is actually getting compliments.
Got to shout out the observers, by the way. If you think this has been going on a while, those guys have to stay focused. Sylvan Jack doing God's work.
Wait, what the?
That time of year, the flies are getting seen. Oh, there's no flies on Fnatic right now. 10-4 down. Tom, look, I say it every time we cast this team. I say it every goddamn time, but I find myself.
You know as well, there's always people going, why is casters always
they think they're gonna come back? They always do it! They always do it! Every damn time! This team's in the grave and they dig themselves back out. 1 round behind and a pause called by FUT. We know Fnatic's win rates after pauses pretty damn high, but usually that's when their opponents are winning a few rounds, right?
It's also crazy.
Any
as well,
stocks?
you see it. Every game, you'll have
Don't give him any
looking back at these
compliments.
matches and going, how did Liquid lose this advantage? How did KC lose this advantage? How have FUT lost this advantage? Gotta stop looking at the other teams and just start looking at Fnatic. The mental resilience that this squad has. The fact that, I think just moments ago, Alpha Year was like, I want to say like 8 or 9 kills clear of the rest of the team. Like it wasn't even close on the scoreboard. Durka since then has come alive. Leo's stepped up. The entire squad.
They get the op out. This could be big.
Numbers. Now this happened on Icebox. And FUT at the last second found what they needed to shut this team down. It's a weaker buy. It's an operator as well. This is not going to be expected at all.
Great
it's
shot.
Utilize the entirety of this defensive half, and Durka pulls it in now.
Next level. Also, FUT call a pause. Oh, how are we going to deal with this setup? New idea. Yeah. Something you're not ready for. If you call the pause, well, Durka might buy it up this round. Like, you might as well just start rolling dice for what you're going to do. FUT, 1 man down. Looking to push up into heaven, but Alpha got ahead of them.
The big duel in vents though. Okay, well that's the round.
And not even needing to make any further plays. Boaster's got the spike, and everybody's on their way to help him out. No help required. The 1-man army holding down vents, and now the rest of the squad is here. Yedajay, but they didn't know he was here. They didn't know he was here. That's not even fair. The poor guy.
They got so many flawlesses.
11 2-11.
Been a lot of
I find
convincing
myself
rounds.
perplexed, again, by how they've managed to do this. If you were to script this, it would go the exact same way, right down to the wire. They wake up, and here we are, 11-11, even footing with Fnatic winning a staggering
Okay, that kind of sus back.
Maybe
Respect.
that's what it is.
Confidence is here.
Instead of printing new scripts, we just keep accidentally sending the same one in every
same
single
draft
day.
again. My bad, my
We
bad.
lost it for the Heretics game. We're now in a best of 5. A 5th map seemed like it was guaranteed. Seemed like we were already there. Talking about the Turkish map of Ascent. Maybe just like us, FUT forgot who they were up against.
A late trap put down by Chronicles, caught one. My God, it's caught him for quite a while. Cracks eliminated by Boaster at this point. Just
Feels like that might be the rounds.
It was a time where we said Angel controls it. Well, his former rival now has it on lockdown. It looks like they do want to challenge and move in towards this position, but it's being conceded. Fnatic, they have the advantage. There's no need to stay aggressive, to take risks. They fall back, they play the information.
They can maybe pivot over towards B right now. Yeah, Fnatic kind of over-rotated. Slight. Viper as well, and CNED.
Oh, CNED's spot is beautiful. A step further forward and he was dead.
Yeah, dude, they left B because normally they've been pushing once they lose map control. This time they went back and they over-rotated and gave them free map control.
The main danger right now is still going to be Yadushay in the backlines. He's heard the steps. He heard the running of Boaster, but the rest of the team are now committed to trying to clear things out. They have
Leo, thank you so much, man.
In fact,
Leo
just going
DC,
for
appreciate
Boaster.
you.
They're trying to take him out of contention, but the rest of the team, in the meantime, are able to reclaim some of the site. It doesn't matter,
Yeah,
though.
I think Fnatic messed up there.
It's FUT. The final stages seeming to come up big. Leo still fighting. Alpha waiting, hits the first shot, but they still have to watch out for Anna Captain. Up above, watching and waiting to bring this.
It's a shame because they've had such good reads into it, but yeah, this one, especially in the 5v4, I guess it's, what ults did they have? Do they still have Yori ult? Do they feel like they could over-rotate because of the Yori ult, maybe?
Comeback, rallied so many rounds together. And right at the last hurdle they fell. Another obstacle now. Regulation. Out of their hands to take it here, but they can bring it all the way to an overtime. Push us to another elongated Fnatic game.
One chance.
Perhaps.
And, ooh, that might be one of the worst for a while.
The crown that was
the
once
Cider on
theirs
Ascent.
up against the young guns. The new kids on the block. Heretics waiting to see who they'll play, and their guess is as good as yours at this point.
It's safe to say that Neil and Weber are going to be up all night going back through these VODs. Oh, we've just got over 100 rounds to go through to try and work out what we're doing. Easy.
War contact site.
Play their own game strat.
He has a cage to play on. He has a breach that can just set him up with util.
That's not the start they're looking for, though. They've walked into Leo and walked into the trap. Chronicle now just needs to stay alive. He's got support, but that timing not great. Yadushay able to do at least a little bit of damage, but the showstopper will keep that advantage theirs. Mr. Fallen, in the meantime, has started to hightail it
free B site
towards
though.
that B site.
Yeah, and Boaster might not expect this guy close. Oh boy.
Instead, he might have given the game away.
That was a big mistake. The steps heard by Mr. Fallen the whole way, and perhaps...
Oh, he gets the leg as well.
CNED tapping the spike, then swinging in. Now looking for the headshot angle on Durka. You need to be careful challenging this man. The last one standing. He's dropped. CNED, tour de force, but he goes in with the rifle. Durka's close.
Oh! It's 1 HP.
1 HP. He survives.
What is that?
Take a second shot at this. 12-12. We're going to OT.
Yeah, they're just surviving. I mean, surprised FUT got this close, to be honest.
My heart's not going to be able to take this. 1 HP is the difference between a 5th map and overtime. That is all it took.
Oh, man.
The very last bullet the CNED needed. And Fnatic have somehow done it again.
Here.
Everyone clutches as well in this game. 2, if I'm not mistaken, by 7 HP. And now 1. They're just keeping themselves in it by the narrowest of margin. Chronicle's got to be sad. They're going, finally, someone else did it. Jeez. Can't be stealing the show.
We've got to try and level ourselves.
Yeah, can we not have gotten a pause there, boys? Jeez.
Okay, so trip over towards B. They do the smoke like they want to go aggro towards middle.
Smiling. He's always smiling. I don't know how.
Jolly guy.
Cutting through.
He's definitely got a better mental than I have. I'm out of this one already. And
Flash goes B main, didn't spot anyone.
Lost the fight. Again, we see this mid play. This was the bread and butter of Fnatic's attack.
It's pretty much going to be who can get the attack rounds.
Commanding from this position. Of course, the defense are not just going to sit
Because
there.
everyone's winning on their defense.
Using Tiger to get some extra information. CNED not risking it with the glass cannon operator. It's the rifle this time around. And with the time more than half gone, Fnatic look like
Free pass and hold over towards B with Chamber and Trip. And Viper.
As well with the flash, the decoy coming up in heaven.
That's going to be hard.
You know there's at least 2
Theo has 1 flash.
The chances are there's a lot more than that. Flash out of Durka forces players back. Paranoia on the site is good. CNED's tucked in, trying to survive. His head spotted, but Mr. Fallen swung in.
Oh, yeah. And they forced them off through these angles, and then no one really could play off each other, right? They all died in this box.
FUT's lead under serious threat.
It didn't. There was literally no one that could play off each other at all. And shout out to, was this Durka that just got all of the space? Pretty sure it was.
Out of the round, Cracks with the boom bot. It will catch Chronicle. He knows he's up close, but a little too deep in that angle to be spammed.
Close position. Okay, Cracks' nade gets 1, and well, a cheeky play attempted, but not cheeky enough.
1 away.
Now have map and series point from 10-4 down. A 1 HP clutch to take them to overtime. And after all that, they might be granted their wish of a rematch versus Heretics.
Come on! Not quite yet, Ajay. But I don't think anyone is.
No, I think he would need years of training to get to that raspiness level. Especially for Boaster. Here we go again, though. Oh, back into that attack side, and clearly Fnatic have had enough!
Bro, they go for that aggro mid. Who did they take out? Flash, Dog, the only initiator? Well, they're just going to have to start
Away
contacting.
from CNED last year. Put himself on
Dude,
that
Fnatic
throne.
have dominated middle.
Would have to be denied already with such a huge advantage.
Okay,
But
but
there
dude,
he is.
I'm not allowed to speak, man.
Taking down the usurper.
Insane.
Putting them back in an advantage is definitely
Whoa.
awkward, and Leo's managed to get 2.
Okay,
Keeping
big
this one
2v2,
competitive.
and they have no idea about this guy in vents. Surely Boaster doesn't walk down. Yeah.
Chronicle and Boaster, one either side. Pressure is being applied on B. Threat looming as the spike makes its way in. Boaster, the challenge here, he loses the first fight, but he's still alive, still kicking. Looking for these players down below, and he's isolated the first. Boaster knows where the second is, and he's done damage.
Probably done
32
enough,
HP.
32.
And Chronicle's even seen him. He knows exactly where Cracks is.
Silent.
Drop all the way
Drop.
down. And Cracks, none the wiser, clearing every angle and
Nicely done from Fnatic.
the old kings have done
They 2 and 6 on pistols as well, so that's pretty impressive. Fnatic, Heretics final.
It is a mystery how they do this, but they do it every time.
Yeah, 10-4 comeback.
You can't really.
They are probably the
take
best
anything
team at
away
making
from FUT.
comebacks, I think, consistently.
They fought them all the way through. They could have gone up themselves on Breeze. They probably should
Dude,
have.
what even was this? Chronicle 1v2, Chronicle 1v1, 1 HP clutch.
Trophies. There is a reason
Like they just hung on to this and they managed to take it.
of Valorant. And it is because even when they're down,
But they did lose double
when they look
pistols,
like
so
they've finally
maybe
been
that evens it out.
they'll stab you in the back. They'll stab you in the front. Whatever it is. I want to know what that secret that this team has got. And I'm sure Heretics are going to spend the entire evening trying to work out how this team manages to turn these games around.
Well, FUT, it's not over for them until stage 2. They'll be going to Shanghai still, but it is over for stage 1. The lowest seed on the way, but they can hold their heads high.
Is there a benefit of being second seed? No.
This is a team.
I mean, you get an extra point for winning this game. That's about it.
At the top level, at international stage, better watch out. It's good to see Sinan down on the stage with them. One big bow from the boys and a well-deserved round of applause from friends and foes alike. For sure. Whether Fnatic take that grand final or not, one thing's for sure, Tom. They are
they got a chance.
Yeah, no one's taking that crown away from them. They're proving it time and time again.
They're at least looking better.
Besting his Turkish brothers in the server in that final map. His raise is definitely something to fear. But it is the depth, and more so the heart. That's what I've enjoyed. In some of the earlier portions of the season, this team looked flat. They look missing. They look disjointed. Towards the end of this game, you see the lion roar when it comes to Fnatic. The heart that no team ever seems to be able to muster.
Alpha 81 to 66.
They're already heading to that event.
This is the whole thing. The individuals are looking better. So like a good form. I still feel like some of their stuff on maps doesn't. I think they just had a bad read into the meta at the beginning and they're playing catch up. What it feels like. Also, the individuals weren't there, but they are definitely a lot better.
To this series, what a way to clutch it out for Fnatic, keeping us all on the edges of our seats. I mean, heading into an OT on a 1 HP clutch, can't
Dude, most of them got banned. I think we had sub mode.
Dirk is certainly redeeming himself for any kind of criticism we may or may not have had.
Yeah,
this series.
Don't get me wrong, and he was so
Forgot all
close.
about it.
He wasn't even looking like he's gotten some crazy kills. But I think it's also so iconic.
Can we raid
the fact that
Ethan?
it was
I mean, we have
chronicled
America
in that
soon,
last
right?
kill,
What's the time?
Like the clutches that he was involved in on that split. I do not know what it is. This,
I might just do a timer again.
It's
in an hour.
Right now. How can someone be so comfortable being so many runs down? You know, so how
check Discord.
How do they keep
I can
coming
do that.
back
Sorry, I
from
forgot
losing
to.
pistol after pistol and just being like, yeah, no worries, we got this. Everything's gonna be fine. I understand, okay?
Yeah, we've got pre-show in an hour and 15. We can do that. We can tank this for 15.
After an 11-3,
and
then when I watched again, they won, and I started to understand.
Happy that they look better? Yeah.
Their own team
Same, to be
every
honest.
single time. Yeah, like coming back from a deficit, obviously that
felt a bit
requires
off.
a lot of veteran experience. You need to also have a lot of trust, obviously, in your team.
It would be cool to
helps
see
them
them
a lot that they
against
have
some of
that
the other
pre-existing
teams to
synergy.
kind
They
of
didn't
work
make any
out
roster
where,
changes heading
because
into
where
this
even
stage,
is
right?
EMEA
So
at the
they're very
moment?
familiar
Like,
with
I have
the,
no idea.
capacity or capability.
Like I feel like
or
only
capacity
Heretics is the
of,
one that
the
looks like they could
individuals of
win
their
an
team.
event right now.
Especially in the last 2 maps is where I've seen them the most comfortable. Also
But
in playing into
if
the
Fnatic
chaos.
keep
And
improving like
even
this,
if
then
like
maybe.
has an idea of what they want to
Offquake,
do,
thank
they
you
do
so
not
much as
care.
well. Thank you for
They
the
do not care
gifted.
sometimes even about the weaponry. They were actually a surprise, which for a team that has been together for this amount of time, you know, it's still very, very refreshing.
Heretics will win.
Here we
Dude,
see
Paper X
map
are winning
set
that event, I'm
for
telling
this
you.
very serious. Honestly, though, I mean, the last 2 maps were just so close, and even
Fnatic
Icebox,
stocks up
you know,
or
the
FUT
distance,
stocks
in
down.
fact,
I think
the
just
entire
Fnatic stocks
series,
up.
it could have gone
Individuals
either
look
way.
legit.
And rightfully so, because FUT had such a good stage. They had such a good year thus far, and a really good showing here in the playoffs as well.
Oh yeah, completely. And I think that this year is going to be different. from them,
Luria 9 with the tier 1.
internationally. I
Thank
think
you for
that
the
they
6 months. Thank you, thank
actually
you.
have many reasons why
Appreciate all the support.
we have many reasons to believe that they're going to be a surprise in the international stage as well. Everything's going to be better, and even on stage 2, I think that we can, you know, keep thinking that this is one of the best teams in the region.
Do you think FUT is on the radar of the international competition? I mean, Fnatic obviously a household name, but is FUT
EMEA
in
top
their
3.
hands?
Here's the thing,
Where
like,
enough
some
do you
people
put
are, like,
Na'Vi?
non-believers, or they think this must
That's
be
the
like
issue.
a one-hit wonder, but I really,
I would probably
really
say
think that they're gonna be proven wrong.
Heretics.
Hey guys.
Alpha here.
Na'Vi,
Boaster
and then
joining us now. Congratulations, guys. I mean,
Nats.
we just had to check our heart
What?
rates. That was about as clutch as it gets. How are
Fight
you
for
guys feeling
FUT?
after this series? Still a little shaky? Oh, he's so polite. Stop
I'd
it.
say, yeah, pretty good. You know, we overcome a mental block today. I feel like.
What did
It's
it
good
come
though.
at the beginning?
Just
Let me
in
turn this up,
general,
chat.
you know, like being able to win certain maps and just coming back. Like we seem to be a comeback team now.
Yeah.
It's like we're just always.
Yeah, that's all they're doing.
That's a weird identity.
I like
how
it.
did that happen, and why is this happening? Why are you always
You keep the
playing from a
ratings up,
deficit?
keep doing it. It's like it's never lost.
Why is that? Do you reckon?
They can't win pistols.
I don't know why it's happening, but I think we started a bit late in the games. Like our comms or our gameplay, we just adapting the game like late. I think.
Do you think so? Is that something that concerns you now that you're going to go to China? You say that today you overcame that mental block. Do you think it's like gone for good, or do you think that there's still some work to be done there?
I think there's still some work to be done. Like we did actually start pretty on fire against Heretics, and I felt like we threw that game. So it's nice to have another try at them, and I think we're going to be ready this time. Yeah, I'd say, yeah, we're working on it.
Well, that's reassuring to hear. So you're feeling like the first rendition of you against Team Heretics, that was a throw on your part. Looking at the opposition though, Team Heretics, have you figured them out? Like, do you know what to expect from that team, or do you think they still can catch you by surprise?
I think we're gonna win tomorrow because when I'm playing with Heretics, I never said that before, but when I'm playing with Heretics, I just I feel it like I'm playing ranked, and I'm gonna show who is the best ranked player tomorrow.
I love that we have so much
What
space.
the
Like
hell?
literally
Yeah,
every
same.
team. Yeah. I adore it. I saw you stretching right there. I see that you guys have also implemented another part of the stretching. I'm seeing a lot of sit-ups during your gameplay. How's it? You stand up after every single win, every single round win. How have been the vibes today? Because they were immaculate from our perspective, at least.
I mean, I just remember past matches, and I feel like we are not hype anymore. And I just want to bring the hype back.
Oh, we
That's
felt the
why
hype.
after all the time after rounds, I just stand up and I just cheer at them and shout at them, and they start with me as well.
This is all gonna end up in a tech pause. So luckily we have Pansy tomorrow here. So yeah,
You already saw like headsets being like unplugged by accident, but you know what? Vibes are on point. Obviously, you're not skipping leg day that way, so that's great for everyone involved. Looking ahead at the grand final here, how important is it for you guys to take that EMEA crown? Because you were very often in the past, you know, you were considered like the EMEA team. So do you feel like getting that crown tomorrow will like re-establish the position for you?
Well, for me, actually, I think my job is done. Like, we just wanted Group A to have a fighting chance, because Group B was a bit dominant against us like in the group stages. So now we got a win against Footballist, and we feel a bit better.
I mean,
double ban, yeah, there is double ban.
Because we wanted to take revenge from every team. We lost against FUT.
It's for the storylines.
They gotta
I
play
love
Sunset.
that.
It's for the reps. I told you, it's for the
It's
reps.
the reps.
It's for the sunset.
Talking about the maps, though, we were actually wondering in this particular
You believe there
series,
isn't one? Wait, really?
So you guys picking Icebox against FUT. Why is that? Was there a specific reason why you went on Icebox?
He's the
That'd be big for them.
We're the kings of Icebox, but we just decided to not be the kings of Icebox on that day.
Sometimes you gotta be a prince, you know. I can't be king every day. That's all right.
I mean, we had so many individual draws on defense that just
They were
kind
losing all of the 1v1s.
snowballed, and then money was a bit tight. Like, you need to get the AWP economy going a little bit on that map so you can have some points where you can stand and defense comfortably on.
Oh, you should watch the VOD, because Steel gave you some like pointers.
Oh, did he actually? He loves doing that, this guy.
He loves doing that.
Yeah, no shade. It was a very constructive conversation there. Yeah, no, I mean, overall, obviously, stage 1 almost being finished. How was the experience, and how is the competition stacking up to one another? I feel like this stage has been very tight.
It was really good experience, I think, because last year we won everything, so we didn't feel any lose pressure, or we didn't feel any bad habit. So this year we lost something, we win something, and we know how it feels. That's why we don't want to lose again.
For me, it's depressing
Love
and
that.
anxious and stressful, and yeah, it was a weird season for me. But when we qualified for Shanghai, I felt like I could actually enjoy the game again. So these playoff games, I'm slowly getting back into how I feel is going to make me like us better is me being a better IGL, and then by me being a better IGL, I'll just be able to find the frags when we need it. I think throughout the season when we started losing, and it was like we were juggling like embarrassment for myself, and like because obviously we were winning everything last year, we came in confidently this year, and we were getting owned by these kids that have just been signed and picked up. So I was just like, oh goodness. But now I'm kind of like over it a bit, and also our performance coach Ryan has been speaking to me a lot, and when we've had him here, and he's been a really big help, and he's just saying like, you guys are putting yourself on the front line to be embarrassed, and that's a lot more than what people typing online are doing.
Suffering from success a bit.
Maybe that too. But yeah, so I just, the positivity from people online is like really nice as well, so that helps.
It's well deserved. I mean, Diamonds are formed under pressure, and you guys are sparkling right now. It's going well. We're going to see you in the final, and then
had
furthermore,
all after he planted in the 1v1.
Behind you, you're seeing all the teams which have qualified for the
probably
big
not
Masters
Martel.
in Shanghai,
I mean, probably should have used it.
Is there any team
I
you're
need to watch it
particularly
back.
looking forward to
Honestly,
face
didn't
off
see that. Thank you for the
against them,
super
and
chat,
so
though. I
why?
appreciate you.
Of course. I mean, I want to play with Leviathan because of Aspas. He's my friend. I'm really close.
I imagine
with him.
so, Martel.
I just want to play against him because I think he's one of the best players in the world. So if you beat the best player in the world,
then you're the best player in the world.
You are the best player in the world.
Simple math.
Simple as that.
For me, I want to play against the Sasanto brothers.
Oh, of course.
So T1 and Paper X, that'll be always fun. I miss them as well. Last time I saw them was in Tokyo, and Kevin was saying that he was going to come back. Or should I come back? And we were there in a karaoke room like, yeah, do it, come back. Pretended to sign a contract, took a picture with him. But yeah, he's in T1 now, and he's doing really well. So there's that. And then I'd say FPX Life is, I saw him at his first event, and I'm looking forward to seeing him and potentially playing him again.
Oh,
nice.
okay.
Graveman, thank you for the gifted as well. Thank you for doing that, dude.
Of course, you have already played against the teams from
Appreciate you.
EMEA.
Thank you so much for that.
Do not think that I have forgotten about
Doc, if
that
you're here, make
sunset.
sure you say thank you.
Or is it going to be a Gambit Haven? Okay, let me rephrase the question. Are you going to play Reina?
No.
No. But is there a plan?
Is there a plan, Alfia?
Yeah.
There's maybe a plan. The plan was we played it in January, and we decided not to go with that comp, so we'll see.
Yeah, I think they just had a bad read at the beginning.
Yeah, plan is we like ranked players. We're going to be reading the situation, simulating the game, adaptive, play off of each other. We're going to become legendary.
Love that. We have a lot to look forward to.
That happens though,
tomorrow.
dude. When you get a big change like
the
Sky, if you don't have a good read, you are just behind.
To you guys,
and then you have to
let's
play
see if
catch
you
up, and it
have
feels
the
like that's
answer,
what they're
because,
doing.
quite frankly, embarrassingly enough, most of us got it
Sounds
wrong.
like they play Sunset tomorrow then.
Yeah, you're not allowed to play. This
You're
is
not
all
allowed to play
Evo,
this
so-
game, Alpha. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
It is what it is.
Sorry. Here's the question from CNET.
What's the capital city of Turkey?
Don't you dare. Don't you dare.
You say
Istanbul.
Yes, if it was 1923, then the answer is correct. Or before
And just on the
1923.
research.
It is
I
not
know
anymore.
Adana and Istanbul and Antalya. So that's all I got.
You got the first letter.
Man's going on holiday.
Fake friend.
Okay. Tell him. Educate.
Ankara.
Yeah, Ankara got no time for that.
Yeah, quite frankly, most of us said Istanbul.
Yeah.
Which, again,
You're
it
just one
used
of
to
us.
be the capital, but that was also back in the Ottoman Empire, and it was called Constantinople back then. So, if we're living in the past, which some of us do, it might have been right.
We love teaching things, people.
We love teaching. This is an educational stream right now.
You've
All I
learned a
know
lot
is that
today.
if Yinsu's watching, she's gonna be like, "You so stupid." Like I just know it as well. So yeah, it's me
Yinsu
over.
literally said, "My Turkish
learning process.
my
It's a
Turkish teacher is from here, and he knows this."
Today, best of 5. Tomorrow, another
Well.
best of 5. Yeah. You get all
Right
the
on
reps.
cue.
But obviously, if you win tomorrow, you not only get 3 points, it's looking good for champs, you also get that buy when you go to Shanghai. How important would you say that is? Like, is it something that matters a lot to you, or doesn't it really make a difference?
I mean, you don't want to be qualified for Korea for points.
I mean, more is not the points. It's like the buy in Shanghai. Is that something that matters to you? Like, do you want to skip that first Swiss phase, or would you rather
Get
play
the
those
reps.
games? Yeah.
Do you want the reps or no?
How many more reps do you want?
Yeah.
Is the question.
For me, it's a bit of both. Like when we went to Tokyo, Masters Tokyo, we skipped a lot of stuff, which allowed us to prep and like change up some bits and bobs. However, like, I don't know, we missed out on Madrid, so I honestly don't mind having more stage games, you know, in front of the Chinese fans. I think it's going to be sick. Means I can hand out more stickers personally. And then...
You got stickers?
Yeah, and the only downside is I don't think we're going to have many days of scrims. I think we might only have like 2 or 3 days of practice, which isn't a lot to go straight into it and like cook up some new stuff. Oh, that is super cute. That's mine.
This is, of course, I have Karma here.
Yeah, lovely.
So she's a collector. It's like, look at my sticker book.
I have an actual.
Yeah, we'll exchange stickers in just a little bit. I mean, that's a fair point. How do you feel about that? Do you rather have a rep or more in the books, or do you like actually, you know, getting to sit back and watch the teams play and like learn something by just watching?
I mean, we win last year with same tactics, so I mean, it's not gonna change anything.
Maybe a break also.
He
nice.
just he wants to have a fun challenge, you know. In Tokyo, he because we skipped a lot of it. He's like, we played 4 games and that was it. So I think maybe you remember it was like that. So it's gonna be like that if we get first here.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, I agree with him because I say to him, I don't want to win the Europe because I don't want to start in, like, I don't want to play low games, like, you know. Because 4
because you're winning tomorrow no matter what.
Yeah, we played 4 games, we win. It was so boring to play.
That's a fair point. I mean, quite frankly, for a Fnatic fan out there, more Fnatic is always good. So everyone's a winner as long as you guys are on stream and on the screens, and we get more entertainment out of it.
Now,
speaking
more
of
games.
entertainment,
Can't be angry at that.
Don't know where the next post plant is or who is going to be our guest here on the couch, but you get to pose a question now as well.
Might be split too.
Is it another GeoGuessr? Are you just looking ahead?
I mean, if it is split too, you can ask something like,
it might be in
what was
split
your
too.
favorite match in, you know, in China?
Yeah, who's your favorite player?
Yeah.
I don't know why we're giving you ideas. Like, this is entirely on you guys. Anything you're dying to know?
What? I don't even know the answer to it.
That doesn't matter. We're not asking you.
At what event did Durka shave his head?
Oh, we're coming in with some...
I can't remember, but I think I remember.
I think I remember.
We just have to go to each event and check
Oh,
which one it was
I
before.
think it was Iceland, wasn't it?
I don't know.
Why would you, like...
Wait, was it literally not just...
Yeah, well, I guess you might be
That's
a fan,
Reykjavik.
so who knows?
I might be wrong.
We might be wrong. All right, we don't know, but maybe they're not even watching the show, so that's okay. Thank you so much
I
for
swear
the
he was
question,
ball
of course.
back
We're going
then.
to see you guys
Did
on
not?
stage again
Okay,
tomorrow.
well then it's definitely chance
so
because they didn't make the
some
second
rest.
one.
Thank you both so much for joining us. Congrats again. Can't wait to see more from you and the team. For now, we're going to say goodbye and good night. Thanks so much for watching. We see you tomorrow for the grand finals.
Bye-bye.
Ciao for now.
Good question. Okay, chat. We are gonna do... Let's look at this. We have an hour, and I need to get some food, so we're gonna leave the stream on. I'm just gonna spam some ads for an hour. If you want to tank them, then shout out to you. Respect, appreciate the support. If you don't, I fully understand that, but we'll be back in an hour anyway. We will be back in an hour anyway for the pre-show of Americas. Go microwave that rice, dude. I need to see if I still got some. I need to work out what the hell to eat. Okay, so we're gonna put a timer on, and yeah, respect to anyone that wants to tank it. YouTube chat, I'm gonna restart your stream at one point, like midway through the countdown. Yeah, I'll do that, Lexi. Sounds good. Right, chat. Thank you so much for this. I will see you all in a little bit. I'll see you in about an hour or so. All right, peace, peace, peace. Thank you so much, everyone. Wait, what the hell is this replay? All right, back in a bit.